because we're surrounded by all this technology that we're an advanced civilization who's figured a lot of shit out. And that couldn't be further from the truth. I'm surprised we're here surrounded by all this technology in spite of how little we actually know. Like, how many people understand how their cell phone works? What happens when you press send to a text message? Does anybody in this room really know what's going on? Or do you just have like a vague idea? I mean, forget that. How about just something like flight, which has been around for over 100 years? How does air travel work? How does a wing work? Does anybody really know how a wing works in this room?
What's a wing work?
A wing, like how a wing provides lift on an airplane. So then we get Globers to come in and say, well, flat earther, what about satellites? Don't you know how satellites work? No, the question is, do you know how satellites work?
I love it when
You
they
come
lay
in and
down
claim
all the.
satellites. You better educate us right now.
I love it when they lay down all the technology. Yeah, well, what about satellites and computers and Bluetooth and planes and all these really cool things? And it's like, that sounds really cool. Which one of them necessitates a ball in order for it to operate correctly?
Right. Well, you see, we have all this technology because of the Apollo program that gave us things like computers and Velcro and powdered orange juice. And they had to use this to get to the moon. They could only go to the moon if Earth is a globe. So therefore, all these things required Earth to be a globe. You can't have powdered orange juice on a flat Earth, you retard.
God, there's a lot of people here.
Good. I haven't looked at the screen in like 30 minutes.
I see Tata's back. Tata, welcome back. Tata was very skeptical earlier. Oh, he's gone.
What does flat earther do for fun?
Dude, I just I just want to bring this up. I wanted to say it earlier, but I never got a chance. Like I'm not a just because we know the Earth's not a ball. Like a flat earther isn't any different from a normal person, dude. Like you're
He's
saying
laughing. Hey, Alberto, check it out. I like watching sci-fi movies.
You're crazy. I'm not saying that. I'm just like, what do you do guys for fun? Like, do you guys like have hobbies? What do you do?
It's interesting.
Just in general.
Check it out. We get a lot of people saying just because we're flat earthers, therefore we're not allowed to watch movies and stuff. So no Star Wars, no Star Trek, none of that. I love watching sci-fi stuff. It's great. Sad the majority of it is based in space, but you get that on these jobs.
right, we're playing sports, we're doing normal things with our families. We're normal people, dude.
Sport? What's your favorite sport?
I play football and I manage a kids football team as well.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, we're normal people, dude. The amount of people. I'm not joking, dude. The amount of people I've bumped into in the last 10 years who I'm just like I'd speak to, and then all of a sudden,
come on, Roots, don't lie to him. You know we're locked in the basement. We're as white as snow, and we only come out on the full moon.
We're just like working on like different tinfoil hat designs to see which one can reflect the most.
I think he thinks we're a bunch of Quasimodos or something. You know what I mean? That's no, dude. The amount of people,
I don't mean it like that.
It's like we got those big giant
like,
boards, like where we've got like all lines leading to different conspiracy theories and how they're all connected in our
like
basements.
fanatics. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, most of us are not fanatics, right? You might get people who are fanatical about any subject, right? So there might be some fanatical flat earthers, but like most of the time, most of my conversations are not involving flat earth. I'm doing normal things, living a normal life. And I wanted to say, do you know how many people I've bumped into and they've said something? Normal life, just football, whatever it is, just out and about. I like to, or whatever. But the point is, I've bumped into so many people and then they've said something and I've gone, I wonder if he's a flat earther, just because a few things they've said is so far outside of the box that I've gone, and I've asked the question and they've gone, no way, you're a flat earther. You know what I mean? Like they're everywhere, dude. We're
I
everywhere.
know. Yeah, I had a coworker who I suspected he's flat earther, and I had to pull him on the side and ask him. We had a discussion about it, and yeah, he turned out to be flat Earth too. It's interesting. Um, God, I was gonna ask everybody here a question, but I kind of got away from my mind. But, okay, anybody can jump into this. What do you guys believe other than the Earth is flat? What is something that you were shocked?
It's not a
like
belief.
You were shocked to okay, not believe. Okay. Okay.
It's measured as
Guys,
flat, so it's not
I'm
a
not
belief.
native English speaker. I'm not native. When I use the belief, I don't mean it like as a religion. Like I'm maybe my choose of words. Like forgive me with the way I choose my words.
They're right.
Because
We're,
I'm not
we're here to
native.
help.
Okay. Thank you. Just what else do you have like was shocking, like a red pill to you, other than the flat is Earth?
Yeah, how about the
Earth is
degree to
flat.
which history has been falsified, right? Our
Uh-huh.
timelines, our chronology has been distorted throughout history.
Yep.
Wait, what?
A lot
Chronology.
of the history, yeah, a lot of the mainstream history that we're taught, right, turns out to be a load of shit, basically. It's another rabbit hole that's extremely interesting to look into. It kind of ties into what I was talking about before with Eratosthenes and Pythagoras, right? At school, you're taught that Pythagoras was absolutely this person called Pythagoras that lived at X time in history, right? 500, 600 BC. And he invented the Pythagorean theorem, and he was like a mathematician, a man of logic, very smart, that kind of thing. Where that's completely false history. It's not true at all. Same with Eratosthenes. Okay, the guy who measured this, this shadow angle, the sticks and shadows thing, and calculated the circumference of the Earth. Complete bullshit. Right? There's no evidence that any of that is true. In fact, mainstream historians that actually look into it, they say that it's everything you're told about Pythagoras is a lie. And then when you start digging more into it, you find out that he was actually more of like a mystic cult leader and believed all sorts of crazy things and had a whole bunch of crazy rituals and basically worshipped spheres as divine shapes and thought the universe was a musical instrument, thought he was a bird in a past life, and all of these things that are attributed to Pythagoras, right, by the Pythagorean cultists, right, that came after him. So yeah, a lot of the things that we're told, isn't quite what it seems, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself. False history, yeah, it's a fun one actually.
Have you had a
Evolution.
experience like? Sorry,
Another one. I just said evolution. That's another one.
Evolution of humankind.
Yeah, origin of species. When you dig into that, you realize just how much bunk and lack of evidence there is in the field. Paleontology. You dig into that, you find out nobody's actually looking at real dinosaur bones. The list is honestly endless. Scripture. You realize how many people don't know how different the Greek scriptures are to the translated scriptures, right? So much misconception, and it's because people don't actually do the work anymore. They just rely on experts to tell them what's true in every field.
So human revolution, does that mean like do they dig into like how like humankind were existed? Like I don't get it.
Well, part of the heliocentric paradigm is that we came from a big bang, right? And that there's an evolutionary process that led to us. So
Oh,
they'll have you.
atheist.
Yeah, but that's become the mainstream narrative now, that we evolved from monkeys who evolved from a hominid. But there's a big, we don't have the direct evidence, but that's the leading theory, isn't it?
So you don't believe in Adam and Eve? You guys don't believe in that?
No, I never said that. I just don't believe that my great 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 ancestors were monkeys.
Wait. Can you say that again? Ruth, say that
I
again.
said I never said anything about Adam and Eve. I just don't believe that our ancestors are monkeys.
Oh my God. Thank God. I thought you said the opposite.
No.
I said the other.
And
I
I
said
don't
the
believe it
other.
because there's no evidence of one species being able to turn into another species, right? We
It's
know
crazy, yeah.
epigenetics is real, and we know that gene expression is real, and that can change appearance and that can change form. But a dog, one species has never evolved into another species. We don't have that evidence. It's another one of those stories that you have to believe. You can't prove it. But I mean, I'm not trying to switch the topic now to evolution. I just threw it in the pile. I'm trying to demonstrate there's lots of subjects. There's even subjects that I want to state, but I don't want to. I'm not going to, because it can violate the TOS of Discord or YouTube, right? But education, food, health, everything's affected by this ignorance that people have taken on as an identity, like part of the culture now. We don't care about the evidence. We just want a good story.
Yeah.
And honestly, Flat Earth is like a first step into gaining the ability to be able to uncover this in other subjects. Right? You don't stop at Flat Earth, trust me, bro. I don't want to take us down another path, but there's a lot, there's a lot of deception that we believe and lots of stories we've been told.
Well, in some religion, like they say, like this deception, they describe it as a devil, like the devil work. It's like no offense to the homies, like the LGBT, it's like a devil, like propaganda, devilish propaganda to make like people think that they're not like who they were born into.
Right. I've noticed a pattern here. I've noticed a pattern. They want you to believe you're an animal. And they want you to believe you evolved from an animal, you're still an animal, and that you're, lucky to be here. And that if anything, you're a plague on this earth. Anything that highlights the fact that we could be the center of anything and important, they don't like that. And that's the pattern I've noticed. And that affects every subject, dude. They want you to eventually, pay a tax for breathing. That's what I believe.
Yeah, I mean,
if you look into it really deeply, you will realize it's all about money. Everybody's like fighting. Companies are competing. Industries are doing everything to win. That's what they care about. Just winning. It doesn't matter.
On the
companies
surface.
really competing.
On the surface, yeah, and that's what keeps a lot of people in line. We keep ourselves in line. We don't want to jeopardize the opportunity to make lots of money, right? So half of the time, you don't need a grand conspiracy. You just need to offer the incentives, the money incentives to those who push your agenda. So if you try and study a field that goes against anything that they're pushing, you don't get the funding. You don't get the promotion. Right? So that has a subconscious effect. We keep each other in line. It's very easy to get everybody pushing your agenda if you have the money.
Interesting. But like, if you see like in general, like you said, like you're a professional, like so you've seen how companies are very competitive, like even in private sectors, like most companies, like they're so competitive with each other that like might like go like into non-ethical stuff to do just to win in the field. Like for example, like copying somebody else's product to gain the money to win. You know what I mean? Like somebody, like you can see like those companies who steal ideas from other products. They use the same logo, the same stuff, and I think it's all just about money, like money, status.
It is for the average person, yeah. I
Not
agree.
average person, like even like the higher ups, like the CEOs. Like I've seen them. They're so competitive. They will go against even like morality, like the moral aspect, just to win in
Oh
private
yeah,
sector. Like
I consider the CEO an average person, dude. The CEO of a business is an average person. Yeah, they're richer than everybody else, but they're still within the framework that everybody else is working. For a CEO, there's always a job or a carrot that they're working towards. It's not like they get to CEO and they stop and now it's do you know what I mean? Like there's always that rat race for everybody. And that's what they've developed, a system that keeps everybody in check and we police ourselves.
But isn't that bad? I don't think that's not bad. I think that's the way you see it, like as an individual, subjective. Like if you see it as bad, like you're gonna like you're not gonna go outside and get into the field.
It's not bad.
Hardware.
It's not bad. It's human nature.
Yeah.
It's natural. But what I'm saying it because what I'm telling you is everybody doesn't have to be in on a conspiracy to push an agenda. Right? The CEOs are not conspiratorially hiding. The CEO of a space agency is not hiding, the fact that we're on a flat Earth. They may truly believe that the parts and the bits that they send to NASA are involved in genuine space activities. They may have data that they say proves it, right?
Mhm.
But they don't know for themselves whether the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. They're just part of a process, and that process is
Okay.
commercial.
I want to ask, okay, about this, like to you guys, all of you, anybody can jump in. If like, okay, the Earth is flat. Okay, then what is the sky? Like, if there's no space, like, what is the sky?
It is like, what do you mean? What is the sky? You just said what it
What is
is.
the
It's
sky?
called the sky. It's called the sky.
Okay, what it is? Like, we know the Earth
Well,
is like, we can say like the Earth is made out of like
yeah,
um
a whole bunch of
a
stuff: sand and dirt and rocks and water and
yeah, like yeah,
everything.
example, like yeah, exactly. Like okay, then what is the sky if
Well,
there's
we
no
can only
space?
test. Yeah, we can only test up to a certain height, so we know. We know it's consisting of a bunch of things that we can test, right? Nitrogen, oxygen, dust particles, pollution. There's,
Mhm.
it depends what's in the sky at the time. And then there's a whole bunch of unknowns about the sky as well when it comes to the celestials, which we can't empirically validate. Yeah, I gotta go on mute for a second.
I mean, we can sit here and tell you what the Greeks said, the Babylonians said, the Egyptians said. Doesn't really help anybody though.
They
But
said
what we can tell you
Mhm.
is you wouldn't have a gas pressure unless this atmosphere was contained.
Okay, what I've heard, which I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard from some flat earther, like publicly, he's flat earth, like he doesn't care. He said that the sky is water, basically.
Yeah, he probably got that from ancient cosmology. So there's many ancient civilizations, and I'm sure it's in the Bible.
Is it proven?
God created the earth by separating the waters above and the waters below. Right. So
Mhm.
this is a very ancient idea that there are waters, and that we're contained, in a microcosm within those waters, and that we were created that we were created, and that it was separating the waters above and below. That's in the Bible, but there's other ancient belief systems that also mentioned or showed depictions of water above this container. Can we confirm that? No. Hell no.
Okay, if people can confirm that the Earth is flat, why not confirm if the sky is water, like they said?
How high can you go?
Okay. Okay. I hear it. I hear it. But okay. Is there what about the um what do you call it in English? The gravity. The gravity. What about gravity? Is it real?
What do you define as gravity?
Uh like the Earth sucks, like it brings everything down.
Yeah,
Holds it.
we can't prove there's a force bringing everything down. The theory of gravity has changed from a force pulling things down to the warping and bending of space-time. We can't prove
Huh?
that space and time can bend. The only thing we can prove with gravity is that when an object is raised off the ground, you're taking it out of rest, and it's now, which is more dense, an object, that is more dense obviously than the air. Once you take it off the ground and you release it, you've applied a force to raise that out of its equilibrium, and once you release it, it's going to return to its equilibrium. That's what they call specific gravity. You don't need a force to explain that. It's based on density. So things would fall the same on a flat Earth as they do on a globe Earth, but we're not invoking a force that cannot be proven.
Yeah, oh my god, this is
Google specific gravity. Just do that now. Just do that now and read up the first link you see. What is specific gravity? You'll find it's synonymous with relative density, Archimedes' principle. No force. You don't need
isn't
a
this
force to
math?
explain why
Like
things
this
go
is
down.
like but this is like proven like in every like from like in math and physics
What's proven in math and physics?
that it's there's gravity.
I just told you, you don't need a force for that. There's no math or physics for a force. You can't detect a force. There's no experiment you can do to detect the force of gravity or the warping and bending of space-time. All you can measure is drop.
I don't get it. I really don't get it. I'm
Did you
confused.
Google specific gravity?
Yeah, it got like there's like a mathematics
Right, but
formula.
read the description. What is
It's a
specific gravity?
dimensionless quantity defined as the ratio of the density of a substance to the density of reference material, typically water at 40
Yeah.
see where.
So the density of a substance compared to the density of the medium.
Mhm.
So specific gravity is related to density. Anything that's more dense than the air will go down. And that's why helium balloons and gases, which is supposed to have mass, go up. It's also why if you get a football or a beach ball and you hold it under the water and you let go, that will go up also as well, because the water is more dense than the air inside the ball. You following?
Not really. I kind of got lost. I thought this was like already like proven like scientifically
What's proven scientifically?
that there is a force called gravity grabs things down to earth, like physically, like it's like physics, science.
Yeah, but it's not actually considered a force. It's called a pseudo force. Do you know the difference between a force and a pseudo force?
No, again, I'm not native, so like I might
Yeah,
not understanding like the way.
yeah. No, that's fine. Well, a force is a push or a pull, right? It's a measurable force. It's something that actually does physically affect things. Okay, so a force would be a push or a pull, but we can't detect or measure a push or a pull in respect to gravity. So gravity is considered a pseudo force, where they will treat the object as if it's has a force acting upon it, but it's not actually a force in the sense that you can't detect that push or pull, right? Which is why they updated Newtonian gravity to Einsteinian gravity, because now it's no longer a force or a push or a pull at all. It's the warping and bending of space and time between two objects, which can also not be detected, because time and space are concepts, dude. You can't manipulate time or space to do an experiment to prove that either of them can bend. So it's like me saying I can bend width and height. Width and height of what? Width and height are concepts, right? They're not things. I don't know if I'm losing you, dude. I don't want to make it more confusing, but gravity as a force is not detectable. There's no force in the reason why things go down. There's no force to be detected.
So your point is there's no gravity, basically.
No, my point is gravity has been sold as something it's not provable as. They say it's a force, but if you Google it, and
Mhm.
don't just read the top link, really look into, maybe type in why is gravity not a force, you'll get a good explanation as to that. It's not a force, it's a
Okay,
pseudo force.
this word soda. This is what I'm confused with. What is soda? What do you mean by soda? Wait, let me. Can you spell it? Like, can you type it? Like, pronounce.
PSUDO, pseudo force. So when you do an experiment, right, you need to do an experiment, you're trying to prove the causation of something. Yeah. So what is the cause of the downward bias, or the item dropping, right?
Mhm.
you can't eliminate anything to be able to manipulate a cause. So you can't do an experiment to prove there is a force. All we have is the observation that things drop.
Mhm.
So that's why it's a
So
pseudo force, because there is no push or pull to say. There is no, like, magnetism is a force, right? We can do an experiment to prove that a magnet pushes or pulls things, and it's due to the magnetic waves, right?
mhm.
Magnetism is a force. You can do experiments to prove that. But when it
Yeah.
comes to gravity, there is no experiments, because there is no, the equivalence of a magnetic force within gravity. Gravity is a placeholder. It's a word to describe why things go down. That's what specific gravity is. So then they've added some theory on top of that with Newtonian and Einsteinian to try and give you a cause. But that's only theoretical. There is no experiment that backs up that there is, forces pulling things or pushing things. It's all in relation to the medium, and we know this because once you get your ball and you put that under the water, which is a different medium, the ball goes up. So there's no
Right.
gravity pulling anything down underwater, right?
Right.
So this is the problem. This is what I'm saying. It isn't a force that you can measure, and you can explain why things go down with relative density and why things go up. It's another story that we've been sold based on true principles, and they've misdirected you at the end and said, yeah, that's a force due to mass attracting mass, due to the warping and bending of space and time between two objects. They need it in order to have all these planets orbiting around each other and balls of rock and, in space. That they need this attraction force, but they can't prove it.
Uh-huh. So this is
Otherwise,
all
they can't explain the planets. They can't explain how the Earth is, staying in its axis.
right. They say the Earth is like around, and there's like planets go around it. That's why they made the gravity, just to keep this theory
To
on.
explain the cosmology of the ball. But the reason why it can't be proven is because the cosmology is bullshit. And
Wow.
it doesn't even work. They had to update it because there isn't enough mass, observable mass, to account for these orbits. We have orbits that don't make any logical sense if it's just mass attracts mass. So now they need dark matter and the warping and bending of space-time to plug holes in a broken theory.
Isn't this what they teach though in like engineering in college, like when somebody's like going to engineering class or like physics class? This is what they teach them. That's why
Right.
they get like they create like stuff like these, like they've been making
No,
chemicals and stuff. And
but what has the theory of mass attracting mass got to do with chemicals?
it was just an example of like
No. There might be a link there. I'm just interested to know where you're going with this, because how I
I'm
answer
saying,
will.
like, isn't this what the education system is? Like they said, like they've been proven this. That's why, like, when you say like somebody's like going into that career, like being an engineer, like they teach them that stuff and they actually apply it like in real time, in real life.
Yeah.
They use it in their.
And they say a big bang created everything and that you evolved from monkeys and swamp goo.
No.
All they do
I'm
is they
saying,
quote previous textbooks, right? So the textbook is quoting previous textbooks. So where's the source of this claim? That's the real question. Where are the sources? Where is the evidence, the experiments, the proof? Well, that's where it breaks down. It all goes back to a theory.
Okay. Very confusing, honestly.
I don't know if anybody wants to add to this. I may not have given the best examples, but feel free, anyone, if you want to jump in and say something on gravity. But yeah, fundamentally, gravity's not a force. And I think that's the first step. Once you realize it's not a force, then you need to ask yourself, well, what is it? You'll find it's now the warping and bending of space and time. How do you know that space and time can bend? How did they figure that out? Right. You're going to get loads of examples that cannot be proven in nature. Let's just put it that way. Something that cannot be verified. We're just going to have to trust them.
Interesting.
So are you a flat earther?
Wait, but don't they have to consider gravity when they're building high buildings? Like a big like Silicon Dubai, like when they're building these massive buildings, do they have to like consider gravity?
Of course they do. So they got to build it in a way so that it doesn't fall over.
You would think that, right? Because if time and space is warping in between objects, that means a massive object would be attracting smaller particles to it, right? And affecting the gravitational distribution across the Earth, right? But unfortunately, no, they don't need to take any warping and bending of space-time or mass attracting mass issues when building a building. They just build in respect to level and plumb, like Killian was telling you earlier.
Yeah, but they do add things into, like, a skyscraper, for example. It's like a stabilizer that's in the core of it, so that, like, the earthquake hits, it's not going anywhere, it's not going to fall, it's not going to, topple over like the Twin Towers,
Yeah, but that's just about engineering, right? You need to make sure your building can withstand the elements, right? That's nothing to do with a force of gravity. It's irrelevant. Doesn't even come into it. That's just stability and resilience.
So Roots, you would consider, are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther, yeah.
How long have you been a flat earther?
Many years, my friend, many years. Nearly 10 years.
And what converted you to being a flat earther?
I've just been through it.
What made you come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Because it's measured, observed, and treated that way in every industry.
How do they measure, or how does that work?
So regardless of industry, whether it's the building, aviation, ballistics, anything that you would need to take into account the fact that the Earth's supposed to be curving or rotating, there is no adjustments or changes or anything you need to take into account in respect to a curving spinning surface. In fact, we build buildings to be level across the Earth. We observe water to be level. Water cannot stick to the exterior of a ball. You cannot measure or detect the motion of the Earth, the spin. There is no reference frame where the rotation of the air is now apparently deviating from the observer's position, anything in the air. That there is no counting for curvature when you fly a plane. You don't need to when they shoot 100 miles on a railgun. They don't need to now all of a sudden have an INS system in a bullet to be able to account for the hundreds of feet of curvature that would be present in 100 miles. No, you just treat the Earth as a flat plane in every industry. So whether the Earth is a ball or flat, we don't experience the ball in our reality. That's what made me a flat earther.
Have you debated like scientists before?
I've debated people with degrees in science before. Yeah.
And how did those go?
The same way they always go. I ask them what direct evidence they have for the motion or the curvature of the Earth. They give me some math. I ask them where did they take the raw data from, and they'll say something like surveying. And then when you look at how you survey the ground, you survey the ground in respect to a flat Earth. You need to establish plumb, then you create a horizontal, right? And that's always parallel to the Earth, which can be confirmed over water. So you're actually taking flat Earth data and transforming it into globe math using spherical geometry. That's how that debate always goes. And I revert them back to the data you're taking is flat Earth data. What direct evidence do you have that there is any curvature without using transformations of data math? And they say, well, no, you can't because Earth's too big. So I say, okay, so there's no real world evidence that we have motion or curvature on the Earth. And they say, yeah. And then the debate ends.
Can I ask you a question that it's not about might change the whole subject, but Rod, have you seen anything in the education system that made you like wanna like debate it and wanna change it?
The education system,
Mhm.
yeah, I think it's
What's it like
terrible. I think the education system's terrible.
in colleges, like universities?
Yeah, I think it's terrible. It's about regurgitating theories and information.
Mhm.
And I think you're shunned if you question any fundamental principles or beliefs in the textbooks.
Have you had that experience, like when you?
Me personally, no, but I mean, there's plenty of scholars who they're not allowed to present their dissertation because
Mhm.
it doesn't agree with mainstream narrative.
I actually do agree with that. Yeah, that is a thing. They will, if you go against what the community is, like what the leading theory is or whatever, you will be like demonized out of the community. Like that is
Right.
something that does happen.
Which is why they always push peer review. They're trying to control what new information comes out.
I'm pretty sure we've seen that happen during COVID when, with the whole vaccine deal where, doctors who, expressed their distaste with, the vaccinations and they were kind of just demonized.
Yep.
By the whole, vaccine community, doctor community, medicine community.
Yep. That's your education system. And all they do is they quote previous textbooks.
Yeah, it's wild. It's really wild.
And you've got to memorize that stuff and regurgitate it on an exam. Terrible education
It is
systems.
terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys who graduate from college and they're literally retarded, like so dumb. When they go into like private sector and business, they get this shock of oh, I have to now give value. Like they think like you have to obey to the system of college. You know what I mean? Like when you're in college, like everything is scheduled for you, your classes, your time, everything is handed to you. You just have to appear and show up. But when you go into like a business, like you have to be in control and actually give value. So it's
You have
they
to
don't
use
get that.
critical thinking and emotional intelligence, which they don't teach you at school.
Yeah, yeah. They don't teach you anything there, like in college. They give you just like word salad, like basic stuff. When you go outside and start like trying to make money, like you realize like you have to reach to the point of like you have to give the value. You have to learn, like you have to like be like really smart.
Well, you have to know this stuff
So that
intrinsically, right, to be valuable to a company. And this is what
yeah.
I mean. Like,
Mhm.
you don't know the stuff intrinsically in terms of, you can't demonstrate a force of gravity. You can't, in respect to the Earth, let's keep it on topic here. Like, you can't really add value if every industry treats the Earth as flat and motionless, right?
Mhm.
You've learned all this shit, but in reality, you engineer a building to be level always. You want to be a pilot. You don't account for nosing down on the curvature or adjusting for the rotation of the atmosphere above the the rotation of the Earth underneath your feet, underneath the airplane. What I'm trying to say is there's nothing you can take from all of this and apply it to the real world. You actually would learn more and would be a better engineer as a flat earther. Now, I know that's a bold statement, but I'm saying they have to
Mhm.
play a game and they have to treat the Earth as flat, even though it's a ball. That's going to create cognitive dissonance. Your reality doesn't match your theory.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is a word. This is an interesting word. Cognitive distance. It's very
Dissonance.
like. So sorry.
Cognitive dissonance.
Dissonance, not distance.
Dissonance. Yeah, cognitive dissonance. Yeah.
This cognitive dissonance. Mm.
Yeah, it's basically a conflict. Dissonance is like a conflict
Mhm.
where two things don't fit together and create tension. So if you have a cognitive dissonance, you have two beliefs that a belief and two ideas that conflict with each other.
Mhm.
You might get someone
it's
who
two
thinks they're
contradictions that
yeah. You might get someone who thinks they're the hardest guy in the town, and then a harder guy comes along, beats them up. That guy's gonna have some cognitive dissonance till he figures out who he is, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be shocking for him. Yeah, I get that. Now I
It's not.
understand
it's gonna
what it
be
means.
It's not just a
bad day for him.
belief. It has to be a strong belief. It's when you hold a really, really strong belief and then something is presented that contradicts that. That is what triggers cognitive dissonance. And it's very uncomfortable for people. They try to rationalize themselves out of it. Your brain fights it really hard.
But it's part of the process for I don't know about you, Plain and Truth, how much cognitive dissonance, at least 2 months of it with the flat earth.
Yeah,
Painful.
I fought through mine quite quickly, but many people have really big troubles, and most people can't actually fight through it. If they already have a strongly held belief, there is no way for them to fight through it. So some people just can't do it. You have to be very open-minded to get to be prepared to go back on one of your previously held beliefs and then admit that you were completely 100% wrong.
Yep. Like plain and true said, most people can't do it. And you know what normally happens when they they can't do it? They get a bit nasty about the subject. They hate the subject. They don't want to discuss this stupid thing that hurts their brain anymore. Too painful. So you get a lot of hate. That's why we get a lot of hate, because people have failed. They've gone through the cognitive dissonance, heard the logical arguments, conflicted with their understandings, and then now they hate the subject. They become anti-flat earthers. Oh, these people are stupid. Don't listen to them. Corrupting society, blah blah blah. Yeah, they just can't handle it.
Okay, well then, what is your suggestion for people who cannot handle it? How can you like give them advice? How do you help them take it in? You know what I mean?
I mean,
like
everybody's different, dude. Everybody's different. But I would start with prove it to yourself. Go prove it to yourself. Go find
wait,
the
what?
curve.
No, I'm saying like to other, like let's say like your best friend since high school, like your or somebody's like your partner, like you want them. How do you create that environment where they're gonna digest it better?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I would avoid the subject directly. I wouldn't approach the subject directly with them anymore. Right? It's amazing what you can get out of people with just pure logic. Focus on logic. Get their brain working logically without mentioning the topic. Once they've learned that critical thinking skill, that logical skill, then they can't deny logic. So then if you
You gotta get the
provide
gears turning.
Yeah, you provide a logical argument that can't be disputed, backed up by direct evidence, they're going to accept it. Accept it.
Interesting.
Yeah, if they can't disprove it, then they have to believe it.
Yep. Talk about other subjects where they're making assumptions, where they've got a belief and that's, the evidence doesn't match up. Find a subject they're not triggered by and show them that their thinking involves, fallacious reasoning, like, oh, am I going to appeal to the authorities? Oh, I'm going to use circular reasoning. Oh, I'm, you know what I mean? I'm not going to follow a logical framework. You need to just break that down. It's like a virus, a mind virus.
Define circular reasoning.
Circular reasoning.
Logic.
Yeah, where you use the argument as the premise as the proof.
So like, what is it like? We're debating flat Earth, and then I say the fact that we're debating flat Earth means that there is a flat Earth or something.
Like for example, this book says it's true because it's true. Do you know what I mean? That would be circular reasoning. I'm trustworthy because I always tell the truth. You know what I mean? Like that would be circular reasoning. So let's give you an example with the globe then. The Earth's a ball because we've known it's a ball for 2,000 years.
And that's how you know that it's a ball?
Well, everybody's known it's a ball for 2,000 years. So you need assumption. It's you're already assuming the conclusion in your premise. Do you know what I mean? That would be a form of fallacious reasoning as to how you've come to that conclusion.
Have you debated like astronauts?
Me personally, no, but there's good debates with astronauts I've seen. There was actually one recently on the Danny Jones show where an astronaut debated Bert Sobral on the moon landings.
On whether it was fake or real?
Yeah.
Do you think it was real, or
I think it's clearly false, clearly a hoax. That's my belief.
what would be your evidence for saying that it's fake?
Well, the best evidence is, you can't. I don't believe you can leave this atmosphere because this atmosphere is contained. And to have an atmosphere, we must be contained. You can't have gas pressure without some sort of surface for the gas to press on. Can't have, because of the law of entropy, second law of thermodynamics, you can't have an open system next to a low pressure system or a vacuum, or the gas would disperse into space. So the fact we have a PSI, steady PSI at sea level, to me is enough evidence that we have a gas pressure, is enough evidence that we have some sort of containment. I mean, I'm getting to the moon landings. There's so much there, so much foolery. How the footage, is illogical. The lighting, not to mention the footage that has been uncovered of them actually faking shots of the Earth and pretending they're places in space when they're actually in what they consider low Earth orbit. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why the moon landings, I think, was faked, but I want to shut down all space travel by saying you can't have a low pressure system in the sky next to a dynamic high pressure atmosphere. Illogical. It's impossible.
Bruce, can I ask you a question? It's way different than this. It's gonna change the topic, if you don't mind.
Yeah, unless your man wants to respond to what I said, go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Unless narcissistic wants to respond, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, narcissistic, go.
So you would say, y'all, hello, can you hear me? Hello? Alright. So you would say that all of the footage of like astronauts in space and whatnot, like even in like the modern day, you'd say that's all faked? And that they're
Oh yeah,
that they're recording that like underwater,
underwater? No. But I can share with you reels and reels of NASA bloopers where you can see they're either using green screens, harnesses, some of the maintenance work they're doing. We are seeing actually bubbles. Google bubbles in space. That'll give you a laugh. Animals. Animals. I saw one NASA blooper where there was a rat, apparently in space on one of the platforms. But not just that. It's endless reels of videos where the CGI augmented reality objects that they're supposed to be interacting with start to malfunction, where you can see they're using harnesses to give the appearance of low gravity. Like, I could show you a lot. We have it all on our home server in categorized sections, and there's a lot of NASA bloopers. They make a lot of mistakes.
bubbles in space, huh? I think I've heard of
Yeah,
that
it's pretty
one
funny.
of the rat.
Pretty funny, dude.
The rat that was like, it was like, oh, a rat in space, really? Yeah.
Yeah, we got space rats now, apparently.
Yeah, rats
Yeah.
have they found a way to make it to space, I guess. They used to
Yeah.
go on ships, and now they're in space, I guess.
Yeah. But you know, forget all that anecdotal stuff. The main argument is you couldn't have a low pressure area called space up in the sky that we can just, you know, travel between. All the gas would have left this place a long time ago. Somebody's posted a video in the side chat of the rat that was caught on camera. Have a look in the
Notorious
side
rat.
chat. People, guys, keep an eye on the side chat. People are dropping fantastic stuff. You know,
Oh my god, is
referencing what
this
we're talking
real?
about.
Wait. Is this real?
Yep, sure is. NASA footage
There's a rat in the in the NASA videos.
in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, man, we got space
Wow.
rats now, don't you know?
Look at the one before that with the dude's head.
Bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, old dude has
Yeah,
posted
that's
one of
hilarious.
our blooper reels from the server. NASA bloopers and gaffs. I'm sure that's, you know, probably an hour's worth of bloopers if you want to get into that. Put it on at your next party, at your next gathering. See the responses.
Yeah, I think I've seen this one that you're talking about, the rat in space.
But all of this is anecdotal. Just logically, you couldn't have a low pressure area called space next to the atmosphere. It's really important that you understand that goes against all the gas laws, thermodynamic laws on entropy. It's logically impossible.
Now, okay. Now we like this is literally insane. Like I've always known like NASA lies, but I've never understood why they're lying. What is the point at the end? Like what is the agenda behind like lying? Like they're spending like a lot of money into this. Obviously,
Lying keeps people in control. I mean, like, if you get people believing a lie, it's
a
like
keyword as
you
well.
control
Money.
them. If you can get a million people to believe a lie, like, would you say that you control those people because you got them to believe a lie?
wow.
You know, that's kind of the whole thing of like, and it's not just NASA. Like, it's like there's a lot of like stuff that like where they lie, like Smithsonian. They're really fucking big into like lying. Like they, you know, a lot of shit that they've done that like, you know, there was one instance where they had all of the museums in the United States. They basically, this was like I think it was like a federal deal where it's like all museums have to they have to give Native American artifacts back to the people that those artifacts are from. But if you look at if you read like the lining of it, it's like, but the Smithsonian is exempt. So all the other museums have to give the Native American artifacts back to the natives, except for the Smithsonian. Why is that? Why is that a thing? You know, what makes the Smithsonian any different? You know, it's like, you know, who knows?
Yeah, Alberto, and you said it costs them money to do this. Do you know how much money they get a day, NASA? From the
Probably trillions.
A lot, I
billions
guess.
per day. They're
Yeah.
getting billions
from the government.
Right. The NASA budget.
So they do this for money, I guess.
No, that's a byproduct.
No,
But
they give it.
I
They
would
do it
agree.
to keep people in control.
Right.
There's all kinds of reasons. I mean, you can do military weapons testing. All you got to do is just paint the rocket white and slap a NASA logo on it. Everybody will cheer.
This is really insanity. Wow.
Well, I feel like they wouldn't have to do that because they can just test it on like government property and all that.
I went
Okay,
to the
but I wanna
Mercury
ask Ruth,
Yeah.
the
I wanna
space.
ask you something.
Sorry.
Ruth. Ruth. Ruth.
Yo, what's up?
You said something about developing critical thinking, and when you're talking to people, you have to like get them to train them to have critical thinking. And I want to know, do you think that also will go into having people understand, like if they're gay, like they can critically think and realize that they're not gay?
If they're indoctrinated, I mean, I don't fucking know.
You know what I mean? Like, you get what I'm saying?
I feel like that only works if they're
It's a
indoctrinated.
Does that
controversial.
like
I'm
help?
laughing because it's controversial, right?
I know
If
it's
you're
like
asking my
I know it's
personal
fucked
opinion,
up.
yeah, I do believe that critical thinking could stop adolescents and young people from making dumb decisions,
Mistakes. Uh-huh.
right? And I think critical
Right.
thinking is the cornerstone of, you know, logic. And when you look at logic, yeah, it's incongruent with, you know, I think it's incongruent with homosexuality, but that's a controversial subject. I don't want to trigger anyone in the room and then start a big debate on.
Yeah, I
Hey,
get it. I
what's
get it. It's a I get
hey,
it.
what's
I'm
with
just saying, like in real
homosexuality?
life, when somebody have like that logical, critical thinking, that will it like give the person also like the ability to realize like, yo, you're not actually gay.
It's non
You
sequitur
know?
to the ground, anyway.
Yeah, yeah. But I like where your mind's going, and yes, critical thinking is something that could solve a lot of issues in society. The problem is the average person has next to none of it anymore. They've dumbed us
Mhm.
down.
Okay. Interesting. Was very interesting. Thank you for answering.
But I just want to take like a check. We've had a lot of people join. It's a very busy room now, so if anyone wants to jump in, ask a question or any comments, feel free, please.
Is the Earth flat?
Sure is. Measurably, observably, testably. Yep.
Turn down the bass, turn down the treble.
I like old dude's meme. Earth is flat. Don't make it weird. Just is.
I'm just searching flat Earth on YouTube, but for the last month, I don't see anything I want to click on.
Yeah, YouTube's a bit hit and miss for
After all
controversial
these
content.
research, it's pretty much a mute point, I guess. Looking for new information. I think we pretty much covered it in the 10 years.
Yeah, from my perspective, the globe has been dead since 2015, right? When we proved there's no 8.8 inch per mole squared curvature rate. That was in 2015. The flat earthers did that with a controlled observation, and since then, it just is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I got a big string line. String's kind of inexpensive, but it was hard to get it not sagging across the Atlantic to the Pacific. It was going to definitely prove totally level. But you could just go on Google for like sea elevation, I think, and see that it's the same. But I guess the sea elevation would be different around a ball, or it'd be the same because that's what Globers would say, right?
Wait, water curves?
No, the string line was like totally level. Put the level on top of the string line, like you're building a building.
That checks out.
It checked out, yeah. The ultimate conspiracy.
It's crazy because they use the same medium, being water, if you will, inside of things like construction levels. Oh my.
Tell him, Killian. Tell him about it. Elaborate. We don't have many. We have a lot of people who are not aware of how a bubble level works.
Well, I mean, I think the important thing to realize is how water actually works, right? Surface tension, things of that nature. And when you start to realize how water works, how surface tension is developed, how pressure works, and all these different things, you're then able to take on the principle and the idea of how a construction level works and how we observe, uh, how we're able to literally put down a construction level anywhere we go and observe this principle called level. It's crazy.
If the world is round, why is a frozen pond flat?
Because we're too small to realize the magnificence of the curvy ball in front of us. Oh my.
Earth too biggie.
Earth too biggie. I like that one. However, that's the problem, right? When we start to actually unpack the radius claim, which I'm sure that actually, let me ask this question: anybody here who believes in a ball and a sphere, do any of you know what the radius value actually is of said ball? This is where I get to probe, pause, the globe believer and test your knowledge base and see how smart you are, right? Because this is the sign of intelligence, being able to take on both sides of the argument, right? And wrestle with both sides of the argument so that you can actually flush out the answer.
Lake Ontario curves more than 3 degrees. Things aren't always what they seem. There was a movie in 1973 where they asked the question in the movie, the frozen pond flat and stuff. Pretty funny.
I don't know how you're
Since
possibly quoting. Oh, sorry, brother.
Don't look now, rather. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I do. I quote. Anyway, it's nice to hear you guys talking about flat Earth again. Have a good one.
I find it interesting you're referencing my native province,
Oh, it's in that.
Ontario.
Yeah, it's in the movie. It mentions flat Earth in your province.
Yeah, brother. I'm north of the Lake Ontario shore. Amen. But yeah, we don't see any sustainable drop over distance between, like, as you even go across the Great Lakes, we see absolutely no drop over distance that actually could sustain a spheroid claim. That's the most unfortunate part, right? We go everywhere on the surface, we get to observe level and plumb everywhere we go.
All the best flat Earth videos have really low views, but the ones that aren't so good have 1,000 views. In my opinion, I'm still scrolling that YouTube list. All the good ones have like 10 views, but all the shilly ones have a lot.
That's why we get a lot of people in here with the misconception that flat Earth is a disc in space. It's quite a pain in the ass, to be honest, but that's what we're dealing with.
Bro, it's a floating space pizza or a floating pizza in space. You didn't know that? I thought you knew, Roots.
Round.
I love a pepperoni.
Yeah, man. Those craters are synonymous with the cheese, right? Same idea, man. Same idea.
That's a spicy meatball you're sharing there, Killian. But yeah, did anyone new who's joined recently have any questions or any comments? Let's get a new topic going. Let's get a new conversation going. I think Alberto's busy. That stuff's clearly knows what's up. Anybody with any questions?
Anybody good at making AI songs?
Yeah, we got a few. We got a few in the group.
We should try to hook up with them. We can make some songs for the internet or something. Or just use the existing songs that are in the Flat Earth songs and just make AI do it. Like all the ODD songs from the past and a bunch of others, you know, have AI singing instead. Just gotta
Well, just to give a quick plug to a flat earther called New Perspective. If you find his channel on YouTube, New Perspective, he has what I consider the longest list of flat earth songs. I think he's got 500 songs.
Message last week on Discord, so go check it
Yeah,
out.
go to his playlist. He's got a music section. It's the biggest I've seen. And then the 24/7 home server as well. There's a lot of music on there as well.
Oh, what was the second one? I spaced out when you said it.
The 24/7 Flat Earth home server. I can't put a link in the side chat, but I can send you one directly, Flat Stuff. If anybody else wants a link to the home server, you can find a lot of material. Good videos, like Flat Stuff's demonstrating here. YouTube is a bit hit and miss, but we have a lot of great content on the Flat Earth 24/7 channel. Flat Stuff, I'm going to send you a direct invite to the channel. You should have received it.
All right, see it. Thank you. Oh yeah, it's in there somewhere, right? I'm already joined to that, I think. Yeah. You said it was in where? In one of those tabs, you know? You're looking at it. Red Pill Music or something?
Yeah, I think old dude may have just shared the
Oh, good. Yeah.
the channel. Yeah.
Channel too, or he left a link recently. I was just looking for that. It didn't come up on the search. I'm like, oh, perfect. That's not his. Thanks, man. That's sub it up. Theoretical model researchers, maybe. Just posted. Only got 16 subs, so probably what I was looking for. Something.
Yeah, have a good look around the channel, dude. There's some really good content in there in general.
Right, maybe get in touch with this Hyder guy who's posting it. Maybe he can help me out. Get my my ideas into realization. And the other idea you already gave me is maybe make a video of the NASA budget. You know what I mean? Since you guys were interested, make a video about it. You know, so I like when you guys mention topics, and be nice to have a crew to go right at it. You know, I used to do that, but I'm a little older these days where I'm not as quick. But if you think that's still even an option, trying to spread information, spread awareness, we used to say, right?
Yeah, dude, that's what we're here for. And if you're looking to, meet people to help you create content, just come around more. Meet some of the guys. I know Amish is doing stuff, AG's doing stuff behind the scenes, creating content. So there's loads of people that you can get to know that can help you with stuff like that. Amish is Yoda, by the way. I just realized. Do we have any recommendations for a new topic we could do with a new topic before the room clears out?
Let them go. They weren't flat earthers anyway. They didn't say "see you later."
Yeah, it's a weird time of day. Everybody's busy. I get it. I should be doing more work, but it's Friday. Why not?
Get back to work.
Hey, John. Yes, sir.
How you doing, Roots?
Another day, dude. All good. No complaints.
Better than some, worse than others? About the same?
Everything is fantastic. Honestly, no complaints, dude.
Oh, good, man. That's great. No complaints is a great place to be.
Yep. No complaints.
Reminds me of what my grandfather used to say, SOSOS. Same old shit, only softer.
Yep, I like that. Same shit, different toilet.
The water still spins the same direction, though, right?
Apparently, it depends on what hemisphere you're in.
Yeah, that one's funny.
Damn, here I was thinking it was actually up to the toilet manufacturer, depending on how the nozzles are actually drilled into the bowl. I stand corrected. Oh my.
Don't talk about that, Killian. Don't talk about engineering. Too technical.
Oops. Thanks for the correction, Roots. I appreciate it, brother.
That Bart Simpson scene, I think. Here. hard to find, even if you want to like Bart Simpson toilet.
Yeah, you got to start paying people to do that, man. You want them to do that much work. There's got to be some moolah involved.
Yeah, they need a story.
If you can convince people that they're gonna get, you're gonna get something out of the deal, then they'll do the work. But if they're like already convinced that it won't affect their life either way, they're not gonna do the work.
So true, dude. How many conversations have you had recently where the second or third question is, how does this benefit me? Right? And you're like, well, there's plenty of benefits, but why does your everything hinge on that? You know what I mean? Like,
Bruce, wouldn't you take that as the concession? Like that's the point where they just give up when they ask why?
oh yeah, 100%. 100%, it's a concession to a certain degree.
No, that's when the laziness kicks in usually. I don't think it's a concession. That's when they're like, well, what does it even matter? I'm not even going to do any more work on this, and I'm just going to agree to disagree and walk away and not think about it for a certain, undetermined period of time.
Oh yeah. It's not a concession
That's
that
lazy,
the
man.
Earth's flat. It's not a concession that the Earth's flat. It's a concession that they don't have any more arguments. They don't have any more points to make. At this point, they're dumbfounded.
They're sure you're wrong. They just haven't figured it out yet. The guy who didn't leave for like 8 hours the other day was hilarious.
Yeah.
Tron. Yeah, Tron. He's like, I'm sure you're wrong. I just don't know how I'm going to prove it yet. I just got to keep look. I'll find it. You guys just wait.
Yeah, well, we're still waiting.
Well, we already knew that.
Got the Coriolis effect, right? Only 54 comments. Nobody mentions flat Earth. So I think, kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like you guys not doing enough work with the comments or something. That's probably why it didn't spread as fast as it could have. I'm guilty too, maybe because I just left the comment flat Earth, but nobody else did. You know what I mean? It's pretty much boom. Anyway.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's quite hard. It's quite hard to stay on top of comments 24/7.
Even when we had the numbers with a couple of little crews, the four popular people in flat Earth, they never made a strength in numbers. Maybe that's not. Can you still hear me? I had to lower the mic so I don't hotbox the green light. Can you still hear me, perhaps?
Yeah, you're really quiet. I've had to turn you up.
Maybe that works better for the people that don't like me. Lower my volume. Yeah, but I reached out to Eric Dubay years ago. I'm like, why don't you make Flat Earth fun when it was popular anyway? Why don't you make Flat Earth fun and include more people? But that was when he stopped talking to me when I left that last message years ago. He wasn't into that idea. I think I might have said the same thing.
So how do you make Flat Earth fun? What do you mean by that?
It was fun for a while, and it was gaining momentum, like those chat raids we used to do.
Of raids.
20 of us, Remember that?
Is that your idea of fun? Raids.
It was fun, yeah. It was a party more than one. It was an army of more than one. I learned.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that type of behavior. I just feel like it's a little bit. I don't know.
They wanted to cut it down, so they did anything that becomes like a little bit of a following that's not on the right side. They shut down. Lucky we had that couple of months where we did it. It's kind of fun. That was like a highlight of the Flat Earth movement in the 10 years, I think.
Yeah, it can be fun. I know what you mean.
How you doing, cool people? What's up, bro? What's up, guys?
Everything is good. Thank you, Mano. How are you?
I'm fine, man. I'm good. It's been a long time since I've now. So, do we have any globers? Any questions?
Not so much. We've had some good discussions.
Oh, what saying now? Did they find the truth about gravity, or are they still like, oh my God, pen is going down? It's gravity.
I want to learn about the globe.
Oh, yeah, I got someone. Hey, Charlie Handsome. What a handsome name.
I
Oh, gravity, thou heartless bitch. What are your questions on gravity, mate?
Hey, Mano, can you move the mic just slightly away from your mouth? It's picking up a lot of the I don't know what the right word is, but yeah, just move your mic slightly further away if you can.
Charlie.
Yeah, so Charlie, you said you want to learn about what? The globe? Is that what you said?
yeah,
Why
I
did
want to. I want to see proof.
Okay,
Oh,
interesting, Charlie. So, Charlie, could you tell me how did you figure out that the Earth was a globe? Like you must have done some practical observations, or you must have observed something, apart from the textbook that says, it's like a globe. Apart from that, and
I
why they
don't
go
know that.
silent? So
Sorry,
you
I'm
have
out for.
no, Hazel. You're probably very smart person. You're handsome Charlie. You're not an asshole. Sorry, guys. Oh my God, this cold is gonna kill me. Sorry, guys. I'll.
so Charlie, are you of the belief we live on a spinning ball, or are you a flat earther?
It's measured flat.
That's what's up.
I was just curious if anybody had any globe evidence.
Oh, really, Charlie? Charlie, I thought you were saying that you said it's a globe.
No, I was asking for globe proof.
Come on, keep up, Mano.
So,
I wanted to learn about the globe with evidence, if any.
I would be interested to hear if anybody had any globe evidence. That'd be remarkable.
Exactly. It'd honestly be life changing for me.
There's no
So
way
I
to.
guess I'll just wait
Sorry to
for
interrupt.
globe
There's no way to
evidence.
solve my Discord problem that you know of to get it to stop lighting up green. I shut it all the way down input volume and it still blinks green. There's no way. Noise cancellation doesn't work and the other option doesn't. Maybe a different microphone, how to get back on Discord where it doesn't blink like this. So frustrating.
Yeah, I don't know how to stop that. Sorry.
I think it's your suppression. Check in your settings what your suppression is.
I don't see suppression. Is that under advanced or voice and video? I'm not seeing it. Stream settings.
So we got Oates of Panzer back. What's up, Oates?
A noise suppression standard. Right, thanks again. Maybe it worked.
So you've shared the video of an ex-flat earther who decided to go back to the globe, and you've highlighted his lack of science acumen in the fact that he can't conduct an experiment properly. Does that prove that the Earth is curving and spinning?
I mean, he provides pretty good evidence.
Yeah, he provides something that wouldn't be considered an experiment. But how does that exactly prove that the Earth's curving and rotating?
I mean, there's just like countless videos on YouTube, man, where scientists that are a lot smarter than me are doing like these debunks.
There's also lots of videos that tell you a man can be a woman. Do you believe them too?
No,
So what's the
biologically impossible. But you're basically arguing that it's impossible for the Earth to be round. It's not.
just like you're arguing it's impossible for man to be a woman when the experts say it's not.
It's like a
So
false
you pick and
comparison,
choose.
dude.
You pick and choose, don't you, when you want to side with the authorities, by the sounds of it.
Huh?
If it's convenient to your worldview, you go with it. If not, you reject it.
I mean, nothing would change in my worldview, bro, if scientists came out tomorrow and said the Earth was flat. Like, there's nothing for them to gain about the Earth being round.
Then why are you here?
I'm just here to go back to my original question from last time that was never answered. Like, what's the grand conspiracy? Like, what is it for anyone to gain to lie to us about the Earth being round?
The ultimate question: why would they lie?
Yeah, exactly. Like, governments lie all the time to, make themselves look good, or like to deceive the American people so that they can justify,
I could say one of
invading another country. But there's nothing to gain on a nationalistic or any other type of like angle on lying to everybody about the Earth being round and that there isn't any space. I don't, you know what I mean? So I'm just trying to figure out like what your guys' conspiracy theories are on like why we're being lied to about the Earth being round.
I have a question for you, if I may. Would it be okay to ask your question or ask you a question after you've asked?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever lie to your parents when you were a child?
Yeah, I did, to get away with something. That's my point. Like, what do they think? What do you
Exactly.
guys think they're trying to get away
bingo,
with?
Well, do you know what NASA's annual budget is?
bingo,
Oh, it's
bingo.
to enrich. It's to enrich a bunch of astrophysicists, or what? Like,
Look, at the end of the day, here's the thing. NASA has a budget which is funded by taxpayers. So the bottom line is they're collecting money, and last time I checked, that seems to be an okay motivation for somebody to lie to you if they can get in your pockets and take your money, right? Amen.
No, dude. Like, if I ever knew that, I would want to be cool with it. So, but that it's really not that big of a scale that you're talking about. I mean,
So why do you think Donald's name was redacted from the files?
what do I feel
You know,
like? What now?
why was Donald Jr. Trump's name redacted from the Epstein files? You know, like the
I mean,
same thing.
we can start like a whole new chat about the Epstein files. I mean, I support Donald Trump.
Thing is simple. The thing is simple. There is always the reason behind the lie. And if the truth comes out, the truth brings on a lot more bigger upset for the people, which is the reason they try to suppress it by, expanding on the to further formulate the entire theories and the hypothesis. It's just that simple. Which brings us back to the very basic question that one of fellow people here asked you: why did you ever lie to your parents as a kid? That's the same reason why the American national debt and the child care scam that has just come out. The biggest American scam, the child care thing that just came out. It's the same reason every.
Yeah, dude. No, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't believe that the government is telling us truth about everything. I'm just trying to figure out like what the like.
It's more profitable. Better control over people. It's just that simple. It's profitable.
Because I mean,
It's,
as a society, we've
you
never
manipulate.
as a society we've never really like gone away from scientific discoveries that have proven like the smartest people wrong. Like a good example would be like the medical field for what, like a century or 2 centuries, like the smartest guys in like Oxford and scientists in all the world believed in like the three humors were like studied in medical school. Like, I don't know, I can't even remember, but like you would basically bleed a guy to death in order to get him well, like because you believed you were releasing one of the humors or something. And then of course, like science, and that was all the way even up until like George Washington. I mean, like pretty smart dudes, and like.
I tell you something. So
And let me just get to my point. Let me get to my point.
Yes,
And
yes.
then obviously, like science like evolved, and then society was like, okay, yeah, we were wrong, totally wrong about that kind of stuff, and we accepted the truth. So if flat Earth was the truth, like at this point, like everyone would just have accepted it. Like it's no big deal. Like, I'm just trying to figure out like what you
Yeah,
guys think
yeah.
is like the
Let me
grand
tell you what.
conspiracy here. Because
Let me
if
tell
the
you
only
what.
grand conspiracy is to enrich a bunch of smart
It's
like
actually very
scientists,
simple.
then
It's
that's
actually very
false
simple.
flag.
So I'm a coffee person, right? Coffee. I cannot live a day. A day without a coffee is like me going through hell. So one of my friends, they recently said to me, you know what, you should try a green tea. Green herbal tea is gonna help you boost the metabolism. It's gonna help you just better. You're not gonna have those liquid farts that you have when you drink coffee too much. Like, okay, so now I've shifted to green tea, and guess what? It's going perfectly fine. Now all of a sudden, my coffee guy, he's calling like a lot, like, hey sir, I didn't see you. Where are you? I've coffee in the morning. See, that's it. That's the exact reason. It's money. It's always the profits. Money is the reason. Money and control. That's it.
Dude, like I get that, dude. Like money, it
There
enriches
is
a lot of
nothing
people.
more to it.
It built like a whole industry is built around this, but also a whole industry was built around like other ideas that were debunked and we evolved and stuff like that. So at this point, like this would have already been debunked and we would have already like accepted flat earth and that there is no outer space and the
No,
moon landing
here's
mistake
the
and all that
thing.
kind of stuff. But there's just too
That's
Here's the
much.
thing.
circular.
What?
Too much. There's too much
That's
science that
oats.
has proven you guys wrong. Like
Oats. That's
this is too much
circular.
science.
Oats. It's circular reasoning, my friend. That's
What?
circular reasoning. You're basically saying if the Earth was flat, it would have come out by now
Yeah, dude.
in the
Like it would
public.
have. Come on.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. That's fallacious reasoning.
No,
You're a
dude.
little
Like
bit. You're a little
just
bit
totally.
innocent. To have that position, you have a very innocent point of view. Just saying it's a fallacious reason. It's not a good argument.
I don't think you guys have circuitous arguments as well. It always just comes back to the round Earth people should have figured it out by now. You know, like we're so stupid. Like the truth is out there. Blah 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 blah. Like
We're not calling you stupid. You're not stupid. You're just misinformed. These are two are
okay.
very different things. Okay, I'll tell you something. Very simple, basic example. Okay, so let me speak just for 2 minutes. So, in your kindergarten, year of school, right? Like as you get into school, what do they teach you? They teach you, guess what? Sun rises from the east and sets in the west. They don't tell you anything. And then by the time you reach to the middle school, guess what? The sun is in the center. Now all of a sudden the earth is going around it. And then by the time you get to the high school, bim bada boom, there's the theory of relativity. Guess what? Now they found the reason that the universe somehow is expanding at the rate of infinity, at the rate of speed faster than light, and there is no explanation. Theories, yada yada. Jesus Christ. It's simple, it's common sense. It's lies on lies to build more lies that could lead to more profits. That's it. It's money.
I want to make a comment about this. If Earth is a ball, then it's finite, right? We have a finite amount of resources here and so forth, right? So isn't it easier to control people if you make them believe that, they can't go anywhere and they're stuck here and this is what it is, and if we need to go fight the war to get some more right resources or oil or whatever, well, we're going to have to do that because, Earth is the only place there is. So it's easier to control people if it's a ball. If it's a big plane and we haven't explored everything, we can do that, right? And then we disappear, and then we won't pay their taxes anymore. And it's gonna create a lot of problems for the people in power if people can just run around free.
Exactly. That's a very, it's a wonderful belief. Yeah, I think. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was one of the short discussions versus informed, highly intelligent and capable Uber somehow has vanished. This information, this information is the reason why people believe in the fantasies. Oh my God, my neck is gone. All right, guys, it was wonderful.
Why do you
seeing
like to
all.
take the name in vain? Your mic is absolutely terrible. It really needs to be replugged
I
in
was
or
gonna
something.
say that. Is it me or is it him?
That's like called Exodus 27, where you constantly take the name in vain. It's just, it's so cringeworthy. Hey, better be safe than sorry, right? So maybe that's not a good thing to say constantly.
Hello. Like what? Yeah, my mic is pretty bad today. I'll replug.
But I should be nice to people because a lot of people can't even read. I do a lot of text, to people like on cam, and they can't read big words and stuff like that. It's not their fault, so they really can't. The majority, I've noticed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful day. It was good talk. God bless, Godspeed. May the truth set you free. Amen.
Yep. See you
Take
later.
care, bro.
That's in the house. What's up, homie?
Hey, what's up, brother?
No complaints. Actually trying to get some work done before the day ends. Can't believe how long I've been on.
Yeah, I feel you. I called out the past few days. Probably gonna call out tomorrow too. Had the flu, so I'm just chilling in bed right now.
Oh shit, get that nourishment inside of you. That honey, that lemon.
All these
Yeah,
missing
for sure. Whenever I get the energy to get up.
Why are you missing an F on your name?
Oh, dude, lots.
That's well, with an E. I think when you got lats or something. I need glasses. Sorry, I spoke in there without my glasses. Oh, it's not.
That's for the muscles in your back.
Flats. That's a good name, Flats. I like that one. Just the F on there.
You a flat earther?
Yeah, with a big L, right? A small F, big L.
Do you guys all believe that the world is flat?
No.
Believe is one of those.
We don't believe it, we are knowing it.
I think believe in numerology is your favorite number, so you go ahead and believe. I think there's also the word lie in believe. So I don't believe anything. I try not to because they corrupted that word with their numerology skills.
DJ Rakesh in the house.
It's funny how they think that surveyors measure Earth curvature just because there's some anti-flat earthers that own theodolites that butcher some long-distance observations so that they think that surveyors measure Earth curvature. It's like absolutely not even what's claimed to be done, even in geodetic surveying. It's not what happens in geodesy. It's mathematically factored in afterward, after they take the plane observations.
Yeah, that's correct. I actually talked to a surveyor, a supposed surveyor, of course, on TikTok about it. He wanted to keep telling me that they never factored in Earth curvature after the measurements. And then I told him to go double check. I'm like, please, like, don't believe me, bro. Just go double check. Go look at what you're doing in the calculations.
Yeah, and
You're
they
like,
also
quiet.
they guess refraction. They guess the refraction as well. They're just like, yeah, we accounted for refraction. Standard refraction was happening on every single observation. So you, what? It's like, so they get it, like they just get some raw measurements that are pretty much inaccurate. Like they have to be inaccurate because they're guessing a whole bunch of shit, right? And then they fit it to like their geoid later on. Like we have to make adjustments now. Oh, look, it matches the globe after we made the adjustments for the globe. Shocking.
Yeah, like the easiest way to understand it nowadays for anybody having trouble would be like they just measure like a checkerboard with all these connected polygons on the surface, flat surface. They just drop that fabric over a ball. That's literally what they do.
Yeah, exactly. Technically, they could drop it on anything, on any
Correct.
shaped coordinate
Yeah,
system, and it would still
you
work.
could have a Jennifer Lawrence Earth if you want to.
I like that. Hey, if anyone's bored, can they make me a meme? I just want a picture of Eamon Hillman and in big capitals, it's guesswork.
I'll do that, make that for you, but I don't know how to do that.
Just tell ChatGPT to do it. It'll do it.
Oh yeah, good idea.
I don't like F words.
You've gone quiet again, flat stuff.
Oh, you know what that reminds me? In the TikTok that I was on to, the guys were actually using ChatGPT to answer the questions I was asking him. So I told him to put in, is Earth curvature calculated? And it actually said, yeah. It was so funny.
Yeah, that's the latest method of like arguing against flat Earth is just to copy paste into ChatGPT and say debunk this, and then ChatGPT or the other AIs, they just butcher all of the responses. It's hilarious, and it even lies quite often. It will just like jumble up. It'll just hallucinate things that never even happened. Like it'll say that in the behind the curve experiment, they took a laser to Lake Pontchartrain and debunked flat Earth by accident. Where like it's just hallucinating, and then you're like, that what? You're like, that they didn't go to Lake Pontchartrain. It's like, yeah, good. You caught me on that one, but they did a laser test somewhere else. You're like, well, they didn't do a laser test in the entire documentary. It's like, well, nice one. You got me again there. it's, it's like by the end of it, it's just like, yeah, nothing I said really is substantial. It's one of the easiest things to destroy in a debate is any AI. If you debate it, flat Earth versus AI, globe Earth or AI, it's easy to cook because they're just getting their information from strawman anti-flat Earth websites that have like flawed information.
Yeah, it's funny. The responses I've been getting from the people on TikTok, they just say, oh, yeah, well, who cares if we measure the Earth flat? It's the best. It's so funny. Measuring the implications.
My meme's being generated. I'm going to share it with you when I get it.
Can't wait.
Broadcaster. Well, I got to shut everything down if I want to broadcast on YouTube. So my computer. I wonder if I had the quicker computer, I'd be able to keep things open. But it seems like probably not a good idea. See you later. If you want to watch some flat Earth videos, I'm going to start up the stream for an audience of me. It's Flat Stuff Earth on YouTube. I paid for that broadcaster. I might as well stream some videos. All right, have a good day. I'll clean the floor again while I'm streaming. And hopefully, I'll hook up with that music AI guy and make some new songs or something in the future. All right, late.
Take care, bro.
Yeah, keep in touch, dude.
Yeah, sub up the channel if you're on YouTube. We got
You said
3,000.
flat?
Only like 5 people
Flat
show up.
stuff, right?
Hey, what's the name of it again? I'll sub right now.
Flat.
Huh? Flat.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
What
Flat
is
chat
it?
stuff
out.
Earth.
Maybe
It cut
drop
out
it
for
in the
me.
chat.
Yeah, what is it? Flat stuff.
Earth.
Let's see if it comes up.
Yeah, it's my username, but with Earth
Oh yeah,
after.
it came up. Cool.
Got you,
I'm
bro.
already subscribed.
Oh, thanks. I'm gonna start up a stream in 10
Yeah,
minutes.
I was already
Nice.
subscribed when I clicked into
But
it.
I don't expect people to be there or chat because you got to like scan your face if you want to chat these days on the internet, and most people don't do that. So we had a little bit of cult. We had a Roblox game called Grow a Garden. We had millions of people all dressed the same, all saying the same freaking thing, green bean, and it reminds me of the heydays of Flat Earth. You know what I mean? Where group strength in numbers. I don't know. Maybe that flat Earth clock. I don't have a cell phone, so I wouldn't be able to get strength in numbers. But who knows? Good luck for 2026. Let's try to make a difference again. Later.
Later, man.
Oh, dude, rolling my balls are so funny. What the fuck?
I've been wrestling with ChatGPT because I didn't know that they weren't allowed to use pictures of people unless you upload it. But I finally got my meme. There it is. Only about 20 minutes late.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Wait, did you leave?
I was here. It was awfully quiet. I
Oh,
couldn't
so
tell
did.
if it's meditation hour or it's just my connection.
Oh yeah, we're just hanging out.
Hello, hi everyone.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, good night.
Oh.
We had some questions about that video, Don. Why do people need to wash their hair in space? Because you were there for you've been 6 months at a time.
6 months at a time.
In addition to smaller trips.
Yes.
But one of the things that happens, you were telling me about, is your skin goes through changes.
It does. You molt, sort of like birds molt in the spring, and human beings molt, particularly the skin, the calluses fall off the bottoms of your feet.
Why does it happen in space?
Well, it all happens at once. For whatever reason, the skin, all the calluses on the bottoms of your feet fall off about the 2.5 to 3 month period of being in space.
Okay, yeah, this sounds actually pretty disgusting.
Well, it is.
But
it's part of being a human. I mean, you know, and you're breathing in their skin flakes, and you can get these allergic reactions.
Yeah.
So you become allergic to your crewmates.
So that's what happens if the feet in space don't get the same load like they do on Earth. We don't have hard. You don't have hard, like our feet usually are pretty hard on Earth. And then you don't. If the bottoms of them, they're kind of worked in there. That doesn't happen in space. So the skin peels off. And
it does.
All this debris. Which could be a problem.
Well, first you see, you're carefully pulling the sock off. You're kind of teasing the sock off. And the reason you do this is to minimize the amount of particles coming out. But then you get to a point where the sock just pops off your toes, and this cloud, this explosion of skin particles, detritus, floats out. And you're in this weightless environment, and the particles have nowhere to go but out.
Yeah, and then they're floating around the atmosphere.
And they're floating around the atmosphere, which is why you want to pull your socks off, or your shirt, for matter, in front of a filter inlet, so all those particles are sucked against the filter, and then sometime during the week you can come by with a vacuum cleaner and you can clean all those things up.
that your stomach? Oh, is that your stomach?
Machine.
Yes, it is.
And it makes, have a cup of espresso.
When's the last time you cleaned this thing out?
Oh, I cleaned it out, about a month or so ago.
You drink this stuff without sugar?
We have,
This is good. This will keep
or
us
we
going.
are soon going to have an espresso machine on orbit for the crew to use.
Really?
And you think of the technology in this. What about the technology?
Yeah.
You have superheated water.
Mm-hmm.
So it's above its normal boiling point. Now, how can you have water above its normal boiling point?
Because you would think it would evaporate.
Yeah.
How do you do this?
You do it under pressure. It's like a little miniature pressure cooker.
Okay.
And so look at that cream, that little foamy stuff on
so you
top.
do the PV equals nRT.
Yes, that thing. Yeah.
That equation, kids.
And
so the temperature goes up, you have to bring up the pressure.
That's right.
So that the volume remains the same.
That's right. That's right.
Holy cow! I
See,
figured it out.
You're a mechanical engineer, but you're talking chemistry
Well,
stuff.
I remember PV equals nRT. If there's one thing you need to remember from chemistry, it's PV equals nRT. Pressure times volume equals N, which is the mole constant or something. What is that?
Yeah, the ideal gas constant.
Okay, that constant. And NR, which is another one of those.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then T is temperature. So as temperature goes up.
Yeah, actually N's the number of moles, R is the gas constant.
That's right. Okay, the mole number.
Yeah.
And then R is the gas constant.
Yeah.
But as long as you can remember PV equals nRT, you're good for chemistry.
Yeah, you are.
And physics, what do you need to know?
Physics, F equals MA.
F equals MA, that's all you need to know.
Yeah, that's all you need to know.
And in Spanish, what do you need to know?
¿Cómo estás?
That's it.
So we are going to have espresso on station. And we've got this chamber to hold superheated water.
Right.
It will run through a little ampule, and then the espresso could come out in one of our zero gravity coffee cups.
You invented that.
This is a zero gravity coffee cup because a cup like this won't work in weightlessness.
It's going to float.
But this cup will, because the acute angle here will a contact weighting angle.
The smaller
it's
angle.
less than 90 degrees.
There you go.
And surface tension will pull the water up like this, and it'll just park itself next to the rim, and then you can drink it in a weightless environment. Now, this doesn't work down
How did you
here.
come up with this?
Because I remembered some.
Don invented this. Did this actually fly?
Yeah, this is. I wrote here.
Capped on tape.
Yeah, this is STS 126, and this is one of two.
Hold this up to the camera so they can see it. Right there. And he got a little Velcro thing over there.
Yeah, see, that's so you can stick it on the wall. And so this was a eureka moment, and it's one of these things, instead of, running through the streets naked,
Don.
Well, I mean, right? Isn't that, the whole idea of eureka, right? Okay, but in space, you'd float through the modules.
There's one word in there that I would find unusual to describe, but that's okay.
So I went screaming through the modules, eureka, or whatever.
Right,
no, actually, I didn't do that. But then I built it in the US Node 2.
You did, all right. And so you use, so what I find interesting about that, Don, there's a lot of interesting things about this, but one is the materials you used to build this were obviously there.
On station, yes.
Right.
This
What
came
did
out
you
from
use?
the.
Where'd you get that?
Well, we don't have a lot of paper on station anymore,
Right.
but we have these emergency books.
Mm-hmm.
And some of this plastic film was used as extra sheets in the emergency books. And I figured nobody will miss a couple of pages from the emergency procedure.
Yeah,
right?
as long as there's no emergencies. So we know what happens. Do you remember when?
But you see, this is just
you didn't
filler.
Rip a page out of. You didn't rip out any.
No, this is just filler.
These guys have a. These guys have a.
Yeah, like a notebook divider, right? So
surprise, you're on your own.
So you take this plastic film and then some capped on tape, and then you understand that this is the special geometry you need in order to have the capillary forces allow you to drink this in a weightless environment. So anyway, so here's a 0G cup.
And then you got your Kapton tape, you got your little marker, and you got your Velcro, all on board space station, made and manufactured there.
Made, manufactured there, and we will soon have this espresso machine, or one like this. It'll be a flight version, and they'll have superheated water, and it's under a moderate pressure with valves and all this stuff, and it takes good engineering to make something like that.
It's because anything. Yeah, because you bring up a lot of good points. One is that anything that you're going to do. Let me ask this: on the ground, and then I want to get to the spacing. You talked about how this has hot. This is superheated water here.
It does.
So it has the same principle with the high pressure as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So it works the same. The principle works the same.
Yes.
Because pressure and temperature.
Yeah. Ideal gas law works down here. It works in space.
Up there. That's not a difference about space and the way it is here. The other thing you mentioned is that making things to work in space. I mean, it's an engine. That's what I tell my students is that. You can build one of these things on the ground. It's tough enough.
Yes.
But now building it for space is
it's even harder.
One of the challenges of having a coffee maker, an espresso maker in space, that you have to think about that makes it more difficult than building one on the ground.
Well, the biggest challenge is you need to do good engineering, which means you can't fall asleep in your classes.
Again with that.
Yeah.
All right,
see,
and this is the problem. All right,
so you don't want to fall asleep in your class. You need to listen to what the professor is saying, so that way you can learn all these pearls of wisdom, and then you can take those and you can say, okay, we're going to have this high pressure superheated boiler, okay, but the gas and the residual air isn't just going to form a nice layer like we have down here. It's going to make this big bubbly mess. So how do you deal with a big bubbly mess?
How they did that?
I don't know how the boiler is going to be done on the espresso machine for orbit. I haven't seen that yet. But one way of doing it would be to have a bellows. You have a tank with a bellows.
And to put air inside of there.
Well, you have air on one side of the bellows, and then you don't have any air in with the water. So that's one way of doing it. Okay, and so the bellows just keeps contracting around the water as you dispense it from the high temperature, the high temperature pressure vessel.
That's a great idea. So that's what like engineering in space.
Yeah,
is.
that's what engineering in space. You got to solve problems that are different than solving problems down here.
Right.
Now, where does the water come from that feeds the espresso machine? The toilet. And also sweat and breath and all the other condensate that comes from the atmosphere. Any
disgusting liquid you can think of.
Yeah, any disgusting liquid. Sweat, breath, toilet, gym shorts drying, all that stuff ends up going into this distillation outfit. And then through the purifiers, and then into the galley.
There is some fresh water too that has to come up, right? Because you're going to use some of the water.
Some of it, because we can't recover all of the water, so we do have to have some water makeup.
And that comes up on one of the
resupply vehicles. Yeah.
Okay.
So this whole process, the NASA engineers call this.
This isn't your pee, is it? This was not pure.
No, this is Houston Houston water.
I think it might be better off with what comes out of the toilet.
But at least on station. So the NASA engineers call this a regenerative life support system. It's a pretty big set of words for all.
You can regenerate the water.
But I like to call this whole set of equipment the coffee machine.
The whole thing, including the toilet.
Yeah, because you think about it. This coffee machine has an uncanny ability to take yesterday's coffee and turn it into today's coffee. And so you're peeing in this machine, and while you're doing that, you can hear it's going whir and chug and all of that. And then you're done with that. Then you float around the corner, and now you're in the galley area, and you make yourself a bag of coffee. But we are soon going to have our espresso machine, and you can make yourself an espresso.
So we had espresso before in space, right? I'm pretty sure.
It was freeze-dried espresso.
It would be like instant. So this is actually going to I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is going to make real coffee, not just instant coffee, not flakes, not granules. Real coffee.
Real coffee brewed that you can drink, like you're demonstrating.
And it will add a little bit of civilization into this frontier of space.
I like it.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Low, low, low. Low, low, low.
This episode is about fixing your barbecue. I mean, what is this? I mean, we're working on your barbecue. What happened to your barbecue?
It wasn't working.
Okay.
And so Don, you know, we live.
They had a problem with gas.
I had a problem with. We had yes, and it's a gas barbecue. Then was having trouble with. It just wasn't working that well. And so, like many things that break in my house, I called Don to help me out because Don's very handy. And
so
you helped me out with the
we couldn't,
with the barbecue.
The long and short of taking the valve apart and looking at the hoses and fittings and stuff, we couldn't really find anything wrong with it. But
that's the problem when you have
so it has to be something.
So we think we think it's somewhere in the gas line or something, and so it's a bigger project than we expected.
Yeah.
But you seem very comfortable working on the barbecue, and I was wondering, did anything when I tweeted this, and people would ask me, well, you know, how did you prepare to do this? And was there anything in your space background that helped you with because you were really good at troubleshooting that barbecue?
We have this experiment. It's like a space barbecue. But
space barbecue.
It's a fancy one.
You don't cook on it though.
No, we don't cook on it. But we cook pieces of solid flammable material.
Aha.
So this falls under the category of a combustion experiment. This is science.
Science, yeah, absolutely.
And so we are learning about how solids burn in air. And so we'll have a little piece of plastic, happens to be polymethyl methacrylate. Say that really fast 3 times. It's hard to do. So polymethyl methacrylate. And
you're not making that up, are you?
No. That's the real name.
All right.
And so we have a little piece of this, and then we have air blowing on it. So it's forced convection. That means you're blowing on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you ignite it, and this thing just goes to town in terms of combustion. It spits out all kinds of little flammable sparks, and flames go all over, but it makes a spherical flame.
Mm-hmm. Because, okay, so there's a couple things here. One is you said that it's forced combustion.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, and why do you need forced combustion?
Well, because a flame will extinguish itself because it will consume the air around it. It'll consume the oxygen in the air around it. And there's no convection. There's no buoyancy-driven convection from gravity, so it can't get new oxygen going to it, and it consumes all the oxygen in its vicinity because the reaction rate for combustion is fast, and then the flame goes out.
So theoretically, if you had a flame an open flame in space, it would go out.
That's right.
Because it doesn't have any convection.
But you fan the fire, which we know, you fan the fire and it burns. You fan the fire in space and it burns really, really well.
But on Earth, that wouldn't work because gravity will keep it going.
Yeah, gravity fans the fire automatically. I mean, everybody knows heat rises. When heat rises, cold air comes in underneath, and now all this is complements of gravity.
So why were you doing this in space? Why did you care?
Because
you generally don't want fire.
Well, there's a couple of things about the fire. One, our whole society is based on fire. I mean, we burn coal to make electricity. All our automobiles, all the engines of our society use fire to work. And so it behooves us, that's a big word.
Behoove.
To understand more about how the fire works. So we do it for fundamental combustion reasons, okay? And then practical reasons for if you had a fire on space station, what could you do to put the fire out?
What could you do?
You turn the fan off.
Turn the fan off.
Turn the fan off. And so we teach our kids, if you catch on fire, what do our kids say? You stop, drop, and roll. Okay. So
remember that, kids.
So what do you do?
But don't catch on fire.
What do you do?
The best thing to do is avoid catching on fire.
Yeah, you don't want to catch on fire.
Don't catch on fire.
So what do you do if you're in space and you catch on fire?
Stop. There's no dropping really.
There's no drop.
Because you can't.
And you don't want to roll.
Can't roll. It's not. Yeah, it's gonna make it worse. I think.
So it's just stop. It's
stop.
real easy.
Just stop.
Stop.
Stop everything. Stop. Turn off the fan. That's it.
That's it.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna
take our barbecue very serious in Texas.
Yo, what's up? Oh no.
Hello. Test. Is this shit working or not? Whoa.
Look at that. It's almost like I got a peanut butter tractor beam here. But really, it's peanut butter and honey, and this is tasty stuff.
Hi, I'm Mike,
I'm Don,
and this is the International Space Station
Science Garage. Science Garage, we usually talk about science subjects, but this time we're going to talk about some human interest sorts of things.
which includes science, sort of.
Sort of, yes. And this has to do with when you're in space, when you're in weightlessness, you can do things that are a little different than what you would do on Earth.
Because stuff floats.
Stuff floats. And for example, we have bread, we have peanut butter and jelly, or peanut butter and honey. And
I prefer jelly. You prefer honey.
yeah, I like the honey. And you usually put the peanut butter and jelly on one side, and then you can eat it. And here you could set it down on your plate, but you can't do that in space. You have to like stick it to something. And
Or float it very carefully.
you can float it very carefully. And what I discovered was in weightlessness, you can put peanut butter and jelly on both sides of your bread.
That would be like, can you imagine if you send your kids off to school with a peanut butter and jelly on both sides of the bread?
Oh, that would be a mess.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
Yeah, it wouldn't work, but in space it works.
And on Earth it wouldn't work.
But there is a danger, because if you let go, or if this thing flies off like an asteroid and it hits a wall, what's the probability of it landing jelly side down?
You have jelly on both sides?
Yes.
Probability equals 1.
Yes.
That was a trick question.
So, a huge snow and ice storm is supposed to descend upon America sometime this weekend. And I'm seeing people panic buying milk and eggs and bread. It's absolutely insane.
Well, that's what all Americans do.
Yep. Like some schools are letting out early. Why? I don't know. So the kids could go chop wood or something? No, that's not going to happen.
Well, hold on, man. You guys really flat earthers? Goddamn, I saw one video of some flat earther giving like he's proof, and he got like a goddamn gyroscope, yeah, and he got like he measured the Earth spin. Goddamn, that dumb son of a bitch got exposed on his own shit.
Are you on drugs?
Which one on drugs, boy?
You're not making any sense.
I saw a video of a flat earther, and that dumb motherfucker got like a gyroscope, yeah. You know what a gyroscope is?
I know what a gyroscope is.
Yeah, he got a gyroscope and he like measured the Earth's spin, yeah, 15 degrees per hour or some shit.
Oh yeah, he did? Really?
Yeah, he
Can you
did.
show me how he did that?
What you mean? Can you show me how he did
Yeah,
that?
no, really. He
Watch
did.
the
Where
video,
can I go see that?
boy.
No, where can I go see it?
YouTube it, man.
YouTube it?
Yeah.
And what am I supposed to see? Some guy measuring 15 degree per hour drift with the gyroscope?
Goddamn, something like that.
Yeah, did you see him present the gyroscope?
And what do you measure on? Damn. What are you talking about?
I don't know, like what so some guy on the internet says that he measured 15 degrees per hour with the gyroscope and you believe him?
He was no guy on the internet. He was some flat earther that was doing the documentary.
Yeah, so some guy on the internet.
What? You got some trust issues, boy?
Trust issues? Do you just believe any swinging dick that talks to you?
Swinging dick? Hell you talking about, boy?
Gum slanger.
I'm here to tell you right now, there ain't no thing like no flat earth. You understand that, boy? Good look at that goddamn dumbass bricks flat earther. He was saying I ain't gonna
You're not
measure
making any
shit with.
sense again.
You said what?
You're not making any sense again.
Man, you got some flat earther, boy. And he.
You got some flat earther, boy? What?
There was a flat earther dude. He had to measure the 15-degree spin over an hour. Yeah.
Oh yeah, some dude on the internet.
And you don't believe him?
Why should I believe somebody on the internet?
What
Just
about
like
your
automatically believe some guy on the internet.
right, Fiddler? But what about your
If he told you he was an astronaut, would you believe him too?
What about that boy that took a laser and did like a level test, and then he measured the correct curvature drop of the laser? What about that
Oh,
boy?
he did. He measured a laser.
Yeah.
Some boy measured a laser, got the correct curvature drop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where'd you see this?
On YouTube.
Yeah, just any shitty old YouTube video, huh?
What is your proof, boy?
What do I have to prove to you?
You claim you goddamn flat earther, ain't you?
What do you mean by goddamn flat earther?
You're a flat earther, ain't you? See, you claim the earth is flat, yeah?
Yeah, so what if it is?
Okay, Yoder, then you gotta show me how it's flat. Bottom line, homie.
Why do I have to show you how it's flat? Why don't you go see how it's flat?
I saw
like,
it's
do you see
curved.
curvature?
Yeah.
Oh, you saw its curve. Oh yeah, where do you go to do that?
I went to YouTube. Now be a good boy, Yoder, and show me how it's flat.
Yeah, where'd you go? No, I asked you a question. Where'd you go to do that?
I saw NASA images.
So you have to go see NASA images? That's where you saw the Earth curving in NASA images?
I saw the Chinese images.
You saw, oh no, so Chinese images. Okay.
Yeah. Yes,
so your proof
Yoder.
of the globe is Chinese images. Awesome, dude. Just like you believe any swinging dick on the internet that says they measure 15 degrees per hour, huh?
Yeah, ain't that
Just
right?
believe. No critical thinking whatsoever. Some Chinese guy says that this is a picture of the globe. That's good enough for you, huh?
You don't believe them goddamn astronauts, boy?
Why should I believe?
What you mean, why should you believe? Ain't they went to the moon, boy?
Well, moon boy. Why do you think people went to the moon?
What you mean, why I think people went to the moon?
Yeah.
It's like saying, why do you think people made the Eiffel Tower? Come on, boy. You can see with your own goddamn eyes, boy.
And they go to the moon for what reason?
What reason? The reason they rely, boy, to expand and conquer. Goddamn right.
Expand and conquer. Is that what they said?
What you mean, why
they
they
said they went to the moon to go expand and conquer?
You want to tell
read
me
that?
You want to tell me another reason why we going to another planets is because we conquering some lands, boy.
Oh, we're going to other planets now? Like which ones?
Like Mars.
Mars, cool. Are you going to Mars?
What?
Are you going to Mars?
Hell no, I ain't going to no Mars, to no desert.
Who's going to Mars?
The astronauts.
Astronauts are going to Mars. Which ones?
Goddamn right. I don't know. They ain't picked yet.
You don't know yet, so you don't seem to know much.
What you talking about, boy?
You don't know what astronauts. You don't know who these people are that tell you that the Earth is a globe. You don't know some goddamn astronaut from space. You don't know some guy with a gyro. You don't know some boy with a laser. You just got all this shit in your head.
What are you talking about?
You have no freaking idea what you're talking about.
Earth is flat, boy. You don't know how to tell me the Earth is flat, Yoder.
Earth is flat. That's what you see and experience. Like that's the
Man,
default. You wouldn't know Earth is a globe. Listen, by your own admission, you wouldn't know Earth is a globe if the Chinese didn't show you globe pictures.
And you wouldn't know there was bacteria if goddamn some English fella didn't tell you there were bacteria and germs.
In a microscope. You think that Earth is a globe because the Chinese guy showed you pictures.
Man, you
wouldn't know Earth is a globe otherwise. You'd think Earth is flat if it weren't for some Chinese guy showing you pictures.
Man, you're talking out of your ass here, Yoda.
No, that's what you're saying. You're saying that you wouldn't know Earth is a globe unless some Chinaman showed you some pictures of it. You told everybody here on YouTube this just a minute ago.
Hey, Yoder. How would you know? How would you know about any subatomic particle if somebody didn't tell you about it? Tell me that,
I
boy.
didn't claim shit about subatomic particles. I just told
Yeah.
you see the Earth is flat.
So do they exist?
What do you mean, do they exist? What are you talking about? Subatomic particles?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't care.
Oh, you don't care now, huh? So you don't
No,
believe
no, we're here
anything
to
you
talk
see?
about how flat the Earth
Okay,
is. Look
okay,
at the
okay,
channel.
feller.
This isn't 24/7 help Gumslanger with his physics
Yoder,
homework channel. This is
Yoder,
24/7
listen, man.
flat Earth.
Listen, man. So you don't believe anything you don't see with your own two goddamn eyes, Yoder?
I didn't say that either. I'm just trying to get your standard of evidence. Like your standard of evidence is some Chinaman with a
Okay.
picture of a globe.
Yeah. My standard. We're talking about your standard.
Yeah, you're like some Chinese guy
Let's
on
talk
the
about
internet
your
showed me a
standard.
globe. That's how I know
Let's
it's a
talk
globe,
about
you
your
dumbass
standard,
flat
Yoder.
earther.
Let's talk about your standard, Yoder. So you believe your own eyes, huh? You believe what you see is what it is, actually, huh?
That's a good starting point, don't you agree?
Cool. So what color is the sky, typically?
Typically, it looks blue to me. Does it look blue to you?
There
typically?
You go. And why is it purple? Why is it magenta? Actually, in reality, why?
You mean like during sunsets, it turns that
Nah,
color?
when sky is
Oh,
blue.
yeah. So listen, you ever look at the sky? You ever watch a sunset before, Gumslanger?
I ain't watching no sunset. I ain't talking about no sunset.
Yeah,
Now
well, you're
listen.
talking about how the sky looks, and the sky looks magenta during sunsets. I mean, if you never
No,
went outside before, why don't you go try that? Breathe some air, and thank God that
there
you live
you
in a
showing
contained
your
environment.
education, Yoder. Actually, well, you can Google this. Is the sky actually magenta? Google it right now, Yoder.
Why do I need to Google the sky actually magenta? I'm staring at it. It says it looks blue to me. Does it look
Yeah,
blue to
it looks
you?
blue, but it ain't blue in
Great. So
reality.
does the Earth look flat to you, or does it look curved to you?
You're not going to admit the sky is magenta in reality. You're not going to admit that.
You mean magenta?
Yeah.
No, it looks blue to me.
Yeah, but it ain't blue.
Looks blue to
In
you.
reality, it ain't blue.
Oh, reality. So in what reality is it magenta?
In our reality, Google it if
Really?
you don't believe
So
me.
your reality, it's magenta, but it looks blue?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Google it.
How do you know the sky's magenta?
Because we can test.
How can you test that the sky's magenta?
Google it.
Oh, just Google it, bro. Okay. Now, how can we test it? You don't test something by Googling.
You understand optics, yeah?
I'm asking you how you test it. You said go Google it.
Well,
That's
you
not
would
how to
find out
conduct a
quicker than
test.
asking me.
You just believe any old shit people show you on the internet. Some old man says that he measured Earth 15 degrees per hour rotation. Some Chinaman shows you a globe, and you call us crazy.
So
We'll
I
just ask for
I just
evidence.
googled it. I just googled it for him. So I wrote, "Is the sky magenta?" It says no. The sky is generally blue.
There you go, DJ. You talking out
Well,
of your
that's
ass
a
too.
test.
Yeah, it says it right at the start, and it says at magenta or pink during sunrise and sunset, just like you said. Not like Bumslinger said.
You guys know that the goddamn sky
Yoder
is
wins
purple,
again, right? Hey, am I
but
right?
we see
Yoder
it
wins
blue.
again.
Yep,
You
Yoder
say
for the
what?
win.
Yoder always wins.
Yoder got helped by some bullshit AI article. Man, listen. You guys don't know what you're talking about. First
You
of all,
guys. Why
Well,
don't
you
you
just said to
concede?
Google
hey
it, so I went to
Yoder, be a
Google
good boy
and I
and
typed
listen
it
for
into
a second.
Google, and then I read out what it said from
Yeah, you
Google.
didn't read
Yeah,
out
so
shit. You didn't Google
DJ
correct.
did exactly what you said to do, and it failed your own
Nah, you
test. What do you
didn't.
think of
He
that?
didn't do what I
Why
said.
can't you ever admit
He
that you're
twisted my
wrong,
words. But
bro?
listen now.
Pathetic.
You guys know that we are more sensitive to blue light scattering than purple one. That's why we see the sky is blue. In reality, it's purple. End of the story. You guys can yap all you want. Goddamn, you don't know
All
what
right,
you're talking about.
so listen, Google failed you. So what's next? How do I tell
What
that
you
it's
mean
actually
Google failed
magenta?
me? He talking out of his
Yeah,
ass.
you said go Google it. We Googled it, and Google disagrees with you. So where
Nah,
do we
you
have to
didn't
go to?
Google correctly. You didn't Google correctly.
Oh, really? How do you Google
Yeah.
correctly?
I'll show you. I'll show you. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'll show you.
Okay. I heard you the first 2 times.
It also says magenta is a non-spectral color, meaning it does not exist as a single wavelength of light. Instead, it's a mixture of red, blue/violet light that the brain interprets as a unique color.
He's not having a good day, is he?
Never does.
Here we go, failures. We're talking about physics in here. Yeah, you guys heard about physics. So let me tell you what. First of all, everybody know what color is sun emits. Let me hear you. Do you know that? Huh? What color is sun emits?
What?
What colors does sun emit? Hmm?
What, you mean what frequencies?
Yeah.
Almost all of them.
So when we get to the bottom of this, what color has the shortest wavelength for us humans that we can see? Hmm?
Depends on the human.
Yeah, generally.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking generally.
Indigo.
Indigo. Goddamn right. And so basically what that means.
Yo, gunslinger, just quickly, yeah? You want to stop saying that? You want to stop saying goddamn? Yeah? Bad
Yeah,
luck,
lad, yeah.
bad energy will come your way. Stop saying goddamn.
Yeah,
Is that
lad,
clear?
yeah. Got you, lad. Are you
Is that
mad?
clear?
Are you mad?
Yeah, I'm mad. Stop saying
Are you
goddamn.
mad? Goddamn teas and crumpets. So basically, you guys don't understand this shit, or do you? When sun emits light, we have to see the goddamn shortest wavelength color. Ain't that right, Yoder? And why we
Yeah,
ain't
well,
seeing it?
where's magenta? We're talking about the sky. We're
Why
talking
is the
about the
sky
sky,
not
right?
why does the sky ain't purple then? Hmm?
Say what?
Why the sky ain't purple then? I see you guys
It's
can't
blue,
comprehend
bro.
this easily, huh?
If the sky's
Let me
blue, and you're in here trying to argue that the sky's not blue.
DJ, hold on, man. Hold on, DJ. Let me give you a simpler example. Yeah, what color you believe your eyes to be to see what actually is, right? So you say actually the leaves and the grass is green, right? That's what you say.
It appears green to
Yeah,
most
it
of us.
appears green, but it ain't green in reality, right, DJ?
It depends who's looking at it.
Yeah, but in reality, it cannot be green, right?
What does that
Chlorophyll
mean in
appears
reality?
green.
In reality, that's what it means. In our reality, where we live, grass ain't never been green.
Wow. You sound crazy.
Ain't that right,
So
triangle?
good, man. You must be like 72 IQ. I thought you were only 70,
Hey,
but now you're like 72
right?
IQ in my book.
Your book, the DJ book.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good man, DJ. Good man. But yeah,
I still see blue skies, dude.
yeah.
and green
I
Then
don't
at
see
the end of the day,
magenta.
your criteria,
I see green
Yoder.
grass.
Yeah, you see green, but it ain't green. Ain't that right, Yoder? You gonna admit
No,
to that, boy?
my grass is
What do you
the
mean it
grass
ain't
in my
green?
yard is white. The grass in my yard
In
is white today.
reality,
It's
Yeah,
white.
actually, we
ain't
have
green.
white grass. We have white grass and white leaves on all the trees here. So
Yep,
Ain't
I
that
have
right, Yoder?
everything's white here. White roofs, white
Hey,
cars, everything.
triangle. Calm down for a second, will you?
I'm still trying to figure out how you see magenta in the sky.
Yeah, I know it's over complex for your ass, Yoder, but I'm giving you
No,
this
how do
example.
you see magenta? You said it's magenta.
No, I
How
said
do you know
your
it's
eyes see it
magenta?
as blue, but in reality, it's magenta.
In reality, so so your eyes don't. So wait, how do you know it's magenta in reality? We're
Oh
still
my
back to that.
God, man, we gotta go over this again.
You said
Let's
Google
skip
it and
that
you failed.
example. I see you cannot comprehend it, boy. But let's stick with the leaves and grass, yeah. So
No,
you
let's
say
go back to topic. Actually,
you say what?
let's go back on topic. Actually,
Let's go back on topic. We're talking about your
yeah,
criteria
magenta.
for
We're
knowing
taking
how Earth is
pictures.
flat.
You love that color, don't you?
Hey, Yoder, you talking about how you describe the Earth is flat. You say you see it flat, yeah?
I said it's a good starting point.
So what else you got? What else you got? Since you don't want to talk about it.
Let's just start there, okay? Does it look flat to you?
Yeah, it look flat to me, but a lot of things look like something and they ain't. Just like I proved to your ass, boy.
No, you didn't prove anything. You said Google. You said Google is a sky magenta, and then you failed.
Yeah. You can keep
Right,
yapping,
because
but
it still came back blue, right? So
yeah, Yoder, are you gonna just like talk out of your ass here?
what am I doing talking out of my ass? I'm just
You're
telling you what you
saying
said.
I just proved to you, like looking at the grass, you can tell the grass.
What are you talking about?
Man, okay, let's conclude this shit. Is the grease looking green to you?
Green looks green.
Is it green in reality? In reality, where we live, is the grass green?
What do you mean by in reality?
I'm saying when you would take your eyes out, yeah, is the grass green?
Take your eyes out?
Yeah.
You can't see if you take your eyes out, dumb shit.
Let's say you see with like omnipotent eyes, yeah, yeah. What would you see? What would be the color of the grass?
You
What do
wouldn't
you
have
say,
a color.
boat and tides?
Your eyes turn things into colors.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your eyes dictate what colors you see and what you see.
What does that have to do with anything?
How's the sky magenta then if you take your eyes out?
Come on, man. In reality,
come on, man.
Visible light frequencies, yeah? You understand that, Yoder?
Well, you don't think magenta is a visible light frequency?
No, I'm saying it is, but our cones in our eyes are less
Now he's an
sensitive to
eye
goddamn
expert.
frequency.
The other day he was some other kind of expert. What was he? A satellite expert or a laser expert? Now
Goddamn
he's an
right.
eye
Hey,
expert.
Triangle, you gotta calm down, man. I know you just got off your work and she got a vein, but that ain't the time, boy. But Yoder, let me get back to you, boy. So you use your eyes to see the Earth is flat, right?
Oh
no, he said it's a starting point.
He said it's a starting point, DJ.
You can
Good
use
boy.
your eyes and see
So
that the
did
Earth
you.
is flat. That is true. That is a very true statement.
Yeah, but I just proved that your eyes can deceive you, didn't I?
No, they don't deceive you. They process.
Yeah, but I sometimes twist the
They
images.
process
we
shit.
can't
What are
build
you talking
anything.
about? Listen, hey, dumb fuck, your brain deceives you.
Man, I just proved to your
shit.
ass. I just proved to your ass that
No, my
your
brain didn't deceive me about what I'm seeing, right? Because my eyes have processed blue out of the sky, and that's no deception.
How are you gonna believe your goddamn eyes when you're standing on a big ass planet and you're gonna use that to determine what shape it is?
Yeah, the
Wait, some
planet would have.
Chinaman showed you a picture of the planet, and that's why you believe it.
That ain't no Chinaman. There's millions and
You said
millions
you seen Chinese space station showed you a globe Earth, and that's how you know it's a globe.
Nah, that's a millions of
right?
smarter people than you that showed me that. Millions of smarter people than you, yeah?
So?
What you mean so?
You believe them? You believe them? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how smart they are, how many there are. They could all be wrong. You have no way to tell. Because you got a 70
Hey,
IQ.
Luke, tell this guy Yoder, man. He's saying
Yeah, so every single person in this channel, all right, is smarter than you. That's a fact.
You got a problem with me believing that millions of
boyfriend's
smarter
here.
people than you,
Hello,
Yoder?
Luke.
With my boy here, the bounty
Here we go.
guys.
Here we go. The husbands have arrived.
Stop beating your husband yet?
Hey, Yoder, listen, man.
She, man.
You heard what I told you? And
No, say it again.
Yeah, I told you hundreds of millions.
Hey, Bumslanger's husband. Remember when you told us that the moon phases are caused by the shadow of the globe? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
Ooh, and but he didn't deny being his husband.
That's hilarious. Because it's not a lie. Nothing to deny.
They come in here just to get roasted, I think, at this point.
Space is made in a Hollywood basement. Shit, I can fuck with that.
Hey, look, man, Yoder, let me talk to you, man. At the end of the day, what's your what's your other car?
Herp.
Okay, got your tongue, Yoder, huh, boy?
Sorry, you said something?
Yeah, I said something. What's your criteria, boy?
For what?
For saying the earth is flat, goddamn it.
Holy shit, I answered that already.
You said with your own goddamn eyes. Come on, boy. Dang,
As a starting point, you got to begin with your observation.
And what's your observation, boy?
I already answered that.
You was looking at mountains far away or some shit like that? Come on now, boy. Be a good boy and tell me what you did. What did you look at? Huh?
I looked at your mom.
Yoder? What you say, Yoder?
Looked at your mom. She's flat as fuck.
You look at my mom from far away like a creep.
Like a moon. Yeah, she's big as the moon.
You did that, Yoder? God damn.
You keep asking me the same question. I keep giving you the same answer. Yeah, your mom's flat as fuck.
I got the feeling you guys have some flat ass girlfriends, so you're coping by making the earth flat.
Oh yeah, original. You're gonna take my joke and you're gonna recycle it like you're a fucking genius.
Flat ass woman, man. That's right.
Do you have any original fucking thoughts of your own? You're just repeating like what Chinamen show you on pictures.
Well, Chinaman uses billions of dollars to do that shit. What do you use, Yoder? Use your goddamn eyes, boy.
They use billions of dollars to do what? Show you pictures from space.
Go to the moon, boy.
So wait, the more money you spend, the more truthfulness it has, right? The more believable it is. You guys spend trillions of dollars, and we got to spend trillions of dollars now.
I spent $59 and I was able to float in the ISS.
Man, Triangle, you ain't spending shit. Your own food stamps, boy.
I wish I was allowed to get your free food stamps.
My free food stamps.
Hey, dumb shit, you're not supposed to eat the food stamps, Gumslinger.
Nah, anyway.
Stop eating the fucking food stamps, Gumslinger. You're supposed to spend them.
You're supposed to eat a salad. Remember I said eat a salad?
You goddamn.
And then you started dumping the food stamps in the salad, start stabbing it with a fork and shit.
Y'all know what y'all doing? Y'all shitting on every scientist.
Food stamp salad. You put some dressing on it. Do you like ranch? Do you like Thousand Island on your food stamp salad?
Yoder, you know what you're doing?
Dressing.
I can't hear you through all the freaking food stamps in your teeth.
You mad about the food stamps still? I'll take you back.
I wish you'd stop eating them.
I'm sorry.
Somebody else could use them.
But listen, boy.
Damn food stamps.
Hey, Yoder.
Burping on food stamps. How'd that taste?
Boy, still talking about food stamps. Hey, hold on, Yoder. You gonna tell me every scientist that worked on globe shit has been wrong and you're right? That's what you gonna tell me?
What scientist works on globe shit?
Come on, man. Now don't make me.
Man, what scientists work on globe shit, man?
Man, don't let me make you.
Man, what scientists work on globe shit?
Which mean what scientist? Any scientist that
What
made any
scientists
part of
work
a
on globe
goddamn
shit?
rocket?
One globe shit, please.
You say what, boy?
Give me one globe shit scientist.
Globe shit scientist. Einstein.
Just one. One
Einstein.
globe shit scientist. Just give
Hey,
me one,
Einstein.
please.
You heard about Einstein, the Jew boy?
Einstein is a scientist now. Oh yeah. Tell me what one single scientific hypothesis that Einstein proposed. Just one.
Just one.
Yep. Give me one scientific hypothesis that
Does
Einstein
it
had
gotta
ever
be? Does it
proposed.
gotta be including the globe?
No, just any.
Just any. What about his gravity theories?
Yeah, go with that. Show me one scientifically testable hypothesis that Einstein proposed. Just one.
Huh. The principle of relativity.
No, a hypothesis. Something you can test. Hypothesis usually begins with the word if, yes, then somewhere in the middle.
E equals MC squared, boy. That's the test.
Either.
E equals MC squared. You can test that shit, boy.
No, you
That's
can't.
not a hypothesis.
Yes, you can. Yes, it is a hypothesis, boy.
No, like a proposal or a claim is not necessarily a hypothesis that you can test.
Photoelectric effect.
Oh, so having nothing to do with relativity?
Yeah, but you didn't say it had to do with relativity.
All right, so what was the scientific hypothesis from the photoelectric effect?
He said that he proposed that light consists of particles, yeah, with in energy proportional to their frequency.
Sorry, you fail. You're not giving me a hypothesis.
You need to, when you use your AI, make sure you put in what is the hypothesis.
You guys don't know what a hypothesis is. What you talking about, man? Anyway,
It's so boring.
your ass,
Dude,
your
you're
ass
boring.
talking about bullshit.
You're boring.
Listen,
and stupid.
Just you're stupid. Yeah, like
Listen, boy,
obviously you didn't know anything about what Yoda was asking you. Okay, and you just said a few things to buy yourself a little bit of time so you could put it into your AI and pretend like you knew what you were talking about. It's pathetic.
Yep.
Everyone knows you did it. It's so annoying, dude. And you're just showing that
His
you're a
AI
moron when you
bailed
do that.
out. His AI bailed out on Einstein with the relativity-based hypothesis and gave him photoelectric effects instead. What should that tell you? AI knows where this is going. He doesn't yet.
I'm gonna be waiting when you got something else to tell me than your eyes, boy. What else you got? What are the
I can barely understand you, dude. Can you take the food stamps out of your mouth?
Yeah, you still worry about the food stamps, boy? I'm gonna be waiting when
I think
your
it's why you
ass
have a
to tell
speech
me any other
impediment.
proof that you see your
Yeah, I think
display.
it's a problem, man. It's the source of your speech impediment.
Hey, Yoder.
Gotta get them out. You packing those in your cheeks like a chipmunk.
Hey, Yoder. I'm gonna be waiting on your ass to tell me any other proof than your goddamn eyes, boy. You heard me?
So now he just denies everything. He can't. Anything that you see with your eyes doesn't exist. He's become a super brain in the jar. Congratulations, Yoder.
It
You
ain't
ruined
even
this
like
guy.
that, Triangle. It's more like this guy
Yes,
don't have.
he ruined you. You can't even. You're at the point where now eyes don't count. So he ruined you. He won.
What? He ain't got no proof except I see this
Yes,
place. Come
you
on, man.
lost,
Come
dude.
on, man.
You are at the point where you can't use eyes. You can't
Hey,
smell.
triangle.
Can't taste.
Using
Can't
your
hear
eyes ain't no
anything. That's not
scientific.
good proof. Your only
Using
proof
your
is
eyes
being
ain't
the best
scientific
imagination
explanation,
possible.
son, boy. Using your goddamn eyes ain't scientific explanation of nothing to measure something. When was the last time you guys measured something, huh?
Then how do you do it? Do you feel the measurement?
Man, what you talking about? When was the last time you guys measured something, huh? I mean, Yoder was measuring
Feel
his little
measurements,
wiener the other
or do
day,
you
but
look
that
at
don't count.
measurements? Do you read measurements or do you feel measurements?
You read measurements.
With what? Your fingers or your eyes?
Come on now, you talking bullshit here, Triangle. When was the last time you
don't
flat
know?
earthers?
You don't
Tell me
know?
one proof. Tell me
Why
one
can't
proof
you
that
answer my
isn't I see
question?
something with my
Why
own
can't you
eyes.
answer my question ever?
When did you answer my question? When was the last time you guys proved anything that Earth is kind of considered flat, except we see the mountain over there or we see the laser 20 miles away? What kind of bullshit is it? Give me some real proof, boy.
That's it. Proves that you don't live on the ball.
Of course, they say you don't measure shit. You just see something and say, yeah, there's got to be flake. Come on now.
Nope.
I'll be waiting for you guys.
You can't have air pressure on a ball in a vacuum, dude.
Yeah. Who said you can't? Who said? Did
I
Professor
did.
Triangle, PhD
Yeah, I
in
said you
physics, say
cannot
that,
have
boy?
air around the ball in a vacuum. I said it. Quote me on it.
Well, how does Earth do it then? Huh?
It doesn't. It's just a story you were told.
Yeah. Prove it don't.
I have proven it. I have a vacuum chamber, and water doesn't, or air doesn't stick around a rock in a vacuum chamber. Neither
I'll
does
be
water.
waiting on you motherfuckers to give me some proof in the future. See, until then, you guys need to shut
You sound
your
angry at us now.
you guys need to shut your mouths because you're not giving no proof, and you're denying all the proof we giving
The
y'all.
proof is that you don't have any globe measurements. That's the proof.
We do.
Who does? We wouldn't be here if you did.
Humans.
What are they?
Oh my god, man! Hey, somebody else in here because Professor Triangle got a few shots in him. He talking crazy.
Gee, I ain't trying to get
Gunslinger.
involved.
Yeah, DJ, what you say, mate?
Yeah, why is the globe spinning? What's causing it?
Why is the globe spinning?
Yeah, what's causing the globe to spin?
You want the origin story or you want the current story?
No, I want you to answer it without just try to answer it without going on AI. Just
I ain't on
see
AI.
if you know. If you don't know, it's fine.
There's spin because when it was made, yeah, that's how particles came together, and then it started spinning.
Particles came together, then it starts spinning.
And you got a gravitational pull of another planet. You got the goddamn mass of the planet. You got the goddamn poles. You got
You
the
tried
goddamn.
to use AI again. You see
You
that?
got the magnetic.
You're so weak.
The magnetic
You're so
fields.
bad at this, dude. You're so bad at this.
Bad at what, boy?
Using
Giving
AI
proof
to make yourself sound like you know what you're talking about.
You guys need to ask AI to give you some proofs for flat Earth. I don't use no AI. That's a Jewish invention. That's a Jew GPT.
Yes, you
I
do.
don't
You
use
always
that.
use AI.
I never used AI in my life.
That's a lie.
I never used AI in my life, I swear.
That's a lie.
So any of you guys got any idea how satellites fly at 28,000 kilometers per hour?
Oh, they do?
Yeah, I think you do.
Proof they do that.
Yeah,
you
they
want
don't
me
do
to
that.
prove that, boy, DJ? You want me to prove it? I'll prove it to you right now. I'll prove it to you, failures, right here, right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So listen, you can do this. This is a testable thing. You can prove this.
Okay.
You grab 10 people all around the Earth, yeah, and you check for the
who did
roadmap.
that?
Man, hold on, DJ. Let me explain this, boy.
No. You're meant to show us.
Nah,
to validate
you said
your
prove
claim.
it. I'm telling you how you can prove
No,
it.
not how you could hypothetically prove it. Okay, so if I asked you to prove how long it takes Superman to spin around the globe, you'd be like, oh, you just get 10 people and you put them in different places and then calculate when Superman flies over.
Yeah, goddamn right. And would that be correct? I'm not saying I'm gonna give you proof. I'm saying I'm gonna tell you how you can see it. If you think I'm lying, why don't you flat earthers do this? Or why don't? Tell me why don't you guys?
No.
do
You're meant to prove that.
No,
the
DJ.
satellite's
This is an
going at a
interesting
certain
question
speed.
right here, boy.
Gunslinger.
If you
have to stop.
Nah, hold on. Let me speak
I'll
for a
mute
second,
you.
DJ. This is a big important topic.
No, we're not moving away from this. This is
We're
going to
not.
be the end. It's going to be the end of the conversation.
It will be
Unfortunately,
the
if
end.
you can't,
It
if
will
you
be
can't
the end,
concede,
boy.
if you can't concede or present what you said you could, then it's going to
Yeah,
be the end.
yeah.
The
Listen.
end of this alt account of yours.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to make another
DJ.
alt account.
Man, listen. Why don't you guys get 10 people and do this shit? And this
No,
will
that's not
prove
how.
all of your
Look, the
goddamn
conversation's
fakes.
not going to proceed
Wrong.
in the way that you're trying to make it. It's not going to work.
But listen, all of this time you guys are
wow,
using.
your clock is ticking on you,
I
dude.
warned you, bro. I mean, I did warn you. Right, so that's the mute. Okay, I'm going to unmute you in a second. Okay, and you're going to provide evidence to back up your claim. Not if flat earthers got together and did this or that, right? Show us what has already been done to prove what you claimed.
What you doing about how can I prove it? You can see it with your goddamn eyes. You want my Starlink footage again, boy?
Okay. You
You
said
want my
it's
Starlink
moving at a
footage
certain
again,
speed.
boy?
How did you validate the speed in what you're
I
looking
got
at
my
is
cousin.
going?
I got my cousin in Germany taking the same goddamn flight. A goddamn video it,
All right,
and
you're
then
done.
we
Time for him to
compare the
make a new
distance
account.
from.
All
You
right.
say, "Well, triangle, boy." Huh?
Bye bye, lady.
Man, you talking out of your ass, you dumb motherfucker.
Any final words? 5, 4,
Final
3, 2,
words, you guys
1. There we
don't know
go.
shit.
Goodbye.
You guys dumb.
Good. His husband left as well.
Ah, well, they're probably sitting next to each other.
Yep. Look, he's even got a picture of them in his profile there.
I saw that.
Man, that's it's concerning in so many ways. All right, anyone have any questions? Lord Vescaron, Matador. Who else we got in here?
Um, Yo, flat. What's happening, flat people? Wait, did you say black people?
Yo, who was just talking right now?
That would be you.
That was you,
Oh.
Let's. We all heard it.
All right, never mind. Resume. Jake said it.
Crazy how they zero G planes, they can do 40 or more parabolic arcs in one session. So if they had some kind of ISS mock-up module in one of those, which there's tons of evidence that they do have, then what's 40 times, what can they stay up there? I think 40 seconds or something is the maximum. It's 40
Oh, yeah,
times.
you can make peanut butter jelly sandwiches. You can brush your teeth and comb your hair and all types of stuff.
40 times 40 seconds.
Was that
I don't think there's anybody
1,600?
on the fake station. Didn't they abort all the? There was 4 people. What? There's 2 people left on the fake station. Don't they have 6 on the station at all times? The station.
I think that's over, what, 20 minutes?
Yeah, over 25 minutes of footage that they could film just in one flight.
90
There's
minutes.
no way they get enough money for that, though.
Like a ball on a string. Live from the moon. This one's called what? Real World? I don't know. Somebody got me a song. I made a video. It's a pretty good title, right?
Don't doubt them, bro. They got landline phone calls from the moon, okay? They can do it. With really good engineering, they can do it.
Altered content. Funny, what last year YouTube started adding that when you publish a video. Does your video contain any altered content? I don't think you have to click it, maybe. You just leave it blank.
Oh, that's right. Is Overfences still here?
0 G, 0 grams, or is it G0? What's the plane? It's called 0 G?
Oh, 0 G, yeah.
Like having 0 grams. That's what it feels like. That's funny, right? OG, is that what it really?
Yeah, Overfences. When was the moon mission supposed to be pushed back to? We were supposed to have one February 6th. I was super excited for it. Rob Utah was going to come out of the woodwork too.
Around the moon?
Yeah,
Is that
man,
what
they're
they were
supposed to have
doing, around the moon
a
or
manned
something?
rocket to the moon, yeah. February 6th was like the last date that I saw, but Overfences told me that they pushed it back. I forgot what day it was exactly.
For all the globe heart lovers.
Dude, it makes me sad. We're supposed to be getting a bunch of traffic in here in like a few weeks.
Around the moon. That's what
We're
I
going to
heard.
have like 70 plus people in here at all times.
In where?
Probably in here.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Just imagine if NASA claimed they went to the moon again. Can you imagine all the Globers that would be coming in here?
No, I've seen it when they come in here. It's not pleasant at all. Oh yeah, moon mission could launch next month. I have the, the screenshot here. It's
Yeah,
hilarious.
see, that's what I'm saying.
The screenshot is hilarious. Of the I took it. It was so funny. Yeah, I forgot to include it just now. All right, I think you can make a post because it's so funny, right? Create post.
It's the first time we're sending man back to the moon in over 50 years, and I haven't seen one post about it yet on any social media.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna be posting it right now here. Hilarious. Should it be a poll or just the image? See, that's the problem with flat Earth work. It's kind of hard if you have a lot of enthusiasm to do this. I'm kind of old now. I was telling the other guy we need some fresh blood who's creative. Image. Okay, image was in the folder called FE Mem Dirty 3. I'm gonna look for it again. And I can't find it. That happened. Okay, it's here. But then maybe it's somewhere else on the desktop. Yeah, that's where it was. Yeah, you got to keep up with it. You got to post pictures, you got to post memes, you got to post videos. It's like nobody does that anymore because I made a mistake too. I had to crop it better. Yeah, mistake. Say it's a mistake.
Oh no, man, I was looking forward to it.
What happened?
Oh, the man moon mission, February 6th.
Yeah. Is it still
Oh,
on?
yeah. I don't know. Over fences says it got pushed back. That's what I was gonna ask you what the date was again exactly. I forgot. But yeah, I was just hoping for the high traffic that we were gonna be getting.
Picture. Maybe I should
I'm
just
like looking forward to like interstellar levels of quality this time.
make a video out of the picture. I guess I can't find the picture in the folder. Oh. Did you see at Walgreens? They got a skeleton. This is hilarious. Get your flu shot and stuff. And they dressed up a skeleton with the T-shirt that says that. It's
You
pretty
said get
funny.
your food stamp shot?
Get your flu shot.
Oh, flu shots. I said food stamp
They
shot. I
dressed
was
up
like,
a
what?
skeleton with a T-shirt that says "Get your flu shot" at Walgreens. It's hilarious.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. Shit's funny.
I'm Gucci on that. I just get the flu like a normal person and just build immunity myself. That's it.
You don't want to get the flu on the moon.
Yeah, exactly.
Dang, I lost the picture. I can't find it's in here somewhere. I start wearing glasses at the computer, maybe that'll get me back into it. Glasses on, glasses off. Oh man, I messed up the screenshot when I took it. Oh man. Cut some of it off. Libby Jackson, head of Space Science Museum. All right. And we just need some music to go with it. I think I can do this. We already just used that one, so next one. Okay. It's nice that I'm getting my sense of humor back. It's just so funny. It was the cheapest, funniest video I ever made in 1 second. It was just a screenshot for 3 minutes of that lady about the upcoming moon mission. Probably my best work in a year. That's good stuff, yeah.
Guys, talk.
Interrupt the. You just interrupted the meditation. Okay, meditation session's over. What's the conclusion? Everybody who thinks the earth is shaped like his head, say aye.
We have.
I'm just along for the ride here. Go ahead, what do we got?
We have an example of an aeroponic.
You expected me to know that.
An aeroponic growth chamber.
Holy cow!
And that's what we have here.
That's what that thing is.
Yeah, it's an aeroponic growth chamber.
Okay, so this isn't like anything you'd want to drink.
No, you don't want to drink it.
But
It's a means of growing plants.
Yeah.
And this is what NASA uses on orbit is aeroponics. And think of hydroponics. That's where you grow plants without any dirt, right?
Hydro meaning water.
Right. Well, aeroponics is one stage removed from hydroponics.
You grow plants with nothing.
You grow plants with air saturated with water around their roots, and you feed them all the nutrients they need, and then the plants grow outside of the root chamber like they normally do.
So how does this differ from hydroponics?
You don't have
water involved.
Well, there's less water involved. With a hydroponics, you might have like several gallons of water with the roots stuck into the water. With aeroponics, you have maybe only a few ounces of water that's atomized and circulated around a chamber where the roots are just hanging in the air.
Whoa, that sounds like science fiction.
And that is what you'd want to do in a weightless environment, so you wouldn't have to deal with how do you handle large quantities of liquid being pumped around the roots.
And liquid's valuable too.
It
You don't have
is.
to worry about as much.
So aeroponics is the way to go if you're going to be in a weightless environment where water is a precious commodity.
Okay, so in both cases you're kind of without dirt, right?
You're without dirt.
Dirt is a good thing for plants.
Dirt is a good thing for plants, but fortunately, we can figure out what most of the nutrients are that plants need from the dirt, and we can give them to the plants by dissolving them in the water that's either in hydroponics or the smaller quantities of water that are in the aeroponics. And so you can still get plants to thrive and be healthy.
This sounds like a big scientific area here.
It is a big scientific area.
Is the farmers of our world
well, dirt's cheap, and so it's
not a big deal. So this is more of a, go ahead.
This is more of a scientific way of growing things when you don't have a lot of dirt.
Okay, so let's take examples of places that need food that don't have a lot of dirt, like in the desert somewhere.
Yeah, or Antarctica. Or maybe mobile applications, like if you're on some kind of vessel and you want to grow some garden greens to spice up your food or something like that. Spacecraft. Colonization, you're going away from planet Earth, you're probably going to be using either hydroponics or aeroponics to grow your plants.
Okay, so it's driven by a space need, at least.
NASA has grabbed it and is running with it for space.
But it has applications to all kinds of
places. It does. And we are doing this on Space Station right now, using aeroponic gardening techniques to raise plants in the orbital environment on Space Station.
Okay. So what do we got? Explain this to me. Now, this is a very interesting looking device you have here.
Yeah, and this is really set up in sprouter mode. So this one is not actually running in an aeroponic mode right now because there's a pretty big bucket of water down here, and we're just getting the seeds to sprout. But what I have here is this plant called Arabidopsis.
That's his name, or is that what it is?
That's what it's both.
Okay.
Arabidopsis.
Is that what it says here? Is that what you have written here? You can't see it, but there's some
Arabidopsis.
writing.
Well, and you have the date when you started.
Dinosaur or something.
Arabidopsis?
Yeah.
You say that.
Arabidopsis.
Arabidopsis.
Arabidopsis versus Velociraptor.
It's genetically very simple, and scientists have gravitated towards Arabidopsis as a model plant that they're studying its genome with. And they can torque with this plant, and they can make different variants on it to see what happens. So it's a model plant used by scientists to study different genome effects.
So for growing more stuff. For
learning how plants work. It's just like we do experiments on mice that are related towards human beings.
Yeah.
And so why do we do the experiment?
This is a mouse.
Yeah, so this is a plant equivalent of a mouse. I wanted to see, could you have a potted plant in a corner?
And the answer was?
It's difficult to do, but you can.
You can.
Yes.
But it's important because you got to grow. Isn't there like regular experiments on space stations?
Oh, there are regular experiments that have formalized pieces of hardware with terrariums and all of that stuff.
Right.
And they use aeroponics to grow these seeds, and that's part of a big principal investigator experiment.
But you didn't do it that way.
I flew with seeds, and then I tried to figure out how to do this once I got on orbit.
But your plants were pretty big. You told me
I had a sunflower. I was able to grow a sunflower that was a meter and a half long.
From a seed.
Yeah, and it bloomed and it made seeds.
All right, so I'm guessing these experiments from these principal investigators didn't have anything really big growing.
Well, maybe they have a growth chamber about like that, or maybe the growth chamber's like this.
But yours was out in the open.
Mine was out in the open.
So you had like a garden going on.
Well, I don't know what I'd call it a garden, but I had a few plants.
I would call it like a garden. So you had like a park. So the space zucchini, what were we saying? You grew your own stuff.
Yeah, I wanted to see whether you could have, without a lot of equipment that took power and computer control and all that, just the equivalent of a potted plant in the corner in space station.
All right.
And so I brought a few seeds. I brought zucchini, broccoli, and sunflower. I figured those would be good things to try, and experiment a number of different concepts of trying to grow these aeroponically, passive aeroponics, so it didn't have pumps and motors and stuff like that moving around, just with plastic bags passively sitting there in front of light on station, using nutrients composted from food. So I started a little compost pile, and I was able to have space zucchini.
Which you didn't eat this, of course.
No, because he became like a crew member. Now, sunflower normally grows really straight stalks, right?
Yeah, which are gigantic, some of them.
And so I had this sunflower, a meter and a half tall, and the stalk was like that thick. The stalk was maybe 3 millimeters thick. So it didn't put any energy into making the stalk because it didn't need to.
So the stalk, how big is a stalk on the beefy?
A sunflower that'd be a meter and a half tall would probably have a stalk maybe 6, 7, 8 millimeters in diameter.
This is less than half.
Yes. And so the sunflower is kind of like human beings in that they're inherently lazy, and if they don't have to put the energy into making a stalk to stand up, they don't.
So that stalk would not work.
It would not work on Earth.
Fall over.
Yeah, and another thing, the sunflower stalks are straight.
Yeah.
This stalk was just all curvy and
would
everything.
naturally go. So, but what would you? So what's the ideal? So you have these little things that you really can't get anything you can eat.
Right.
You've had this stuff growing in the hallway.
Yeah.
In space there, in the middle of the module, and you could eat that stuff.
You could.
So what would you think if you're going on a trip to Mars, let's say, and you need to grow some vegetables or fruit, or what, I guess, I don't know, whatever you want to grow, what do you think the ideal?
Well, you would want to have a genuine design engineered growth chamber based off of aeroponics, and you would want to bring.
You have a farm, basically.
Yeah, you'd have a small farm.
A farm module.
That's right, a farm module. I like that concept.
All right, so that's you'd set it up right so the stuff has enough room to grow.
Enough room to grow with adequate lighting, and you'd provide the nutrients, and you do it in an aeroponic manner, and you could grow a significant amount of pleasantries to add to your normal food.
And you can see the stars.
أتمنى حق هو حفلة على مين؟ حفلة تعذيب
Hi.
What's up, Leo?
Hello.
Hello.
What brings you in here, Leo?
Just came to talk, you know? I'm kind of bored.
I think he said, yeah, he's trying to learn about the flat Earth server. Like he's trying to learn if it is flat or if it's round. I believe.
Well, I hate to do this so quickly. How old are you two? Or Leo? Yeah. Ugh.
But it started, and I remember this now. You and I became astronauts at the same time in 1996.
Right.
There was no space station up there, but there was a lot of planning going on.
That's
You
right.
remember?
And we never thought it would actually fly.
I was very skeptical. Were you very skeptical?
I was skeptical. I was like, there ain't any way we're going to make this happen.
Why
no way.
Why? Because we would get these briefings. We'd be sitting there in classroom with our, we were a lot of people. We were 44 new astronauts, and they would tell us, you know, we hired all you men and women to be astronauts because we need you to help build space station. That was the thing. We were going to build space station, and I was like, I don't know. So why were you skeptical about it?
You know, I can't remember, but it just seemed like it needed 27 successive miracles in order to happen.
That's why I was skeptical, because the enormity of this project.
Yeah, the wall of EVA.
They call it the wall of EVA, because we had at that point we had some EVA experience.
Yeah, we'd do maybe one EVA every 2 or 3 years.
Right, it wasn't very much. And then they showed what the number of EVA, they call it the wall EVA, because all of a sudden the number of spacewalks you needed to do to construct this thing, like if you looked at the chart, wham, it went way up and stayed high. So like everyone was going to go EVA.
It had never been done before to do 4 spacewalks on a 10-day mission would be just unheard of.
Right, and then you turn around and the next mission would have another
6 weeks later, you'd do another mission.
Right.
Maybe 2 months later, another mission with 3 to 4 spacewalks. Just unheard of. It seemed like successive miracles.
Right, you need a lot of people that could spacewalk. You need a lot of time in the pool. You need all your suits to work. So that was one thing, was the EVA. I saw that, wow, that's going to be a lot of spacewalks.
And it turned out, when you get a bunch of smart people that understand math and science and engineering, and they're working together on a project, you can do miracles.
And
that's called the space station.
This is what happened. The other thing that struck me was everything fitting together, right? Because you had stuff being built in Russia. You had stuff being built in the U.S.
Stuff being built in Italy.
In Italy, up in Turin, right? At Alinea? Is that the name of the...
I think so.
Okay.
And in Japan.
Japan, right?
And Canada.
Canada had the robot stuff going on. So you had all this stuff being constructed around the world with people who speak different languages.
Yes.
Right? And it's all going to somehow fit together.
And it's never been tested or fit together on the ground.
Right. So how is this all going to work? And I thought it was a bit crazy to think, because I, just in my, my own house, trying to get stuff to work and fit together doesn't.
The first segment was launched, which was the Russian segment, the FGB.
And FGB stands for...
It's a functional cargo block.
Functional. So that was where the experiments were going to take place on the Russian segment?
It was more a place that had batteries and storage and propellant and things like that. So it was a cargo block.
Okay.
It was.
So the FGB was the very first piece.
Yeah.
That's the other difference between this and other construction projects, is that this had occurred in space.
Yes.
So you need to get your materials to space.
Yes.
And people to space to build them, and everything had to fit together. And if you have problems,
you can't.
What are we going to do once we get this stuff there? So how is it all going to fit together was one of the issues.
But you look at the construction sequence of the station on orbit. It mimics a lot of construction projects that you see here on Earth, where you want to build a freeway overpass, but you have to stop the flow of work on the freeway while the overpass is being built. So you'll make a little tiny feeder road off to the side where all the traffic gets diverted, temporary, while you finish building the bridge or the overpass, and then when it's all built, then you'll remove the temporary road and everybody goes the way they're supposed to. And we used that kind of construction technique on the station, where we would put the P6 truss up someplace where it didn't really belong until we built the rest of the space station, and then we'd move segments around. So we had temporary structures on space station that were necessary to get the rest of the space station built.
Right, and stuff had to get moved around so you could get the thing
That's
done.
right. But during that time, people were living on station, and it's kind of like living in the house while you're still building it, where you have a table saw set up in the dining room, right, and a bucket where the kitchen sink is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And then
people hammering and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, cut it out.
And then you find out that you have to entertain the boss for dinner. Okay. And that's like trying to do science during the first 10 years during the construction, because we were actively building the place. yet we were still doing science experiments at a lower level. Now that station is completely built, we are starting to utilize the scientific capability of station that was intentionally built into it.
So finally now, we're getting to the point to really use it as a laboratory.
As a laboratory that it was meant to be.
What with space station? These 15 years that space station has been up there. I mean, how would you? Can you? I don't know if we can sum it up, but how would you try to sum up what has happened?
I would call
in these
it
15 years.
Grueling fun. Grueling fun. It was a lot of hard work. It's fun. It's rewarding. Involves all the cool stuff, which is math and science and engineering. And it allows human beings to go and live in a place where you can't unless you bring these machines with you to allow you to live. It's a frontier, and it's an environment that's different than living here on Earth, and it's rich in potential discovery.
So I think it's somewhat of a miracle in itself that it all happened. I mean, looking back 15, 16 years ago when we were involved with the planning of it and looking forward, that it all fit together as an engineering wonder, a great engineering accomplishment, quite possibly the greatest engineering accomplishment ever.
And even in addition to that, it's a political accomplishment too, because you look at all of these different countries that have worked together to make this happen, and it hasn't been easy.
Right.
But there's this overpowering desire to make this thing in space, and that's helped everybody get through their little cultural differences. And remember, the beginning of this conversation, we were here as new astronaut candidates. Station was under construction and hadn't been built, and we had doubts as to whether it would even fly, right? Okay, now think of the scientific community. They're even more abstract from this, and they look at this space station and say, oh, that's never gonna fly. Now it's finally up there, and they're saying, oh, but you can't use it for doing real science. And now, oh, real science is being done. So I think the science community has been slow to seriously consider what could be done on space station, and now they're starting to get engaged and saying, wow, it's built. Wow, look at all these facilities that are there. Look at this unique environment. I've got just the experiment that could be done on there. And so we're engaging more and more people. It's taken a while to do that, but they're starting to come forward with these wonderful ideas.
So I think it's safe to say it's been, out of those first 15 years, a lot of it was construction. And really just the last couple, we're getting to use this space station as a true laboratory. And the next however many years it might be, hopefully a long time, there's going to be some great stuff coming out of there science-wise. So the best is yet to come.
I like that. That sounds like Shakespeare to me.
Did he say that?
The best is yet to be.
Cool.
Hello. Hello.
Hello there.
What is this channel about?
It's about the topic of the flat Earth. Talk-
Is this a real thing?
Yes. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you believe in the flat Earth?
Absolutely.
Interesting. How?
Testing. Okay. Many tests have been done to
Mhm.
check for the curvature of the Earth, and
Mhm.
and every single test over long distances show that there's no curvature over distance.
How was the test made?
Long distance laser tests.
Mhm.
Okay, mostly over the surface of water or over the surface of frozen lakes.
Okay.
And we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be if the Earth's a globe.
Mhm.
And for the example of a laser test, they'll set up a extremely powerful laser on one side
Mhm.
of the. Let's just use an example, okay? Let's say we have a lake, and it's
Mhm.
40 kilometers across the lake.
Right.
Now we can set up a laser at 1.5 meters height on one side of the lake, and then we can have a target at 1.5 meters height on the other side of the lake.
Yes.
Then we can calculate over the 40 kilometers how much curvature there must be if the Earth is a globe. I think it's somewhere around 100 meters of curvature over that distance if the Earth's a
Okay.
globe. Okay. So the light
Mhm.
from the laser should not hit the target on the other side.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it does.
Yeah.
And that's been
Okay.
done a different weather. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one example.
Okay. So, I get the experiments, but the problem is that there are other experiments that claim that they have like computed the same kind of things and found that the Earth is round. So what to believe.
Well, I've only seen one laser test that's been done from the globe side, and that was in a documentary series called oh shit, I forget the name. It was by Stephen Hawking, and I think it was on PBS or something like that. Anyway, it was
Mhm.
they actually were proven, right, without the shadow of a doubt, to have faked footage in that documentary that was
Okay.
supposed to debunk flat Earth. Yeah, like they
Uh-huh.
literally used CGI
To make the Earth
in one of
round.
their. Well, not really. They actually they made it look like a helicopter went down
Yeah.
low and went over the curvature of the Earth, but it was
Mhm.
100% proven that they overlaid the footage because there
Okay.
were certain clouds and birds and things like that were repeated later in the video. Anyway, there's videos showing that. So
Yeah.
that's
So
the
there
only
there there
test,
has been
and
an
it was
analysis on the video that proved
yes.
that the video is fake. It has been edited, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
So it's
I have a question. If
Mhm.
the Earth is not round, it makes a big part of. Does it make a big part of modern physics wrong?
Well, it would not the actual physics. I mean, for the most part, right? It would mean that the mathematics that we're told is incorrect in
No, by
relation
by
to
by modern
the
physics, I
Earth.
mean what I call physics is the model of humans of how the things work. So it's just what we know, right? Like the actual, we don't know any all things. So the actual behavior of the universe, we don't know anything about it. But our models, what we think, how things work.
Yeah. If the water's not curving, then there's definitely a lot of problems with the mainstream
Okay.
explanations. I mean, if we have gravity, as mass attracting mass,
Yeah.
right, on a globe, then everything's going to be drawn towards the center of the Earth, and that means
Mhm.
that the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. If it's not, then that cannot be.
And so you say it's not because of your experiment with lasers you talked about, right?
Well, there's been probably thousands of different types of
Yeah,
tests.
but
that
I
have
mean
been done now.
in general, the experiments.
Yeah,
Okay.
the experiment. Like, okay, yeah. So we're empiricists. So when we actually go out and test the Earth, okay,
Yeah.
there's no curvature present. So
Okay.
We're not
Now,
claiming to know the shape.
what do you think there is at the end of the Earth then, and how is it structured if it's flat?
Yeah, so it's structured exactly as you experience when you go outside. Now, we're not claiming to know the entirety of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, we're testing the globe, and when we test the globe, there's zero curvature. We all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. So there you go.
Okay, interesting.
We're not claiming to know. Yeah, we're not claiming to know everything. Right? We're not claiming to know exactly how everything works.
Yeah. Okay. So, so you said the Earth is flat and stationary, right?
Yeah.
So it would imply that everybody who... Okay, if that's the case, how would satellites work, for example?
Satellites, well, that's not something that we're going to be able to empirically validate. I mean,
yeah, of course,
it's going to mean that satellites aren't orbiting around a globe in space, okay?
Yeah.
And it's going to mean that, yeah, so there's going to be implications like that. Okay, it depends
So
what
it
type of
means two
satellites you're
things.
talking about.
It means two things. One, that modern physics is a lie, and two, that all people that are putting satellites out there and etc. are liars as well.
Well, the physics of water is going to check out most perfectly. Okay, gas laws, natural laws such as entropy, right? These things are going to check out perfectly. So to have a globe, you would have to be saying that laws of nature are lying, which is crazy.
Oh, you talked
We're not
about
necessarily
entropy.
denying. We're not necessarily. Yeah, absolutely. So we have a gas pressure system here on the Earth, right? And that's meant to reside within a giant space vacuum.
Wait, we
Okay,
have
that
what? What is the word you
gas
use?
pressure. Gas pressure. Yeah,
Yeah,
gas pressure.
gas pressure.
Air.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
air.
Air is a mix of gases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's correct.
And how does it correlate with flat Earth?
Well, we would say that the Earth is a flat, stationary, contained system. Okay, and to have gas pressure, containment is required. Okay, it's the necessary antecedent to gas pressure.
Okay, but how does the fact that it's flat implies... no, sorry. How does containment implies that the Earth is flat? Couldn't a sphere, be contained in a way?
Yeah, it's I'm not saying that because we're in a contained system that's proof that the Earth is flat, but
Okay.
the globe is not claiming that there's a physical container. It's claiming that gravity is pulling the gases and stopping the gases from basically filling the available space, which is what gas does. In the infinite space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr deep space vacuum.
Okay, so you say that the gas would just go away into space, right? Basically.
Yeah, that's
not
what
contained.
That's what. Yeah,
Okay,
that's what gases
so for
do.
you,
Gases fill available space.
So there is two different things here. First, you claim that the Earth is flat, and now you claim that there's a dome around the Earth, right? Which are two different things.
I didn't claim a dome.
So if there is not a dome around the Earth, how is the Earth contained and not letting the gas escape?
Yeah, nobody knows exactly how the entire system works, but we have the antecedent.
Okay.
Yeah, we have the gas pressure, and as far as we can experiment on a smaller scale or demonstrate on a smaller scale is that, high pressure will, go to low pressure, right? Gas will fill available space. We can't have a gas pressure system adjacent to a vacuum without a physical barrier. And gas particles don't have a directional bias. They move at random in all directions.
Well, gas has mass, right?
Well, okay, if it has mass, then it should have a downward bias, shouldn't it? If gravity exists.
Yeah, but here you're going to say, well, gravity is a lie. it doesn't work like it's supposed to work because
No, I didn't say it's a
okay.
lie.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not some. I said that it's not something that can be validated. Okay, because there are certain things that would be required. There would be certain characteristics that would be present in reality that are not present.
Like
right, like the water curving. Okay,
yeah.
that would be a
Okay.
byproduct of gravity.
Mm-hmm.
And gas particles having a downward bias, that would be another byproduct of gravity.
Yes. Okay. So you say that since Earth is flat, the current model of gravity is not valid, right? Okay. And you say that there needs to be containment because otherwise the gas is just going to like spread out into space and disappear because of the vacuum, right?
Yes.
Not
that I'm claiming space exists. I'm not claiming there's a vacuum of space.
I'm just wondering about
something.
something.
Theory.
No, I know. 2 seconds. According to the flat Earth model, how do you stand on your 2 feet and on the ground and not floating?
Relative density. Okay, we don't necessarily have a flat Earth model, but I know what you mean. Okay, so things that are more dense than the air are going to sink through the air. Things that are less dense than the air are going to rise up through the air, like a helium balloon, for example. And nothing's going to move unless some energy is involved to displace an object in some way, right? So the only reason you're even standing up is because you've exchanged energy to force yourself, up off the ground, to hold yourself up. You're more dense than the air, right? If you run out of energy, you're going to simply fall back down to the ground. Because of the relative density, Archimedes' principle.
Okay,
right? You can call it specific gravity.
You replace the principle of gravity with relative density, right?
Not necessarily. We're not saying things are being pulled towards the Earth.
Okay.
I'm saying that things will rise or sink.
You're saying you're saying that if you're denser than air, you sink, and if you're lighter, you go up.
You
right?
rise.
Yeah, you rise.
Right.
Okay.
And also another important factor is the displacement. Okay, so there's always has to be some energy exchanged for something to be lifted up. Nothing just falls by itself. Whether it be rain, that would be the energy from the sun that would be causing that. Or if I pick up a rock, for example, I mean the rock's never going to move unless some outside source of energy displaces it. So if I come along, I use some of my energy, I displace the rock.
Yeah, the thing that you're saying, that's everything needs something to be
displaced.
Displaced. This is something that is actually in like regular conventional physics as well, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not denying all physics or anything like that. I mean, we actually love science, love the scientific method, but despise pseudoscience.
And we understand potential energy and kinetic energy. We like DJ said, physics.
Yeah. Okay.
Now there are some things that I think nobody knows the answer to. It's like, why is down down and why is up up? Okay, why is down not up and why is up not down? That kind of thing.
Well,
okay,
I get it.
Yeah, that's when the globe Earth side will say, oh, it's gravity. Okay, and we'll say that, okay, you can't prove that, right? And even the globe side says, okay, we have no idea what gravity is, where gravity comes from, etc. But it has to be there.
Well,
to have this globe Earth model.
It's dangerous to ask what gravity comes from because it's kind of getting into.
No one knows.
It's starting to get like metaphysical, etc. So it's kind of out of the box, but the idea, if you have to understand that I think you already understand that like humans have limited views on how reality works, and therefore they have limited models. They can only do hypotheses and then do experiments that validates those hypotheses, but they're always hypotheses, right?
Sure.
And so the flat Earth model is interesting. Do you think that therefore the sun revolves around the flat Earth?
I would say that we don't necessarily make specific claims about things that we can't empirically validate, like these celestial bodies, but we all see the same motion of these celestials in the sky.
Yeah.
So everything in the sky moves in cycles, resetting, and how big is the sun? How far away is the sun? Exactly how that operates is different. But yeah, we observe the sun moving across the sky. Like when we see a sunset, we'll say the sun is making a particular path across the sky, east to west. Whereas the globe side will say, well, from our perspective, the sun's not actually moving. We're on a globe that's spinning away from the sun, and that's what makes it appear like the sun's setting. So there's a difference, but we both observe the same thing.
Can you can you give me the experiment you're talking about?
You're talking about testing for the curvature?
Yeah, the experiment they made with the frozen lake for the curvature.
Oh yeah, I'll show you one that I can. All right, so just give me a second.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah. While I'm pulling this up, go ahead, Sheepdog.
Yeah, Giannis, do you agree that testing a model is not testing nature itself?
I think that as humans, yes, testing a model, like testing a thinking, like you think, okay, Earth is this, and we test it, and we find data that correlates with what we think. It's testing reality, but it doesn't give you the full picture.
If you're testing the model, then that's not based on scientific method. That's pseudoscience, right?
Yeah, of course. That's true. But the problem is the big problem with that is you can always interpret things in your way. For example, I don't know. You know that you talked about pseudoscience. I don't know. A guy is going to make a theory about like stupid things like, okay, actually ghosts exist and etc. He's going to test something. There are going to be results that are not necessarily correlated with his model, but he's going to interpret it as, okay, it's a proof, bro, and therefore
so pseudoscience would be confirming your bias, right?
I think it would be.
Go ahead, DJ.
There is
so
a big
look,
problem.
we're not necessarily making, when we're talking about these observations, we're not doing a scientific experiment, right? This is a question of geometry. So we're just testing to see if the geometric claims that we're told match up with reality. That's all. It's a measurement.
Yeah, we get it. So you measure and you say, okay, there's no curvature because of the measurements. So I need the experiment. Okay.
Yeah. I've got one ready to go over with you. All right. So this is just a long distance observation, testing for characteristics that must have to be present if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so you know what the horizon is, right? The apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. Okay, that's the definition of a horizon. But on a globe, it would be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth, and it would be at a certain distance depending on the height of the observer. So here's the first diagram. So it won't take me long to explain this, but I just did want to set a bit of a foundation, because what we're testing is for the geometric horizon.
Sphere would observe physical geometry horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, this is physical geometry. Geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can observe and meet. Right. Okay, this is what is observed. No imaginary other horizon or second sea. What? Where the skies and the sea meet can be observed past the line of the physical geometry.
So there can only be, so it's a physical horizon. That's basically what that's saying. Anything that goes beyond that distance would have to physically become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. It would be blocked, depending on how high it is.
How high the person is.
Yeah. So the water would be the maximum distance that you can see the water
because of the curvature of the Earth. Yes, and then.
Okay. Okay, so here's this is just a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so anyone can go on Google and type in Earth curvature calculator, and it's going to base everything off the radius value. Okay, it's going to tell us how far away that horizon should be from a certain height, and how much something in the distance should be hidden by. So here we have the distance to the object. Okay, so the object okay, so what I'll do now is I'll just post this diagram. Okay, so this is an observation done by a guy named Dr. John Dee in the United Kingdom. And oh, don't worry about that just yet. Just have a look at the diagram on the right. Okay, so this is the windmill farm. You know those windmill farms they put out in the ocean?
Yeah.
Okay, so what he's going to be doing, he sets his camera up on a tripod at 1 meter height, and he's going to be zooming in to the into the distance, okay, to try to check for that geometric horizon. Okay, so according to the Earth curvature calculation, do you mind if I use imperial system? Miles and feet, or do you want?
I'm from Europe,
metric?
so whatever.
Yeah,
no,
fine.
I know the imperial. Don't worry, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll say it in both anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
okay, that's perfect.
Yeah. So the distance to the horizon should be 2.29 miles away. But that's 3.4 kilometers, and the distance to the object, which will be the windmills. Okay, the closest one is 8 miles, which is I forget actually. So we're just going to concentrate on one of them. Okay, one of the windmills, because we can see 6 windmills. I'll post a clip from...
miles is like 13 kilometers.
Yeah, and then the furthest windmill in this observation is 11.2 miles away, which is about 18 kilometers. Okay, so here's just a clip that I took from his video. Okay, this is a full an hour and a half long video where he goes over all of the details in depth. Okay, so when he zooms in, we can see 6 windmills from the farm. Okay, 8 to 11 miles away. So we're just going to be focusing for simplicity on the furthest one. Okay, so the one on the right, that's 11.2 miles away, which is 18 kilometers. Now, first thing we're going to notice is that the geometric horizon isn't there. Okay, it's not there, and the reason that he did the observation where we have some known distance markers is because it would be impossible to gauge how far away the horizon is if you don't have a known distance marker in the background. Okay,
so you observe the windmill after the geometric horizon, therefore the Earth is flat, right? This is the argument.
No, not necessarily. Okay, so just let me finish. Okay, it won't be much longer. Okay, so I'm not presenting this as flat Earth proof. This is testing the globe.
Okay.
All right, so that geometric horizon must physically be at that distance. Okay, that is the maximum distance that you can see on a globe, according to the geometry of the globe. So it must be there, especially according to gravity, according to the radius value. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see any more water past 3.4 kilometers. Now, the bottom of the windmill should be obstructed by 52 feet, which is 16 meters. Okay, that's basically like a 5-6 story building. Okay, so that should be hidden from the bottom. So just quickly, I'll just post a close-up photograph of the base of the windmills, just so you can see what it looks like close up. Okay, so these things are giant, by the way. And when it's low tide, you can see the black paint that's been stripped off by the salt water.
Yeah.
Okay, when it's high tide, it comes up to the yellow paint. So he's done this at low tide. Okay, so right here's the close up from the zoom footage once again. Okay, so we don't see any obstruction. We can also see water going out beyond the windmills.
Yes.
And we can even see a boat off in the distance, right? Of the boat like out into the ocean, far beyond the windmills in the zoom footage. And he also tracked that boat on shipping radar at the time, and it's called the Shetland Trader, and it's 12.1 nautical miles out, which is about 14 statute miles. Okay, that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And yeah, that horizon should be at that distance. And he also went and did it on a different day as well.
Okay.
So here's the footage from a different day, just a screenshot from it. So this is all in the full video. He goes over everything in extreme detail. He's a very smart guy. He's got a PhD in spectrophotometry.
That's great. That's actually like great experiment. I see a few things that might be problematic. Are you familiar with light refraction?
Yeah, very familiar. Very familiar. So that's why and so is this guy. I mean, this guy's an expert in refraction, essentially. Okay, he's got a PhD in spectroscopy.
Yes.
So this guy, he speaks about all of that. So he's measured the water temperature and the air temperature. We don't have a huge difference.
There is only one problem in your diagrams. You how can I say this? You represent the field of view, right? The light going through the eyes of the observer as a straight line. Do we agree?
Just a second. My wife's just asking me a question.
Okay. No problem. There's a reason why those experiments are made over water, by the way.
Yeah, because water at rest is level.
It's being made over the water because water would be level, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's a globe or whether it's flat. Okay, it doesn't have elevation changes.
Why can't I say send images to the? Oh, that's weird.
You need to be in the server for a certain amount of time before you can
I just
get
joined,
automatic image bumps.
Yeah, I just joined anyway.
Yeah, so standard refraction, right? Standard refraction, according to the globe Earth side, okay, it would be a refraction coefficient of 0.13 to 0.17, which does presuppose a globe, right, in the calculation. Okay, but what that would allow you to do is see about 7 to 16% beyond the limitations of the globe. Okay, that would be standard refraction to heavy refraction. Now, even extreme refraction, you might have a K factor of 0.3 or something like that. Okay, and that would allow you to see a certain percentage, right? Maybe 30%, 50% even, right? Pushing it to the maximum limits beyond the curvature. Okay, and we're not seeing any miraging effects here. We're not seeing any inferior, superior miraging, Fata Morgana, or anything like that. We have a very, very, very clear day.
First you said that refraction is based on the globe model.
No,
how?
The way that it's so the way that they calculate for refraction on a globe is using the refraction coefficient, right? The K factor. Okay, and what they basically do is they measuring how much the rays would bend in relation to the radius value of the globe. Okay, so what they're essentially doing is saying that when you have a K factor, a refraction coefficient of 0, that means that the horizon would be at exactly the distance that it should be at on the globe, which would be 2.29 miles.
And then 2 seconds. The K factor. You claim that it's computed in respect to the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, the refraction coefficient, right? There's 2 different types of Ks. Okay, so there's 2 different ways of calculating it. What I'm talking about is the refraction coefficient, which would be between 0 and 1.
The refraction coefficient is based upon the material, not the Earth the radius.
No, it is absolutely based on a 6371 radius globe.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100% sure.
By the way,
there's 2 different types of K factors as well.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're talking about the bending of light over the Earth curvature, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I was talking about the small level. So when you just take a light and shine it through, 2 different materials, and you observe diffraction,
refraction.
Yeah.
And that would be Snell's law. Okay, so that's different. I mean, that's when you have you put a pencil into a glass of water and you can see the pencil bending.
that would do you take? I'm sorry, but do you also take in account in your observations that the air changes density?
Yeah, that's what refraction
And
is.
so the refraction changes, and so the direction of the light changes. So the argument you the argument you made about like the geometric horizon is not correct.
No, that is the
because
physical.
you
that is
don't
the
take in
physical.
account you don't
No,
take
that's
in
the
account
geometric horizon.
the refraction phenomenon that is introduced by the air density and such.
Yeah, that's why it's called the geometric horizon, okay? Because it's a geometric byproduct of the globe.
Yes.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically we remove all of the air. Okay, that's the physical geometric horizon, or if you have zero refraction, that's a physical, that's a physical place, okay? That anything that goes beyond it is going to be physically blocked behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Now, when you're adding air back in, okay, now you have to take refraction into account. But refraction also has limitations, okay, based on... Okay, so this is what refraction really is, okay? Even according to the mainstream. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe, and adding a radius value into it is begging the question if the globe's what's in question in the first place. Now, it's caused by temperature, like the temperature vertically, okay? And the temperature is going to change the refractive index of the air.
Yeah.
So if we have much cooler air, say we had 10 degree water, okay, and 25 degree air, there's going to be a much cooler layer of air just above the surface of the water, and then it's going to be a gradient, and it's going to get warmer as you go up. Now, the cooler air is always going to be the most optically dense, okay? So when the light travels through on its way back to you, it's going to deviate towards the denser portion of the air, which is always going to be the colder air. Okay, and that's going to cause cause refraction.
Where so the cold air is
so if the cold air is lower, right, then the light's going to bend down.
It's going to bend
and then
down.
things
But
are going to appear
the
a
cold
little
air
bit
is
higher.
always lower.
No,
isn't it?
absolutely not. No,
How?
definitely. Okay, so if you have the opposite, right, you have an inverted temperature gradient. Okay, so now we change the situation. Okay, say we have warmer water. Say we have 15 degree water, and we have 10 degree air. Now the water is going to create a warmer layer of air above the surface of the water, and then the gradient's going to be reversed, and then you're going to get upward bending, and then you're going to get downward displacement. Okay, so you've got the opposite of each other depending if you have an inverted temperature gradient or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so
if you only have a very slight difference between the change, right, in the refractive index gradient. So if you just have, say you have 20 degree water temperature and 22 degree air temperature. Okay, that's not a situation where you're going to get a huge amount of refraction. You're going to have a very, very clear conditions, because you don't have that. You don't have the properties in the air that are going to cause that steep gradient change to cause that heavy deviation of the light.
Okay, so you say that the deviation is never strong enough to see beyond the how is it called again? The geometric horizon, right?
Well, they say that, you can see a little bit further, maybe 7 to 10%, maybe 15%, okay, maybe 20 to 30% in extreme conditions.
Of what?
Beyond the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
So say the horizon should be at 2.3 miles. If you account for standard refraction, okay, which would be a small amount of downward bending of light, then that will allow you to see about 16% further. Okay, and the way they calculate that on a globe, they call it 7/6R. Okay, and it means that you can see about 16% beyond the curvature of the Earth. Essentially, they just increase the radius value by 16% to allow for the bending of the light. Right, that does pre-assume a globe, but this is the problem. Okay, once you start getting a steep change in the refractive index, you start getting miraging effects. So you start getting inferior mirages and superior mirages and
Yeah,
things
yeah.
like that. So that's super noticeable, like because they have characteristics that go along with them. You'll start seeing total internal reflection, and you'll see inverted images and floating ships or sinking ships, like crazy stuff like that. Okay, and it's super noticeable, and nobody should be using an observation where we can see obvious miraging effects as proof of anything other than that there's a particular type of mirage taking place. So we don't see any symptoms of any miraging effects taking place in the observation. Okay, but what we are seeing is we're seeing not 16% beyond the curvature of the Earth, not 20%, not 30%, not 100%, not 1,000%, but many thousands of percent, right? Orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see. Okay, there's not any type of refractive index gradient that would be able to explain this observation. Essentially, there would have to be so much refraction, it would increase the radius value of the globe by so much that the Earth would just appear flat anyway. The meteorological conditions required for that are not present, okay? Because we know the water temperature, we know the air temperature, and we don't have the distortion. We don't have the Fata Morgana or the superior miraging effects in the distance.
Okay.
And also we have repeatability as well. Okay, so you can go there on different days, different weather conditions, or you could go there
You'll
daytime,
see
nighttime.
the same results, right?
Yeah, the same results or similar results.
Similar results, right?
Nothing
Okay.
nothing ever close to what would match the geometry of a globe.
So your argument is that we can see way further. That's what is possible to see with standard refraction, right? And
Yeah.
round Earth model.
Even with extreme refraction, yeah. But with extreme refraction comes extreme distortion. So we can count out extreme refraction. I can show you an example of what it would look like if we had a very, very heavy refraction day. Right, this is a different location, but this is another place where we do a bunch of observations because we have distance markers, some oil platforms. Okay, so this would be an extremely heavy refraction day. Okay, you wouldn't want to go and use this image for proof of anything. We've got some basically got a Fata Morgana situation here. Okay, where we've got such a crazy change in the refractive index that everything's distorted like crazy. Okay, so we wouldn't pick this one. Okay, so just bear with me. Take a look at those two oil platforms. Let me show you another example where we don't have these crazy conditions of that exact same location. So I'll just pull it up quickly because this is another great observation that's been done. And this is a completely different place in the world as well. So completely different climate as well, different weather conditions. So this one's done.
I just have a question for the
go ahead.
so you said there is a maximum value to the refraction on on the Earth and what you can see beyond the geometric horizon.
Well, there's a limit. There's a limit.
Yeah, there's a limit. Yeah.
To the meteorological conditions that are
there's
realistic.
Okay. And do you really know what those limits are, or are you just saying that there are limits, therefore we cannot see that further?
Well, the leading subject matter experts, right? The physicists, the people that are experts on optics and refraction, right? They're the ones that are telling us this, right? I've got video clips just here from a physics professor.
You can say it to me. You can send it to me if possible.
Yeah, I'll post it in the side chat in just a moment. So it's Dr. Michael Jelovic, and he's actually having a debate with some flat earthers. Very nice guy. I really enjoyed his debate. He was in good faith. And, he was saying, look, atmospheric refraction is something we need to take into account. Actually, it does fit into what I was just about to show you. So this is actually the observation here. This next one I posted that the flat earthers were showing at the time. Okay, and they posted it, and just before they went over the numbers, he said, look, we do have to take refraction into account. He said, but standard refraction would make you be able to see about 7%, 8% beyond the curvature of the Earth. and in extreme conditions, maybe 10%, 11%, something like that. He said, if you can show me footage where we can see beyond that limitation, right? That he said that himself. He said, if you can show me observations that exceed that limitation that would be able to be explained by refraction, then you couldn't use refraction as an excuse.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah. Right. So
what is
these
the
are
name
thousands
of the guy you're talking about?
Yeah, it's Dr. Matthew Jelovic, but I've got his the clips. I've got the clips saved just here. So just give me a second. I'll just post them in the side chat. They're just short clips, and the clips also lead you to the full debate if you want to watch that at another time, so you can see it in full context. But these are just 2 short clips about what I was talking about. So just give me a second. All right, I've got them just here.
So, are we talking 2 seconds? Because do we agree that on bodies of water, the refraction effect can be much stronger?
Not necessarily. It can be quite strong, but it can also be extreme over the surface of the Earth as well, because we can have this. Because what happens generally is the sun heats up the ground, right? And you're going to get, like, if you're going over a desert, or if you're going over a hot road surface or cement, or if it's just a really hot day in general, okay, the ground's going to be very hot from the sun, so that's going to create a warm layer of air right above the surface. Okay, and what that's going to cause is a gradient that's going to get cooler as you go up. Okay, so the light's going to be bending, deviating towards the cooler portion of the medium, and it's going to cause sinking refraction or inferior miraging effects. Most often,
I think that the 7 to 11% you're talking about, I think it's average conditions, not like maximum conditions we can observe. I think you're misleading here.
Some people say no. That's what I said. Standard refraction is actually used by surveyors and things like that, right? So it's a refractive index of 0.13 to 0.17. So a refraction coefficient. Okay, so at the minimal end, it's
bodies
7 to 8%.
Of water, on bodies of water, it can be much stronger. Do you have the same kind of proof? Do you have the same kind of proof which is not on a body of water?
Yeah, it's been done over frozen lakes.
Yeah, no, not frozen lakes, not body of water, not the ground that is like much colder.
Yeah, it's been done from
because
from
the
elevation.
ground being much colder
we have
can
everything.
the ground being much colder can lead to this kind of big deviation of light, like very big deviation of light.
Yeah, we can. So most of the observations that we're showing you, okay, we know the water temperature and we know the air temperature, and there isn't the deviation that you're talking about. Okay, it's not possible to have this extreme bending of light when you don't have the meteorological conditions to cause the change in the refractive index for that light to heavily deviate. Okay, and along with heavy deviation of light comes miraging effects. Okay, you can't have a crazy deviation of light and not have inferior or superior mirages, depending on whether you have hot or cooler air down lower. Okay, that's what I mean. You're going to have heavy distortion, like in that picture that I showed you above. Okay, that's a situation where you wouldn't want to use that observation as evidence. Okay, but the one below it, we don't have that heavy refraction because we don't have any byproducts of it. Okay, it's just a nice clear image. It's not possible to have extreme changes in the refractive index and not have these heavy refractive conditions optically. Okay, you're going to see them. Okay, so if you've got extremely cool air down below, like really cold ground, and then warmer air above it, you're going to have extreme bending downward bending, downward refraction, and that's going to make things.
I think doesn't you said the mirage or the mirage effect, like the distortions. I don't think it's based on how far you can see with the strength of the refraction and how far you can see beyond the geometrical horizon. But I think it's more linked to the way that the gradient of temperature is changing and bending the light, if it's smooth, if it's abrupt, etc. So you could see far beyond without any visible distortions.
How?
If you have a smooth temperature gradient, okay, over the distance, that bends the light strongly without having like a big variation of the light.
Does he mean a horizontal one?
No, vertical.
Is that possible in a dynamic system?
What do you mean?
This is yeah, exactly. Because we have constant fluctuation.
Yeah,
okay, it's everything's moving around constantly.
Okay,
It's not
yeah,
possible. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, every single time we go out to make observations, we're seeing this. Okay, and there's no observations that I've ever seen in the last 8 years where this magical refraction, right, is not present, where we can see just flatness, right, far beyond, many thousands of percent beyond. Okay, now they have standard refraction for a reason. They say that's the standard. Okay, so that's what surveyors use. That's what they use in navigation and things like this. They'll say that they'll apply just standard refraction, just guessing basically. So that'll allow you to see 16% beyond the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, so it's not, they're not saying the standard, right? The norm is to be able to see 3,000% further. It's not. It's not.
There are places where you can see a lot further.
Yes, one moment. Just for your benefit, I posted something in the side chat you asked for. So it's an academic paper about mirages and refraction over land. All this was done over land. So you can have a look at that. Just save it, bookmark it, whatever, and have a read of it later.
See, this is the thing, my friend. We can test this on a small scale. It's very easy to test. Okay, there's this channel called Sky Free, which Swoldog has just posted a clip from. Okay, they do refraction tests. They've done hundreds and hundreds of them on a small scale. Now, it's not possible, right, to create the situation that you're talking about where you're able to flatten out a curved surface consistently over distance. And what happens is when they manipulate the vertical refractive index, if there's a steep change, you always get those byproducts of miraging effects.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but do you have like experiments like you did that are not above water or frozen lakes, above ground?
Well, can I interject really quickly, Giannis? I don't want to get too far away from the point. So, in the observations that we've given you, have you noticed that the horizon itself, even with this idea of refraction, that the horizon itself can change apparent distance or apparent height? Would you agree with that?
Wait, so the horizon can change apparent distance or height?
Yes.
I don't really know.
Okay, so we've shown you a lot of examples, right, where the horizon and its location relative to you apparently can be in different places. We've talked about refraction where it may change the apparent height or distance, right, optically. Okay, so if the horizon is an optical phenomena, because it can always be, changed on where it might be depending on the conditions, wouldn't that kind of ruin the idea that the horizon is Earth curve completely?
Yeah, okay, I get what. Yeah, indeed, the horizon, because of the because of the bending of the light, it's not exactly the curvature of the Earth, but that's exactly what I was saying, right?
Right.
At the start.
So it's not.
And I was saying that
then.
you use a straight line to represent the light coming in the eyes of the observer, right? That's what I was saying, but in truth, it's not a straight line.
Right. So if that's not a straight line, then we can't do anything geometrically to determine if the horizon is Earth curve. It's just an apparent position and therefore cannot be Earth curve.
Okay, so you say since we cannot use exact mathematics to measure because there are like refractions problem, it's not exactly the horizon, like the geometrical tangents of the, you know, so you have the Earth and you have the line and it's the tangent point between the light and the Earth curvature. Therefore, we cannot say anything. That's what
we can't say that the horizon is Earth curve, which means that all of the Earth curve calculators are useless. And then we have to go, well, then who measured the Earth curve to begin with? And it turns out no one ever has. So the Earth is not a sphere.
Okay. So because no one has measured the Earth curvature, because there is problem with like geometry, etc. Therefore, the Earth is not round.
Correct.
How does that making not round?
Well, let's put it this way. If the Earth is a sphere with the radius that they've given us, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we can measure that Earth curve, then we'd have something to talk about. The problem is we can't measure any.
Okay. We can wait. We can't measure any what?
No Earth curve at all. In fact, everything that we do measure is flat or planar. So if we only measure the Earth as flat or planar, and it presents itself that way, why would we ever think that we lived on a ball?
Okay. So
I'm going to add one
so
more
you're
thing.
basically saying that if I have a can and I can't open it, there's no bean inside. That means that there is no bean in the can, right? I cannot say that there's beans inside the can. It means that there is no beans in the can.
No, that's a false equivalence. So what I'm telling you is that if someone tells me that we live on a ball, but it doesn't have the thing that requires it to be a ball, being curvature, then we don't live on a ball.
Okay. You say if
hold on, man. Hold on.
sorry, I'm not done speaking. So you say if
hold on.
I'm not done speaking.
Giannis, just hold on a second,
I'm going to help you understand.
I haven't finished. You speak when I have finished.
You're spiraling, man.
No. You say I'm asking questions. I'm not spiraling, bro. I'm asking questions.
Just hold your question for a second. Swalldog's a moderator. Just let him say his thing, and then we'll let you finish your whole statement. Promise.
Okay.
So your entire life, you've been told that the Earth is too big to see curves. It looks flat, but trust us, it's curving. So you've been given the story without any evidence, right? All we're asking you to do is produce the evidence that supports the claim that the Earth is a ball, because everybody on Earth experiences it as flat. No one has ever seen it curving. No one's ever felt it in motion. The entire cosmic ladder, the entire story hinges on the Earth being a ball with a diameter of 12,500 kilometers. You understand that?
So you're saying me that since I cannot prove it, it makes it not true.
No, not you specifically. Anyone. No one has produced any Earth curve measurements at all. Never.
Okay.
So Giannis, just quickly, just with your analogy, right? So a better analogy would be like you claim that there's a bean inside the can, okay? And then we go and open the can and we look inside the can and we check it and we check it again and again and again. We use all these different methods and there's no bean in the can. Okay, then there's no bean in the can.
No, I mean, okay. Another analogy. So he said you cannot measure we haven't measured the radius of the Earth, right? Not the radius, the curvature of the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not round. It's like saying you have a black box. You don't. Okay, it's like saying you have a black box.
It would be like
right?
if you gave me a can that had a picture of beans on it, and you said that there's beans in the can, and I open the can and there's no beans. That would be the equivalent.
It's a claim of
geometry.
geometry.
It's not because it's not measured. It's not because it's no. It's not because it's not measured that it's not there.
No, we're measuring it.
We measured it flat, dude.
Yeah, we could like if you tell us that you're 6 foot tall, okay, and then we measure you and you're 5 foot tall. Okay, you're never going to be 6 foot tall because we measured you and you're not 6 foot tall. So your claim is incorrect, and you don't have that.
The problem.
anymore.
Have you actually? So I think there are measures of Earth curvature over long distances. By the way,
Yeah, that's what
I
we
can
got until we looked into it.
100% find you papers of that right now.
Okay, go ahead.
for it, please.
We'll go
Okay,
over them in good
I will
faith.
search for them. 2 seconds.
You don't have them, but you'll get them. But they're there, but you don't know.
What?
I'd like to see at least one. Like, if you can bring us one today, we'll go over it with you and we'll show you what it is.
Okay. Okay.
Understand, our community's been doing this 10 years. We've been looking for that paper that you think is so easily obtained.
Yeah, I'm searching for it. I mean, I don't know, right? I'm asking questions. I don't know. I'm septic. That's why I'm asking questions. I'm trying to like challenge
Let me ask you this:
everybody's
If you
belief
don't-
and see if they are like good or not.
If you've never been presented with the evidence, why are you so adamant about defending it?
What do you? Okay, so you say if you have no evidence. Now, I'm not saying that I believe into anything. I'm just like trying to, challenge your beliefs and
simple
see
as
if they
this.
hold. That's
It's-
all.
It's just as simple as this, right? Claims of
Honestly,
geometry
I
must
don't
be
know.
based on measurement.
Yeah, so
claims of geometry
you're
must be
saying
based on
there is
measurement.
yeah. So
That's
you're
how
saying
you
there
would
is
have
no measurement
derived.
for
That's how you would have
round
derived
Earth,
your
but there are
conclusion.
for flat Earth model.
My God.
Yeah.
Look, it's just as simple as this. Claims of geometry must be based on measurement. That must be the foundation of the claim. That would be the
Listen,
proof.
guys, but he just said that he's not here. He's here to challenge your belief, not his beliefs. He's here to challenge you. Go ahead.
No, I'm interested. Honestly, I'm just interested in like how people think and how people justify their thinking. That's why I'm asking questions.
What about your belief? Have you questioned your belief? Have you questioned how you believe something? Your belief?
That's true. Have you questioned how you believe something? Well, I think that we all have preconceived beliefs, right?
Okay, so since you're in this topic, they're presenting evidence to you to the contrary of your belief. Have you looked into the evidence that they're presenting?
Well, the real problem is that the evidence is reported by someone. Therefore, you have to trust the person that reported the evidence to,
No, you don't.
So you're saying that there is a
No,
problem
of
with the
course you do.
evidence,
Of
or
course you do.
before you look into the evidence, you're saying that because someone did something, therefore you have to discard the evidence because someone.
Someone
Wait,
shows
what?
you evidence. You have to evaluate the evidence. Make sure that it's internally consistent first.
Yeah.
And then validate it externally.
Okay.
And our claim is not trust me, bro. Our claim is trust your senses, bro. Go do it for yourself.
Yeah. So the easiest way to do that is that it would be actually me going outside and trying to measure Earth curvature and finding out that there is none, right?
That's what happened.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I did.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
look, this is what I wanted to bring up just at the start as well. Okay, there's a group of engineers called FE Core in Europe, and they went out and they did a series of 5 different laser tests. Now they spent about $30,000+ on their equipment, building an extremely high-powered laser and a leveling device, and they got weather stations to account for refraction. Okay, and they went to Lake Balaton, I think it's called, and they did a series of 5 different laser tests from approximately, I think they did 1.5 meter height on their longest test. Okay, and then they had a target 40 kilometers away at 1.5 meters height. Now, they accounted for refraction. They had weather stations set up measuring the vertical refractive index. They had everything leveled using extreme precision. Okay, this is a whole team of engineers. Now, they hit the target on all 5 of their laser tests over different distances, different weather conditions, and the final one was the 40 kilometer one where they also hit their target. So they have an hour-long video where they go over every single observation in detail, and they have a 180-page paper going over all of
that's cool.
the
Okay.
technical specifications. You might like that. You sound like a
And so,
technical
what
guy.
is the conclusion of the paper?
The conclusion's that there's no Earth curvature, and there's
Okay,
actual.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'll post it in the side chat if you want to save it for later. The video and the PDF document.
Which one? You sent it?
The FE core, yeah. Just a second. I just
Okay,
copied
yeah,
it.
the video.
I just have to. Okay, yep. So someone's posted the video there. So yeah, here's the video and the Google Docs, right? That'll take you straight to the PDF as well, where they go over all of the refractive index. They go over all of the technical information about the laser and the locations, the coordinates, everything.
And why do you think, therefore, that we have been fed the round Earth model for so long? What is the reason?
Hey,
It's a speculation. How could any of us know the intentions of another person?
No, that's why I'm asking. What do you think? Not what.
Right.
Why?
And that's why I'm asking you, why do I need to give you what I think? Are you accepting that the Earth is flat and that you recognize that they were lying? And this is you like, hey, what should I be looking into? Or is this some sort of, I'm going to propose you the question, you're going to give me an answer, I'm going to find your answer ridiculous, and then I'm going to dismiss it altogether?
No. I'm genuinely like just interested in why would they do that, like as a real question, not as like I'm going to say, actually.
We can't be certain about it. Yeah, we can't be certain, dude.
Yeah, that's why I'm
can't be
asking you,
certain
what do you
about that.
think?
So we can be certain about our measurements, but we can't about motives.
Yeah. No, that's why I'm asking about what do you think, or I would just have said like why instead of why do you think?
I can figure that out later.
Even according to the mainstream, okay, if you take a deep dive into the history of how the globe Earth became the globe Earth, okay, it's not because people went out and did empirical tests and validated it that it's a globe. It was more philosophically reasoned into existence, right? Basically by making assumptions about an imaginary way of viewing the sky, right? Being the celestial sphere, and then over time inverting that celestial coordinate system into a terrestrial Earth-based coordinate system through philosophical grounds, right? Not through empiricism, not through testing, but through philosophy. And yeah, it's an interesting. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. I don't want to waffle on for too long about it, but it's something that is now kind of taught as a given. And most people that are teaching you that the Earth's a globe, university professors, scientists, these people are not lying for the most part, right? They genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe because their professors also believed that the Earth were a globe, okay? And they're just memorizing textbooks and that's it. You know, most people are not lying.
I'll say this, just so you get a little bit of context. It most likely started out with because they were designing the celestial sphere and trying to map out the stars so that way they could create maps for people to sail over. And so by looking at the celestial sphere and how the stars present to us in the sky, they then plastered their maps up against that celestial sphere. And basically it's just, you know, how we perceive the stars in the sky.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not about the surface of the earth. So
and what does the ancient text say about the how the earth is structured? Like if we look at history.
Ancient texts, like up until the 50s, schools were teaching that the earth was flat.
Okay.
Yeah,
and then it changed, right?
Well, this is the thing, okay? All of the ancient cultures believed in a flat, stationary, enclosed system. Okay, the Egyptians, the Babylonians,
That's because
the
you're bored. I'm
Indians.
gonna start cooking dinner after this game, okay?
Hold on, just a second.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, I think in religion as well.
Yeah, in religion as well, absolutely.
Yeah, in Islam, there's the flat Earth with the God of the throne of God above.
Yeah. Same with the Hebrew depiction from the Bible. Same with the Hindu, the Mesa, the all of them essentially. They all agreed on the same type of system where we have an enclosed system with a flat Earth. Yeah, and then it was first. Apparently, it was first suggested by a guy named Pythagoras. Okay, and he
we know this guy.
Yeah, exactly. And most people think of him as a mathematician and a man of logic and science and that kind of thing, but that's absolutely not the case. He was more like a mystic cult leader type character, if he even existed the way that we're told. Now, he's the first person that's credited with suggesting that the Earth's a globe. Okay, and basically, those like the cult of Pythagoras. I'm not sure if you've heard of that, but they worshipped spheres, right, and
Yeah, I've
numbers.
heard of. Yeah, there's this theory. I don't know if it has to do, but there's this theory that no, I'm not sure, so I'm not going to speak about it. It's like it has to do with spheres and religion. But
Yeah,
it's kind of the
absolutely.
same idea. It's they say that spheres. It has been like the theory of that planets are spheres. It has been made to make people look away from God.
Yeah, that's another theory as well, for sure.
Yeah.
But look, it was simple. I mean, okay, so just quickly, I'll just read something out. I'll read it really fast, and I won't read all of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so just quick, it's easier than me saying it because I've got it written down. Okay, so long before Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere Earth, fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric and
Hello?
observational construct.
Oh.
Yeah, hold on a second, whoever just said hello. Okay,
Of course. Yeah.
thank you. It was a model of appearance, not of substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere, and the key thing to note is the celestial sphere was an optical projection. Angles and motions of the stars were mapped around the observer, not around the Earth as an object. Okay, and then the coordinate system was celestial, not terrestrial. Okay, and then later, philosophers such as Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, etc., took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that since the heavens appeared spherical and what they considered perfect, the Earth must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing that I heard about. Yeah.
Yeah, and then basically, a long time passed, and everyone didn't believe the Earth was a globe when these ancient Greeks allegedly said it was a globe. Okay, so a long time passed where everyone still believed that the Earth was flat. Even about a thousand years passed, essentially. If you believe the mainstream timeline, that is.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then the aftermath was essentially a coordinate system conversion mistaken for reality.
Yeah. There's I've heard this theory that it's a bit I don't know what that's actually a guy who told me that the ancient Greeks they actually contacted the how do you say that in English, the devils, and the devils told them to introduce the round Earth
Oracle?
model. Yeah, to introduce the round Earth model and to introduce other planets as round planets, etc. And give their names. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, and we're still so basically they took the celestial coordinate system and they inverted it into a terrestrial coordinate system, which is still what we're using to this day. It's called the WGS 84. And we're still using that. So basically, they took right ascension, that became longitude, declination became latitude, celestial poles became terrestrial poles, celestial equator became the terrestrial equator.
So you're okay. You're talking about the how do you say? Is it spherical coordinates versus regular 3D plane, right?
No, just navigation period. He said longitude and latitude came from, looking at the stars. The magnetic poles came from the magnetic fucking field, which would be your azimuth directions. Like the way they navigate comes from these specific methods for navigation, and they blend them together.
Yeah.
It's like it originated,
That's
even
interesting.
it was flat earthers and the ancient cultures that we were talking about before. They needed an accurate way to be able to map out the the movement of the stars for navigation and that kind of thing. So they basically invented a big giant imaginary sphere around the center of each observer. I mean,
Yeah.
around where you're the observer, you're at the center. Okay, you've got an infinite plane around you, and then you've got like a big celestial sphere around you, and it's just an imaginary way of visualizing the motion of the stars. Okay, so let's say we use Polaris as an example. Okay, and we can just say we're standing at the north, and we've got Polaris above us. Okay, that's at 90 degrees right above us, and then as we move away, we say, okay, when we're at this spot on the surface of the Earth,
Okay,
Polaris
I
is
get
now
it.
at a
So,
certain
so you,
degree.
you say that the coordinate system is based on the position of the stars, basically.
Yeah, sun and
Okay.
stars. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we have given you the stars so you could navigate, right? After all. Yeah.
And they had the Greeks inherited the Babylonian sky mathematics and applied the Hermetic Mexican maxim, as above, so below. You've probably heard that term before.
Yes.
As above, so below. Okay,
Yes.
they saw the heavens as a divine and spherical, and reasoned that the earth must mirror this perfection.
Yeah. Okay. Because the heavens are spherical, the Earth must be spherical, right?
Yeah. Yep. That's what they reasoned.
Okay.
And then there was the Copernicus came along about 1,000 years later, and then he took the geocentric model. Okay, so Ptolemy's geocentric model, and he basically kept it the same, except he changed it a little bit, and he transferred the motion from the sky to the Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
And then that's how the heliocentric model came to be.
What are the heavens you talk about exactly, like physically in the 3D plane?
It's above the Earth.
I have no
period.
idea. Yeah, it's like a big clock in the sky, basically.
Yeah,
We can't
because
confirm exactly what they are.
religion talk about 7 heavens, right? But it's very
Not all.
it's very confusing.
Yeah, definitely. That's why we stick to the ground. You're in a room full of empiricists, basically. So if we don't know something, we'll just say, yeah, we can't check that. That would be speculation. But what we do know is that logically, if you don't have any detected curvature and over 70% of the surface, the known surface area of the Earth is water, okay, and then it can't possibly be the globe.
Yeah. Plus, earlier you were saying that you needed observations over land. Well, the reason we're giving you observations over water is because there's no topography over water. If the Earth is a sphere and gravity is the case, and it does hold everything to the sphere and pulls it towards the center or pushes it, depending on your method, then the surface of the water is going to be the perfect place to find curvature of that sphere because the water is being held there.
Okay.
If we give you observations over land, you're going to have is that a hill? Is that a mountain? Is there a slope there somewhere?
Yeah.
And so pretty much
Hey,
what it boils down to is we're trying to find the radius value of the Earth. Okay, so we're looking at horizontally in front of us. We're looking towards the horizon, and we're using the horizon as our, so-called sphere edge, right? When things get out to the horizon and they begin to disappear bottom up, that would be similar to you being at the top of a hill and your friend walking away from you, and you begin to see his heels and then his shins and then his knees disappear because the hill is getting in the way, right? So the geometry of the hill is blocking your friend. So when you use the horizon as your marker that's the sphere edge, right? Then you identify something between you and the horizon to give you a distance location. That's 5 miles away from me. The horizon is in front of it. The horizon is beyond it. Okay, so if I'm seeing at least 5 miles, then the radius value should be this much. If you're at 1 foot observation height and you see the horizon 10 miles away, your radius value for that sphere is 264,000 miles, not 3,959 like they claim.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Now, we're not asking you to believe us, all right? I'm glad that you're stunned and you can grasp all of this. Now, the big moment for you is once you start to understand everything that you've just absorbed right now, you may need to revisit it a few times. But go out and test it for yourself and see for yourself. That's the eye-opening moment that most of us have all had, where we're like, "Oh my gosh!" And yeah, man, like if the Earth doesn't have the radius of 3,959 miles, 6,371 kilometers, if that radius value is not there, if the horizon is not in that location, that means the distance to the moon is wrong, the distance to the sun is wrong, what the moon and sun are doing in the sky is wrong, the distance to the planets are wrong. They've said in the past, from all observations, it looks like the Earth is the center of everything, but we can't accept that based on philosophical principle. We can't be special. So they've been designing some other system.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, Hubble pretty much said himself that that's a notion that should be avoided at all costs.
What notion?
That
Earth is unique, has a unique position in the universe. That it's like the center, or that it's special,
the center
different
of the universe.
from everything else.
Okay.
Right.
So there would be other flat worlds if it's not the center.
No.
Or do you mean the center of the universe, like geometrically?
There's no other worlds to go to. This is it, man.
Yeah, we're not.
You're on the floor.
There's other worlds.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So there's there's only Earth, right? Yeah. Okay.
That's what you experience. And we're not going to give you a model. In fact, we'll take all of the models that's given and compare them to reality. And then we'll, implore you to compare that model to reality around you.
And if you give us a model, we're going to scrutinize it.
Okay. I'll look into it. Honestly.
Yeah, cool, man. Look, look, I appreciate the cordial conversation. We're not trying to convince you. We wouldn't expect you to be like, "Oh, I now think the Earth's flat," or anything like that.
No,
right? It's good that you now have a much better understanding of where we're coming from.
Yeah, I understand, and I'm not here to trash you and start to say, "Oh, you're so dumb," because I'm just wondering, is this, I don't know, and I'm interested into how people think and how they're thinking differently. And am I wrong? Am I right? What is my own beliefs? What are others' beliefs? Did I actually check my beliefs or not? That's what I'm interested. I'm just asking questions. I'm not. And I'm seeing if your beliefs are actually based upon reasoning or just Earth is flat because otherwise we would be rolling around,
I'm glad you understand the rules to geometry, and you're being very rational and logical in this conversation, because that's a very difficult thing for many to do.
Yeah, I mean, the challenging beliefs is always hard because the human brain is made like that. But yeah, it's surely something that is interesting.
Yeah. Well, to build off what Swaldog just said, we're talking about first order. So it seems like the everything about the globe and centrism, and now the modern day
Yeah.
cosmology of an ever expanding billions of galaxies within. It doesn't have that solid foundation of first order measurement. It just has inference. So it's standing on shaky. It's not
Yeah.
have that solidified absolute. Hey, 100% the surface has this particular geometry because we directly measured it. We built
Because
upon
because it
so
was
we
measured.
we know from that, right? So it doesn't have that. So that's where we want to start. Look, if they had that, we wouldn't even be here.
Yeah.
There would be no argument. It would just be as simple as, hey, this is how you measure the surface of the Earth. You see how it deviates from horizontal. You see how it's curving, and it'd be simple as that. Nobody's presented that to us ever.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Very interesting. No, because I've had a friend before, which this friend is very religious, and he's also a guy that believes in the flat Earth model, and he was speaking to me about the flat Earth, right? And so that's not the first time I hear this, this model of how the world is structured.
Yeah. Well, the writers of the religious texts typically were using their experience to write what they were writing. So if somebody handed you a piece of fabric and then said, spread this out, you would naturally spread the fabric out, right? And
Yeah.
so,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. So in the Bible and the Quran, they say that the earth is spread out, right?
Yeah,
If I
yeah,
was
yeah.
to, right. And heaven is stretched out like a tent. Well, you know exactly what a tent looks like. It might not necessarily be the exact shape of the tent that you have in mind, but you understand what it means when the phrase is said to you, stretched out like a tent.
Yeah. It says that the Earth is stretched out in every direction. Yeah. It's also said that the world was created from a single point and then it expanded.
That's Big Bang. That is Big Bang.
I cannot hear you. I think your microphone is bugging or something. Or
Somebody
you're too
else
far away.
take over.
Oh, okay. Whoa. Hello?
Welcome.
How about now?
It's still a little choppy. Try say a sentence.
I'm saying a sentence so I can check my signal.
Yeah, it's good
good.
now,
It's
man.
good now. No, yeah. It was weird, but now it's good.
Okay. I find the Bible to be true, right? That's my center point. That's my, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
not going to say that the earth is flat because my religion says so. The earth is
Yeah,
flat because it's exactly what my senses say, and my
Yeah.
religious book
Yeah,
agrees with
understandable.
my senses.
Yeah. Yeah, understandable. So you're a Christian, right? Okay. That is cool.
Yeah, and I'll have Christian friends of mine bend over backwards to make the Bible say that it's a sphere in the vacuum of
Yeah,
outer
but
space.
yeah,
And there's
it's
nothing there that agrees with anything that they're going to try and say.
yeah.
But if they did,
I'm religious as well, but I'm a Muslim, and they say the same thing in same things in our book as well, and so that's why I'm wondering.
Yeah, Well, your senses is the thing that God gave you. That's the thing that's going to tell you the truth of the world. You believe your senses wholeheartedly. Otherwise, you would not exist. Right?
That's
The only
interesting.
reason somebody would ever say, I don't trust my senses, is because they want to have a philosophical argument and they want
Yeah.
to be obtuse, stand
Yeah,
against
yeah,
you.
yeah. Yeah, I get it. The yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't care. Not in the sense that like I don't care about what you say, but if I don't know why people would be triggered if the Earth is like round or flat. Like it's interesting to have a flat Earth model, but it doesn't like shock me or like trigger in me something that I'm no Earth is round. Like I am not. I don't have this feeling, this how can I say, attachment to around Earth model in a way. But I know that some people have this thing where they're going to get triggered very hard if you speak about this, right? So yeah.
Oh yeah, some people it drives some people absolutely insane where they're coming here, stalking us on all different accounts, sending death
Yeah.
threats to people, trying to get people fired from their jobs,
That's
all
crazy.
sorts
Yeah.
of craziness. Yeah.
In a way, I do understand that if you have actual research and measurement, they do have nothing, and they're just coming and say, well, Earth is round because, well, my mom said it, then it's kind of ridiculous in a way.
Well, it's not much difference to people coming in here and saying, well, the Earth is a globe because the scientists said it. And then we go, what did the scientists say? They said the Earth is a globe. What reason did they give you? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. That's what we get a lot.
Yeah.
So they just rely purely on faith. They just put their entire trust in
Yeah,
the academic establishment. Yeah.
Yeah, but you
No
cannot
knowledge.
you cannot impose your faith to others. That's it becomes a problem. So when they're trying to say no, Earth is flat because you have to believe it. Earth is round. Sorry, you have to believe it. Earth is round. That's kind of ridiculous. And yeah,
Nothing should be immune from scrutiny, right? Examination. So that includes
Yeah.
what we say. Yeah.
Okay.
We encourage you to scrutinize and examine.
Man, do you get a lot of haters in the channel, like genuine people that are like, no, no.
Yes,
Right, we have
regular.
stalkers, people that follow us around daily just to
Okay.
argue with us.
Yeah. Okay, get it. That's interesting.
What's really interesting, Giannis, and
Tell me.
they were speaking about this about 8 hours ago. We get people that come in here
Mhm.
so confident in themselves, and I was going to say
Mhm.
something rude then, but I won't, that they believe they are more knowledgeable in particular fields than actual people who have studied this stuff for multiple years. Like
Yeah.
there's a fellow called Dr. John D, who's a expert in optics,
Mhm.
and we get young kids in here, young kids that are only 18, 19, telling us that they know more than him and are so
Yeah.
sure of themselves that they would actually
Yeah.
injure themselves to prove their worth. That's
Yeah. Okay.
how
Yeah.
top heavy these kids are.
totally understand. It's.
Oh, it's
I mean,
crazy.
it's you
You've
know
got to
it's not
see it to
just.
believe it.
It's not just this debate. It's like people are like this, right? They think they're right, but that's why the correct way of doing it is actually asking questions instead of being like, yeah, but you don't know. I'm telling you. It's about asking questions and trying to see what is true, and what people think, and discuss about the measurements and how things were observed and measured, etc., instead of rage baiting, basically.
Yeah, we get death threats insults and DMs, death threats. People telling us
That's
to
a
delete
bit.
ourselves.
That's a bit
All
harsh.
sorts of yeah.
The earth is growing. It is growing. If you put all the continents together, they fit perfectly on a smaller globe, proving the earth is growing. There is
Give us a
no.
demonstration.
It's impossible. It's impossible to have 24-hour sun in an ice place in December.
Give us a demonstration of this.
I don't understand. The Earth is growing.
He's a fucking
Yeah,
troll. He's one of the ones that...
it's 100% true. It's a theory that was abandoned in favor of the plate tectonics idea, which was heavily contributed by the guy who proposed the Earth growing theory, anyways. So
What's
this
the rate of
theory
growth?
we believe in is made by the same guy, anyways. Who
He's just
created
going to
the-
sit there and rattle on shit. Elio, start listening. What's the rate of growth?
I don't know.
So you come in here, you're making claims, and you've got nothing empirical to back it. Have a lovely day.
It grows slowly, but the planet is huge. That's why we can see 30 kilometers away.
How much will it grow in my lifetime? Let's say 80 years.
Let's Google it.
The Earth is growing. That's a crazy theory. I never heard of it.
Like I said, the thing about Pangea, why would there be land on only one side of the planet and water everywhere else? That doesn't make sense. Instead, the planet was small and covered with water, and it grows.
And so, okay, so since it grows, so since the surface grows, there is more land and less water, right?
Right now?
Yeah,
no,
but what's stupid, has forgotten already, is as it keeps growing, all the land is going to be on the other side of the Baltard.
Yeah.
What do you mean on the other side? I don't understand. No.
And what is growing in the Earth exactly?
If you minimize this planet,
yeah,
all the continents are gonna fit together perfectly. So South America.
Yeah, that's an assumption. If you minimize this planet, how about you prove you're on a Baltard in the first place? And then we'll consider some other theories tacked on top.
It's just obvious. Look at it. The Earth is growing. It's just
Elio, you're assuming it is a sphere. By using the word planet, you've inferred that it's a sphere. So how have you come to said conclusion? After we've discovered how you've got that and you've proven it to be true and correct, then we will discuss your other theories.
Because of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica in December.
Oh, my Atlanta.
So let me get this straight. By you looking up in the sun and going, oh, look, the sun is up in the sky, that proves the shape of the ground.
And it proves it's growing. Keep that in mind.
It's growing.
Elio,
explains a lot.
Elio, if I was to go to your house to lay nice carpet in your lounge room, would I stare at the lounge room light bulb or would I be measuring the floor?
Yeah, whatever, bro.
No. Just answer the question. Would I be staring at the light bulb or would I be measuring the floor?
In a few years, you're gonna give up on this dream, bro.
No, I won't.
Well, now it's.
I notice you don't want to answer the question.
It's a popular topic, that's why. But when
I notice you don't want to answer the question. Why are you sidestepping? Elio, you're running away right now. Why are you not answering such a basic question? Let's try again.
Yeah, bro,
for the kids at the back of the bus. If I come to your house to fit carpet in your lounge room, am I measuring the floor or am I staring at the light bulb?
I don't know. Whatever you want, bro.
Right. So you've just realised that you staring at the sun and then telling us it's there for 24 hours or whatever other time it is proves absolutely nothing in relationship to the shape of the ground.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the sun when it's convenient for you. But when it's not convenient, you say, oh, we don't talk about the sun.
Why do I need to measure the sun? If you read the top of this channel, mate, go back to the name of the channel. It says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's got nothing to do with the sun.
Who's the owner of this English server?
I am.
want to create.
I am.
Who?
Oh, he doesn't like me. Look out. I'm
I
going to
know
get
that.
another smack.
Who?
All right,
No,
Slumdog.
I am.
Press the
What?
button.
I'm
What do you want?
51%.
No, the
I'm
owner
51% owner.
of the entire server. I mean,
Vivek.
Owner of the entire server? Vivek, yeah.
he's a flat
I'm
earther.
51. I'm He is, 51% owner. Have any complaints? Go ahead. Tell me.
So I think
No, I just want to create my
Elias,
Just one.
yeah, I get along well with you, man. And look, interesting your theory and that kind of thing. I know you sent me a whole bunch of stuff in DM about it, which I'm gonna watch it because I'm willing to look at all theories and things like that. Okay, but I think you
Great.
might have a like a false idea of what you think flat Earth looks like in your head, and maybe it's like that round map, the AE map with the ice ring that goes all the way around the edges, around the outside. Yeah, that's not what we're claiming. That's a bad argument. That's actually a globe projection map. That's not the flat Earth map. Okay, people that were saying that that's the way that the flat Earth is laid out. Okay, like Jaren, who went to Antarctica, he thought that that was the flat Earth map. It's exactly like that, and the white that you can see around the edges, that's Antarctica.
But what else can it
Okay,
be?
and okay, so that map, okay, that's a globe projection. Okay, so it's a specific type of globe projection. Okay,
Well, yeah,
where
of
it's
course,
basically
because we have the map of the continents. They have to be either on a globe or flat.
no,
That's all we have.
it's well the map's based off a celestial coordinate system, a sky coordinate system. Okay, but the point is, if some flat earthers were making the case that that's the flat Earth map, and then they say that there's a certain way that the sun and the moon move over the top of that map, and they were saying that this is the flat Earth model, and on the model that they were claiming, you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with the way that they were portraying it. That's not an argument that most flat earthers make. Okay, most people, even before that, were trying to say, no, the AE map is a globe map. It's not the map of the Earth. Okay, so it debunked a particular flat Earth model that's good. It's good that it debunked that. It doesn't debunk that we measure the surface of the Earth flat. Okay, but we don't claim that that particular model is the flat Earth model. I got to go on mute anyway. I just wanted to explain that because a lot of people think that we're claiming that map. We're not claiming that's the map
we're
of
not
the flat Earth.
exactly. We're not making a cartographic claim.
So you went on mute, but are you still there? I wanted to say something, to tell you something.
Yeah, I'm listening, bro.
Yeah.
I just got to go on mute because I'm doing some work, but I'm listening. You can reply as much as you want.
So you said that, but you said that the sun is flying on the southern hemisphere in winter, when it's winter for the northern hemisphere. So like, I mean, you do claim it's like rotating over the southern,
No. Yes, that's true.
right?
Everyone observes that the sun moves in the sky. I've never seen
Okay.
the sun underneath the earth. I've never seen it.
We don't claim rotation. We see motion, but we're not claiming rotation.
And I
Apparently
think
some
there's
people went.
yeah, I think there's some
Yeah,
unknowns about the way that the sky works and exactly what the sun is and exactly how the cycles in the sky work. Okay, I think there's something up there beyond our current knowledge, our current comprehension. Okay, we all observe the same thing up in the sky. But you've got to remember that the globe itself, it came from the way that we observe the sky. It came from a celestial coordinate system based on the motion of the sun and the moon and the stars, basically. Okay, it was reverse engineered from the way that an imaginary way of viewing the sky. So it's no surprise that the globe matches up with the spherical coordinate system that the globe came from. Okay, but this is the thing. When we test the surface of the Earth, we can't find any curvature over huge distances where there would have to be curvature. And thousands of tests have been done now, and we can't find any curvature. And then when we go looking for proof of curvature throughout all of history from the globe side, we can't find any at all, which is crazy. And that's the one thing that would have to be present if you want to have a globe. And that's what we're asking people for. We're not trying to claim to know how the sky works, because it could be something beyond our comprehension. Like what's the sun? What the hell is a star? We can't go and check those things, right? We can get given a model where we're growing up where we can't validate it. We just have to, choose to believe it or not. The heliocentric model, that's what we were all taught. So yeah, like that's all I wanted to say.
So we agree, Ilio, that if the Earth is not a ball, then the entire story about the sky is wrong. Now we still see Jupiter in the sky. We still see Mars in the sky. We still see Saturn in the sky. We see the moon. We see the sun. We see stars. We see all those things in the sky. There's just the story behind it is no longer there, because in order for the story that you've been given to exist, the Earth first needs to be a ball. So we need to look at the ball.
Because on the globe, you have to have gravity. You have to. Sorry, man. Did you want to say something?
Just one thing. Okay, go on.
Okay, on a globe, you have to have gravity. Okay, you need to be able to explain how all of the oceans can stick to the outside of the globe. Now, gravity is explained as a constant, right? And everything is being pulled towards the center of the globe. Okay, that means that the water has to be curving at a specific rate. It has to be. Okay, for gravity to be real, for the globe to be true, if we have 20 miles worth of water, it has to be curving at 266 feet over that 20 miles approximately. Okay, it has to be doing it, otherwise gravity doesn't exist. Okay, and then if gravity doesn't exist, the globe doesn't exist. So if we can confirm that over 20 miles, there's zero curvature, okay, that debunks gravity, that debunks the globe. Okay, but one test isn't enough. I mean, it kind of is, but I mean, we can go out and test it again and again and again and again and again, all different weather conditions, different places all over the earth, okay, and confirm that over these distances, there's no curvature. It's been done thousands of times now, and zero curvature is detected every single time. That's something that needs to be addressed and taken seriously, because it's a big problem for the globe.
It's interesting that you say that there is no proof of curvature.
No, that's not what we're saying. We are saying that there is absolutely zero measurements of it, period.
Yeah, I mean, how can you really measure it?
Right.
There's no way to measure it, but that doesn't
beyond
mean it's
that,
necessarily.
Hold on. Why would you all of a sudden assume that you live on a sphere? I don't want you to beg the question and go, I live on a sphere, but we just can't measure it. What makes you think you live on a ball in the first place, other than your belief? And I don't want you to anchor everything that you believe or all the things that you think about on a belief that has no evidence.
It makes more sense to me.
So the Earth being measurably and experientially flat and stationary makes more sense to you, that you're on a ball, even though you experience it in a completely different way?
Yeah, the fact that we can see so far, for me, it makes sense that the Earth is a globe, because it's so
No,
huge.
bro, you're making my point. No.
That's the complete opposite.
That's funny.
That's the opposite. So I can see really far, which you can't do on a ball, right? So that's the opposite.
Maybe you're just imagining like a very small ball.
No, we have been given we've been given the dimensions of the thing, man. Where are you going wrong with this? We've been given the dimensions of it. It's not as big as you think. Someone told you
Yes, I
that it's
wanted
so
to.
biggy
Oh
that
yes,
you
I
can't
wanted
see it?
to. Oh, I
Oh
wanted
boy.
to. Yes, I wanted to consider. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Why are people crying?
Sounded like a young, debauched pain in the rear end. Anyways,
I don't think he was crying.
so the ball is actually a lot smaller than you think, because if you're going to have a horizon at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer, smaller than you think. You should be able to see that, quite frankly, with your naked eye, and you don't.
Wait. These measurements are wrong. That they're
Oh,
giving
okay.
you.
Can you
This
give
is
me
what
the
you're talking
correct
about.
globe measurements then? Can you give me the correct globe
I
measurements then?
don't know the correct, but I have like
So
an idea.
no. I get this all the
There's no way
time
to
in
measure
other
it.
debate
It's
forums.
so
Hold on a
huge.
second. Hold on a second. I get this argument style all the time. So you're telling me it's bigger than what everybody else is claiming it's supposed to be. So you must know what
Yes.
it actually is supposed to be. Can you tell
I
me what it
don't.
actually is supposed to be, and where can we get these figures from?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know the exact measurements.
Oh, so you're saying that something is wrong based on zero information or evidence, just your belief. Dude, your belief is betraying you.
I don't think so.
Well, I think so, because it's making you say stupid things. I think you should go ahead and take your belief and just flush it down the toilet, because it's making you sound like a complete lunatic.
Okay, but I don't feel like believing it's flat.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. That's where we wanted to get to. Okay, so you have a bias. You want to believe in the
No. I
globe.
don't
Yes, you
want
do.
to.
You
I
just
don't want
said,
to.
I
I
don't
don't
want
feel
to
like
believe
it's
it's
flat.
flat. You just said that. I don't feel like it. I don't want to. Terrific.
No.
So
I
you
didn't say I
want to
don't want to.
believe
I
in the
want to.
globe.
I want to, but I don't feel like it. I feel like it's
What
not
do you,
true
when you say feel like it, what do you mean by feelings? Feel. What do you mean by that?
because I tend to believe it's globe rather than flat.
You tend to. Okay,
Yep.
describe to me what tendency means. You have a tendency, a bias.
Most people have bias. I don't have bias. I just
You do.
Does
You
it
just
hurt your
said
feelings?
you
Does it hurt
just
your
you.
feelings? Does it hurt
Well,
your
you just
feelings
said
that
you
the earth is
tend
flat?
to.
Sorry.
Bro, can you
You
hear me?
tend to. Tend
I
is
don't.
bias.
No, bias is like you are like these people who they don't they don't want to. How can I explain?
You lean a certain
They
way.
care. They
You
care about no. They care about the criticism. They care about their image,
no.
and they
That's
don't want to be classed as like crazy.
Hey,
that's not
Elias,
bias. That's not
can you
bias.
read the definition in the side chat for me? Can you look in the side chat and read the definition of bias for me?
Hello?
What, bro? What
Hello.
bias? I tend to believe it's globe.
Tend to. There you go. So you
Yeah.
tend to
No
believe
bias.
that that's what it is. Your bias is towards the globe. You are oriented towards the globe. Now I'm asking you why, and you already answered why, because you say it explains more, even though when I asked you
Bias is
how
like
it makes
bias
more
is like
sense.
bias is like whatever anyone shows me, whatever everyone shows me, I choose to not believe it, but
Yeah, that's
I
called
believe it.
willful ignorance.
I don't
That's
have
called
bias.
willful ignorance.
If you prove to me it's flat, I'm gonna accept it's flat. I don't have bias.
We already did that. We already showed you. It's measured that way by everybody. The measurements are of a planar surface that you dwell atop. We already did that. You don't want to believe it. That's not my problem.
So the measurements are that we can see 30 kilometers away.
No, that's not a measurement. The measurement is that the Earth is planar, right? It's flat.
Because of what I just said, and what else? What other measurements?
Because of what you just said, because people have gone out, measured the surface of the Earth, and especially over water, and we have zero deviation from what we would call 0 degrees, or the plane, and every deviation from that on the surface is also referenced to the horizontal surface of sea level. So the Earth is measurably flat, and all points above and below that
what distance? What's the
are
biggest
parallel.
distance?
What is the biggest distance?
About 1,000 miles.
No fucking way. There's a measurement 1,000 miles long.
Yeah, Jay Tolan. Okay, he takes about $15,000 worth of camera equipment up on airplanes, and he's able to see landmarks that are 1,000 miles away, where the landmarks that he can see clearly through his infrared camera, okay, should be hidden by like miles below the curvature, like a huge amount. You wouldn't be able to see them at all, but he can see them because he takes up this high-tech camera equipment, okay, that allows you to see huge distances, and he has infrared filters on his camera, okay, so it helps you see further through the atmosphere. Okay, so there's huge observations that have been done with all sorts of different distances. He's got a whole range of tests that have been done over huge distances.
How many kilometers is this? 16,000 or how many?
1,000 miles is 1,600 kilometers.
Bro.
Do you want me to tell you how much curvature there should be over that distance?
So, so this is like he took a picture or something, or
your video footage, high definition video footage.
Why didn't you just say that from the beginning, from the first time I entered here? Why did you show me all this other stuff? You should just
good grief, dude.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Hey, if it's curving in 3 miles, it's curving over 1,000, right?
Okay, Swelldog just put one of his even longer one, 1,200 miles. He's got a whole channel there you can check out. J. Tolan Media. Very smart guy.
Yeah. And if he's each video, he's got his own altitude. He's got the altitude of the plane logged already. But if he's at 44,000 feet, which is the max height for a commercial airline, the distance to the horizon should be 252 or 4 miles. And he's seeing 700, 1,000, 1,200 miles away. When he should be seeing less.
If I were you, you should just show people this video from the beginning. Like, why are you guys? You guys are not really professionals.
Hold on a second, bro. If it's curving in 4 miles, it's going to be curving in 1,000, right?
It's not curving in 4 miles, but it should be.
Good point. Good point. It should be because it's a ball, so we should have curvature everywhere.
I mean, no, not really, because the planet being so huge doesn't mean that it curves.
No, not so huge.
It curves in 10 meters. No,
If you say it's so huge again, how big is the Earth again?
No, look, it doesn't curve in 10 meters. That's my point. Or 100 meters.
I didn't say 10 meters, but it's supposed to be curving within 10 meters also, by the way. It's supposed to be curving down to the micron away from you at your feet. It's a ball.
Well, maybe, but we don't see the curve because it's
right. So if we don't measure it in 4 miles, I don't think we're going to be measuring it in 1,000 miles. If we don't see it in 20 miles, same problem.
I agree with you. 1,000 miles, it's a lot.
Yeah, but 4 is also a lot, and it's not curving.
But what is this guy looking at? He's looking at buildings or skyscrapers?
Just watch the video, bro. No, he's not looking at skyscrapers. He's looking at lakes and ocean bays, right? 1,000 miles away.
What are these things that are kind of tall? Mountains or what?
Yeah, probably.
Watch
probably
video.
Watch
asking
the
us
video.
questions what they are.
But how come? So he's in a plane or something. How come I don't see this when I'm in a plane?
Well,
because you don't have an IR filter on your lens. That's probably why.
Yeah, he's using like $15,000 worth of equipment. Okay, he's taking up extremely powerful cameras and amazing quality lenses and all of the gear that you would need to be able to make such observations.
I mean, that's just a dumb question.
But if no, it's not a dumb question. It's like
it is a dumb question.
You have to use your eyeballs, which only see the visible light spectrum, right? Which is well defined. And then you have to look through the air, which has weather and different conditions, ability through all that. is also well defined. The camera he's using is using light that the human eye doesn't pick up to see farther, because that light doesn't bend and refract through the air and is not absorbed by the air like visible light.
Okay, but this is up
To
in the
put
sky.
it in simpler terms, Elio, put it in simpler terms. The Earth, or not the Earth, the air is mostly transparent, but there's a thickness to it, right? That's why we can see the sun directly over our head, and if we stare at it, it'll blind us. But if we look at it at the sunset, we can actually look at it, right? There's a thickness in the air. If you look at something far away, it'll appear to get a little bit more and more gray as it moves further and further from your eyes, because you're looking through the air, and the air is scattering the light between you and the object.
So this is up in the sky in the plane. That's why he's able to see so far.
Well,
That's why you don't
he went
get
up
that first. That's why you don't get that one first, because it's all you guys will talk about is, well, he's up in the sky. So that's why you don't get it first.
Okay.
He's up in the sky because it changes the angular resolution, and kind of similar to if you lay down on the ground and look across a flat floor, it's hard to see all the way at the end to the other side. But if you stand up, now you can see more of the floor. It's the same concept.
So that's why we do the math based off the size of the globe. Okay, so we do the math based off the exact size that they tell us the globe is. Okay, and then we can calculate if you should be able to see something in the distance. We can calculate how far away the horizon should be, and anything that's beyond the horizon should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, physically hidden behind the curvature. Okay, and we can calculate that the things that he can see should be hidden way, way, way behind the curvature of the Earth, and you shouldn't be able to see them at all if the Earth's a globe, right? You can't see through the Earth. That's what all of these observations, even if it's over a 20-mile lake, over
Well,
a
the
20
thing
mile.
is, yeah. So my theory has an explanation for the movement of continents and for the formation of mountains, and I don't think
No, it
your
doesn't.
theory has one.
No, it doesn't.
Your theory has, and my theory only works.
Elio, the problem with your theory is it's based upon what to start off with.
Yeah, so what I'm talking about.
Yeah, don't just sidestep the question. That is exceptionally rude. Your theory is based upon one singular premise. What was that?
An exploding ball.
Okay, so.
Well,
we've
there's no
developed that
ball,
sphere.
so your little theory gets chucked out the window, mate.
You know, got a ball to start with. Yeah.
Just let me finish. So, this what I'm
but I'm going to keep going.
And he's going off of
Yeah.
pictures of maps and saying, "Oh, look how you can put these
Just let me
together,"
finish.
because they're
If you want
drawn
to
like
hear the
on a
truth,
map.
or you're just biased. You're biased.
We know your story, Elio. We know the
No, I'm
story.
the only person who says this. You never heard this. The first
Yeah, I
person
have
who
heard
said
it.
So look,
continents move across the Earth because of earthquakes.
well, you
and
need to have an
continental
explanation
drift.
for why things are the way they
And the
are.
Earth's crust is
You need
50
an
miles
explanation for
thick,
why things are the way they
and
are.
the center of the Earth is.
Stop. Dude, he said the ball was really small and everything was connected. Then it expanded, and that's why they're separated. That's his thing, not sliding around.
And that's the reason why continents look the way they look, and that's the reason why mountains exist.
Okay, no worries. So you don't have a working theory either, then, is that correct? Because the Earth's not a ball. You don't have an explanation. I need an explanation from you, and I want the first part of your explanation to be proven. Is the Earth a ball? And if it is, can you show me the measurements of it?
The measurements you show me are the same, are working for me as well.
Okay, what did we show you that's working for you? Where is it at?
Everything
what did we show
that
you?
you're showing me seems to not be disproving my theory. Seems to be
What
working.
was your theory again? That the Earth has to be a ball? Yeah, the Earth is a ball, and the reason for the continents is because the Earth was exploding and expanding, right? Oh, shoot, the Earth's not a ball. Well, that puts that to bed.
Well, why would you think it's not a ball?
Because there's no curvature measured anywhere by anybody.
Look at Google Earth right now and imagine a very big ball. So because this guy
Oh,
is in
imagine.
Illinois, no, look at
Imagine.
Google Earth right now. So because this guy is in Illinois, he can see New York. You think that means from the plane? You think that means that the Earth is flat? Therefore.
No, it's because it's measured that way. Remember? Remember? Because it's measured that way? Because it's measured flat.
1,000 miles is not very far.
Hey, bro, it's measured flat.
It's not.
Okay, well then show me the Earth curve measurements. Just show them.
Yeah,
just
you
give
have
them
to show me some guy in.
I just need the Earth curve measurements. I'm not going to get off of this point until you show them to me. Or you can concede and say, okay, you're right. I don't have any. I just want to make this up because I'm very biased towards the globe. I like Star Wars. Just say that.
What you need to show me is, for example,
At any point, can you get me a Earth curve measurement, please? I'm not going to get off of this. You can try and gish gallop and dodge the question all you want to.
I don't have one right now. I don't
Okay,
have one
but
right now.
until you have that, as we've demonstrated, as we've measured, by everybody, by the way, the Earth is measurably flat. So your theory sucks.
Well,
no, it doesn't explain anything because its premise is bunk. You lost. I don't understand why you guys think that if you imagining something different is going to help your case. You can't imagine reality into existence. And if you think you can, you've got bigger problems than the Earth being flat, my friend.
Yeah, that's all, man. Elio, if there was any Earth curvature, we wouldn't be here. Measurable Earth curvature. Is there anybody else that has any questions? Seems like Elio is broken.
People that look new, Fabuladium. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Let's see, Rodri is here. Fabuladum is here. Yeah, man. Objects out in the distance, those are known demarcations, and then the horizon is your ruler. And if the ruler is not in the right location and it's bigger than what they tell us it is, it can't be a globe.
It never happened, Matthew. like it never happened.
Hey, Flat Earth Cafe. You guys. Hey, buddy. Flat Earth
Sorry.
Cafe. You're good. Nobody? Triggering triangle.
Oh, how did you go in the lobby earlier? First triangle 2 hours ago. That was funny.
What?
It was so triggered.
What'd
I
you
don't know
say,
if
bro?
he's there. I was talking to Professor Triangle. He's there.
Yeah, I had to change my name. They're getting crazy. Triggering
Did he end up
triangle now.
answering? Did he end up answering your triangle test?
What?
The one guy said, yeah, he said C is a triangle, and I said you got it wrong, and he freaked out. I think he quit the server anyway after that.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's like a curve in this video you showed me.
It's just your eyeballs playing tricks on you because you want to believe so hard. It's like the people who see Bigfoot when they're going out to find Bigfoot, then they do see him.
No, it actually looks like a curve.
Yeah,
I
so
know,
you're
Bigfoot.
gonna find that all lenses have some barrel distortion. Okay, so if the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's gonna look like it's a little bit curved. And if it's below the center of the frame, it's gonna look like it's curving the wrong way. It's just what lenses do. Okay. I can show you footage from one of my flights that shows the exact same thing. Okay,
That's why
so
I
even
always
if
try to center the horizon in my lens.
yeah, exactly. So even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see any curvature from the height of a plane. It's not high enough.
Yeah, if you've got left to right curvature out of a plane window, you're screwed again because now you live on a toilet paper roll. So that's not going to help you.
Excuse me for the noise. I'm trying to improvise a line here.
Why is here too many people?
They all discovered the Earth is flat, so they ran in here. Did you just find out too?
How did you find out?
It was on the news.
What made you believe that the news was true?
You don't believe
Everything they say on the news is true.
People say it's not flat, and people say it's flat. The news can be truth all the time, you know.
So what? So when do you pick and choose which one to believe on the news?
When did I say I believe this one? I'm just asking you how did you know if it's flat or?
Oh, because it's measured flat. Yep, planar surveys.
Did you see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've seen
you can
large.
see it's flat.
You've
So
seen.
you have been far enough to see that it's flat.
No. Making a claim of entirety, saying that the surface, as we experience it to be on the surface, is flat. Just like you experience it as flat.
Yeah.
Do you not? Do you not think? Well, do you not experience the surface of water to be flat when it's at rest?
How would I know if it's so massive and big?
No, but I'm just asking you about your natural experience at this stage.
But
What do you observe? Do you observe the surface of liquid to be flat or curving? It's in large quantities and at rest.
Yeah, for just for your question's sake, I would say yes, but that does not mean the Earth is flat, because if it's so massive and big, I can't.
It can
feel
be
or
flat
notice.
and massive. It can be big and flat as well.
No, I'm saying if it is so massive and it is curved, I can't notice that it is curved. I can't see it.
All right. So what about measuring it? So how would it measure?
I did not measure. It's you who's claiming to have seen it, and it is flat.
Well, when people attempt to measure the surface, it doesn't measure to have any curvature. It just measures to planar, flat, horizontal.
Are you religious?
Wow.
No. Was Chris an Anglican?
Right to religion from as soon as it he lost his mind, he went right to religion.
Are you anti-religious?
Why
Are you
do you think,
anti-religious?
who gave you the idea of
Are you anti-religious?
No, I just I was just curious because you
Lake
have to
Erie
be.
gave me the idea the earth was flat. Lake Erie. Blame Lake Erie on this whole thing.
How big is the Earth, the guy?
I don't know. I can just say that it is so massive that I can't.
Google it.
I can't
No, you
notice
can't
it by
just say
myself.
that. You can't just say I don't know. It's just really, really big.
Yes, he can,
and
because
that's why
true.
it's a ball.
He can know.
Because that doesn't
Yes, he
make
can
any
say he
sense.
doesn't know.
That
Doesn't mean
make
the
any
earth is flat
sense.
just because he doesn't know the measurements
No,
of the
It
curvature
doesn't
of
mean
the
it's a ball because it's really, really big.
Who
Doesn't
said
mean
that?
cancer.
I'm
Doesn't
just
mean
saying
cancer.
that
Doesn't mean cancer didn't exist before we discovered it.
Elio, you remember when you you didn't have any more words to say earlier? You should stick to that
That
and
was just
listen.
your
Yeah.
interpretation.
Oh, that's Elio again talking?
What is
No,
there
dude,
to
you're
say
done.
to? I
Dude,
don't
you're
respond to
all
insults.
done. Quiet
I don't
down.
respond to
Calm
insults.
down.
I don't
Calm
respond to
down.
insults.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
I don't
You're all
respond to
done,
insults.
dude. You're all done. Yeah, calm down.
We'll pick on you in a minute.
Shut the fuck up.
The guy, Google how big the Earth is.
Why?
Just diameter, circumference. It's
Yeah, for
important.
what purpose?
This is for geometry, for the sake of
Only
geometry.
stupid people will be flattered.
Yeah, why I don't have that information in my head. Why would I do that?
I said Google it.
And then to do what with it?
Well, we're gonna walk down a logical track and see if you understand the logic behind whether or not the Earth could be a ball or if it's flat.
Okay, wait a second. Diameter.
Because you agree that if the Earth is flat, it cannot be a ball, correct?
Yeah, it can't be a ball because flat is not a ball.
And do you agree that if there is no curvature, it can't be a ball?
Yeah, you have to have a curvature first in order to have a ball.
All right. Did you figure out how big the Earth is?
I'm seeing 12,756 kilometers. I don't know if that is the
Awesome.
correct one.
That's the diameter. That's the diameter. Awesome. So 12,700 kilometers in diameter, about 40,000 kilometers in circumference. In mileage wise, right, that's 3,959 miles times 2. That's 7926, if I'm not mistaken, 791626. So almost 8,000 miles in diameter, about 24,900 miles in circumference. To give you a little bit of perspective, if you fly from LA to New York 10 times, that's equivalent to the distance of one trip around the Earth. All right. So not very big, right? Seems big, but it's not as big as you think. So if you're standing at the ocean and you're looking out at the horizon. You know what the horizon is?
Yeah, or those the North and South Pole, or
No, the horizon is what many people who believe the globe is. They say it's the curve of the Earth. That's where ships go over the horizon, the sunset, and those kind of things, right?
okay, the horizon and vertical. Okay, the lines, right?
Right. Horizon is horizontal to plumb, or perpendicular to plumb. I'm sorry. Perpendicular to plumb.
Okay, go on. Okay.
So you have your horizon. You look out at the horizon, and the horizon is the apparent location where the Earth and the sky meet. That's where it looks like there's that line, that dividing line there. Now I need you to Google how far away is the horizon. How tall are you?
How tall I am?
Yeah.
I am almost 2 meters, one and
So you're like
90.
6'4". So you're like 6'3", 6'4".
The feet is American stuff. I don't understand it, but I am.
Oh, go ahead. Google. How far is the horizon if I'm 190 centimeters tall?
The horizon.
Specifically.
What do you say? How far is the horizon?
How far is the horizon?
Yeah.
If I am 190 centimeters tall.
Okay. I don't understand what you're trying to find with these informations, but let's see.
Well, what I'm trying to find is this. I'm gonna show you an image so you understand.
Okay, the distance to the horizon for a person standing at a height of 190 centimeters is approximately 4.9 kilometer. Okay, almost 5 kilometers.
Almost 5 kilometers. Not bad, right?
Okay, yeah. What is this?
Have you ever been to the ocean before?
No.
What about a large lake, like 10 miles
Yeah,
wide,
lakes maybe. Yes, lakes.
like 15 kilometers wide?
Not that big actually.
Not that big. Okay.
But I have. Okay. I think I have been once in an airplane, but not ocean.
Okay. Well, the problem is when we go out and look over water, because they say that because of gravity, water is being pulled down on the Earth, right?
Yeah. Mm.
And then, so therefore, the surface of water would be curving all the way around the outer edge of this sphere at a specific rate, depending on how high above your eyes are. But the rate is continuous because it has to match a circumference of 40,000 kilometers.
Okay, the rate. Just explain. What do you mean by the rate?
So I don't know the rate yet formula for kilometers, so I'm going to tell you in miles. It's 8 inches per mile squared.
I follow you when you say that the waters, in order that they don't drain or they don't go away from Earth, it needs the gravity.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm gonna show you this formula. Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. So there's a parabola formula, right? X squared plus y, or x squared times y, right? You see this in the
What is
side
this?
chat?
I'm not that good at physics.
No, that's not physics. It's just geometry. So you see the red circle in there?
Let's see.
That would be the outer edge of the Earth, and then the
Wait a second. I'm not
parabola
seeing anything. Are you showing me anything?
in the side chat.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, yes, there, yeah.
You see the red circle?
Yeah.
That's the outer edge of the Earth over water. Do you see the blue arch?
Yeah, the dark blue.
Yeah, that's a parabolic equation that matches a portion of the spherical Earth. It actually is pretty accurate up to like 700 miles, and fairly accurate up to 1,300.
Okay.
How would we know the Earth's not a ball? Who measured the accuracy of that?
Yeah, but the question is, how do you know that it is flat?
Because
you can count.
It's not measured as being a ball. There's no Earth curve.
Yeah, now here you're just counter arguing that it is not a curved or a sphere, right?
It's not measured to
where
be
is your
curving. Correct.
evidence for
It's
that
only
it is a
measured to
flat?
be. It's only measured to be flat.
You're measuring it to be flat?
Yeah, planar surveyors do. Yep.
The most. So somebody proved that it is flat and not curved.
Yeah, it's already proven to be flat. That's what surveyors do. They measure it flat.
And how do people go from? And how do, for example, the United States meet with Russia with both two sides? Let's say, for example, there is Europe in the middle.
If you're
You
in
can go to
California,
Europe first, and then
if you're in California and you want to go to Russia, you just fly
over Alaska.
Yeah.
Okay,
West or
Alaska.
north.
The other side, then. What about the? I don't know the big place where Russia sold to you guys, United States.
Why does it matter? Flying. Why does that matter to you guys?
Yeah, because how can you go if it's not a curved or a ball? How can you go round and find the same place? If it's just flat, you have to find an edge.
No.
Nobody's.
Stop saying silly shit.
I am just following the logic of flat.
Nobody's ever gone all the way around.
No logic says you have to be in an airplane and find an edge to be on a flat Earth. That's the weirdest fucking thought I've ever heard, dude.
Just explain, because I have 2 ears. I can listen and understand.
Nobody's ever flown in a big circle all the way around the Earth.
Okay, but there is an edge, right?
I don't know.
We don't know? Why would we know?
But your logic says that if it's a flat,
nobody
you have to have
cares. Yeah, nobody cares.
No, you see?
Yep.
Where's the edge of the floor in your home?
No, that's not important. I am just
There
following
you
my
go.
logic.
It's not important. There you go.
No, it's not important. But as you explained, you're trying to prove that the planet is not curved, right? I am following the logic.
Not a planet. Not a planet either.
Yeah, it's fine. You understand that I meant Earth, okay? Call it the whatever you want, but
I'm just
I
making
understand
sure that
me.
you understand. We don't live on a planet flying through the vacuum of space. That's pretend. That's all in your magic books and TV.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Whatever it is, just I'm trying to explain that if it's flat, you have to have an edge, right? How can that be? Explain to me how this is not logical.
Most likely, yeah. Most likely.
What do you mean most likely?
Yeah.
What's the edge of an ocean?
Yeah, there's some kind of an edge or a wall or a barrier or something. Yeah.
Okay. Are you saying that the Earth is, if you go one straight
the
line,
edge of a
it is
lake?
Oh my God, dude! I'm answering your questions for you.
What's the edge of a lake?
Because there is no flat Earth, there is no edge. That's what I believe in.
Oh, but the Earth is flat, so now there is an edge?
No, if it is a flat, you have 2 options.
Okay, what are they?
Okay, one, you have to have an edge, or the Earth has to be infinite big so that you can find the edge.
Oh, it's enclosed. We're inside something. That's the edge. It's a big enclosure.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, but let's say, for example, a plate.
Yes, you can go to it. All you have to do is just go that direction forever, and finally you'll hit something. Go do it. Yeah, I'll prove you right. I'll bet you $1 million you'll hit something. Go. And when you come back and tell me, yep, you're right, I'll pay you.
No, but in order for the Earth to be flat, can't you follow that you have to have an edge, or how
No,
can you not?
nobody cares about that. No, only you care about that. When you discovered the Earth was flat, you cared about where is an edge, because we don't care. Space is fake. We don't live in outer space, so we don't give a shit. You realize that, right?
He said there's a wall. Hold on. He said there's a wall that if you just keep going in one direction, eventually you're going to hit the wall. So just go.
No, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. But I'm asking just
That's
fair
the edge.
question.
It's a wall. There's a wall there. It's a container. We're inside a
How do you know
terrarium,
that?
dude.
Yeah,
How do you
because
know
we're
that?
contained. We have air pressure. That's how we know. Because we have air pressure. That's how we know for sure we are inside a contained environment.
No, we're talking about the edge. He said
No,
that there
we're
is a
talking
wall.
about how do we know for sure that we're in a container because we have air pressure.
No, I am not asking about any container. I am saying he said that
Okay,
there is
so
a wall.
That's where the edge is, dude.
Do containers have walls?
What
Is there an edge
containers?
inside of a container?
We're going to get him to answer it. He's going to try to skirt around it the whole way, and I'll just trap him till he has to answer the question. I've been playing this
No,
for 10 years.
listen, my friend here. I am just. I don't have any auth. I don't have any. I don't have to defend any logic. If you just explain, I can just easily say yes and follow you. Just explain.
We have been explaining it to you. We have been telling you.
No. You did not.
Oh, yeah.
You're not listening. You're trying to figure out if we say something.
Explain.
Hold on. You're trying to figure out what we say if it makes sense, so you can refute it. That's the only thing you're trying to do.
No.
Trying to figure out what to say next.
How do you know that?
Because we're contained. How do we know we're contained? Because we have air pressure.
No,
air pressure requires containment, a barrier.
What made you believe that we live in a flat Earth?
It's measured flat. Water's flat on the surface at all distances if there's no wind.
Okay, okay, that's fine. But so you did not question about the edge of the flat place?
No, I told you all about it already.
No, you have to have an edge. You have to have.
Yeah, I said we're inside a container. Where's the edge? If you were standing inside a big giant domed stadium, where's the edge of the stadium when you're standing inside of it?
Okay, yo. Okay. That way there is no, right? You just go and you're explaining that we are kind of in a ball, right?
I don't know about that. All I know is that
because
it's contained. It's contained because we have air pressure. It could be I don't know. It could be any kind of weird rock shape for all I know. I don't care.
Okay, so you're not saying that. So you're saying that
we're just saying the surface of water measures flat. That's all we're saying.
Okay, but that's fine. That's okay.
Yeah, and since 70% of the Earth is water, 70% of the Earth is flat, and you can't have a flat ball, can you?
Yeah, but the problem is if it's flat, you understand and you know that you have to go somewhere, right? Where you have to find the edge.
No, I don't. I got to go to work Monday. Okay. You don't have a job. You start looking for it.
No, I did not say that you're supposed to find it, but at least accept that. Yes,
you
it is logical.
You did say that we're supposed to find it.
I said we're in. Listen, I'm going to say this calmly for the last time, and then after this is when my attitude kicks in, and you don't want to hear that. I already said we're inside a container, and if we're inside a container, if you're inside a building, where is the edge of the building?
And how did you know that it's a container?
Because we have air pressure.
Can't have gas pressure without containment. Without containment, gas goes everywhere in all directions.
Come again?
You can't have gas pressure without a container. If you have an opening in the container, gas will exit and fill the available space in all directions because that's the nature of gas.
Okay, yeah. So the only way you know that we are in a container is because the gas is still here.
Yeah, it's a requirement.
Bingo.
It's the pre-requirement to have gas pressure. It's kind of like if you're eating a beefsteak. Okay, like you know that there had to have been a cow that came from, because you have the beefsteak, right? There's no question
Okay, the
that
container.
there
Okay,
had to
the
have been a
container.
cow.
Yes, the container. If you take any direction and you just go, you're going to find the wall, right?
I don't know. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the extremities of the Earth. But this is one thing that nobody's ever done. Nobody's
Yeah,
ever
but
just kept going. Nobody's ever just kept going in a straight line and seen what happens, right? Like if you go south, no one's ever just kept going south. Because if you did that and you're on a globe, you would come back to where you started again. You would go over Antarctica, and then you would come back around the other side, and you would come back to where you've started. Okay, but nobody in all of history that we can validate has ever done that.
yeah, that's fine. I'm not claiming that somebody did, but I'm just trying to make sure that it is logical, right? It is fine. But let's say, for example, if somebody did it, right? They could find an edge. It is possible.
If they want to go do that, they can go do that.
Yeah, but it is one of the possibilities, right? That could happen.
Sure. If they want to go do that, they can go do that.
Yeah, so first they're going to have to get permission, okay, because to go past 60 degrees south, you need to get a special type of permit from the government, because there's something called the Antarctic Treaty, which prevents any free exploration beyond 60 degrees south. Okay, and there's a whole bunch of terms and conditions that go along with that permit. You're probably not going to get approved if you tell them what you're going to do. And then the rules to the permit, right, make it extremely difficult. Like, you're not allowed to carry fuel past a certain point, and you're not allowed to, you have to carry your piss and your shit with you. You can't leave that there. All sorts of crazy rules, right? You have to have safety teams on standby, which cost hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, there was a Navy SEAL last year. Okay, he just wanted to carry a sled across a little section of Antarctica. He had to raise over $1 million, right, just to be able to do that, because he had to abide by the terms and conditions of the permit, which means he had to pay for all of these safety teams to be on standby and all these crazy rules and conditions. So it's not as easy as what people think. They make it very difficult for people to explore the South. It's also a very hostile environment, just generally. Even if you could freely explore there, it's extremely dangerous. And how, you know, you've got you could die very easily.
And there was a guy who was from China who was raising money for cancer awareness. And so he was trying to land his plane on all 7 known continents. And he wasn't given permission to land on Antarctica. So he made a quick dive down to Antarctica. He's going to take a picture of himself there. And then he was going to take off and take his plane elsewhere. But when he landed, he was arrested immediately by the U.S. military.
That's interesting. I did not know that all of these regulations and ruling. It's not good, because you can say that there is something that they're trying to hide, but that does not mean that can't prove anything, right? Maybe it is the case that they know it's flat.
I'm not saying it does prove anything. We're just saying that for some reason it's very heavily guarded. There's even a guy named Jarl Anderhoy. He made several trips to Antarctica by himself without the permission of governments. And every time he was arrested, like he was even quarantined in such a way where he was at a standoff and several of his crew had died in the process, and he was held on those charges as well.
So also, since we never made any claim about Antarctica, I'm not even sure why these guys are trying to tell you stories about Antarctica and people crossing it and all this other crap. It has nothing to do with the Earth measuring curved or flat. It's measured to be flat. Antarctica doesn't make it curved.
Yeah, so your argument for the edge is that nobody has been there, right? But you're not saying it can't happen, right? You're not ignoring it.
Oh, you can go ahead and try. You're just going to die. You'll run out of everything and die.
Yeah, but you understand that that's not what
We're
I'm
not
trying
making
to
a
get.
claim. We're not making a claim about the shape of the Earth or where the edge of the Earth is. Okay, it's just we can test the surface of the Earth, and there's no curvature, so it can't be a globe. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape. You got to remember flat Earth, right? Flat's not a shape. Flat's the description of a surface area that's not curving. So we're not claiming to have a replacement for every single claim that the globe side makes. We're not claiming a model. We're not claiming what we can't test and prove.
Okay, the honest answer of yours, I would expect, is that yes, we believe that it is flat.
I don't
because
have a
what we
belief
see-
system.
We don't
There
believe
has
it's
to
flat.
be. It has to be that way because it's measured flat and we have air pressure.
Wait a second, give me a second, okay, please. And so what I would
If I
expect
draw
from you guys is that
if I draw a line and the line's not curving, what is it?
it's straight, it's not curving, it's flat.
Right. So if I say, oh, well, you look at that line, you say that's a straight line, and I'm like, oh, you just believe it's a straight line. So now you get a straight edge next to it, and you measure it, right? And you're like, oh no, it's definitely not curving. It's even with the straight edge. Now you've measured it. Do you still need to believe that line is a straight line?
Now, if you proved it, yes, then you don't have to say you believe it because you proved it.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We proved the Earth is flat. We no longer need to believe it. We know it's flat. It's measured that way.
It's fine. Since I'm not the expert here, I'm not going to argue anything. But my claim from the beginning was that because I'm not expert, my what I could raise as a question is if there is a flat, then you have to have an edge, or it has to be infinite, okay? Or you have to find a wall. So that's my conclusion. But
that's fine.
you did not come to
We don't
any
know.
conclusion that there is a wall, an edge, anything like
We
that.
don't know
You
the
just
size.
know
I
that it is
told
flat,
you
right?
it's not infinite. If it's not infinite, what is it?
Okay, so it is
finite.
infinite. That's
No,
what you
I want
believe
you to
in?
answer it. You have to answer. If it's not infinite, what is it?
It's I don't know. It's maybe
It's finite.
Earth is finite.
Little English lesson in there.
No, maybe if I'm making any
if it's finite,
wrong
that means
word.
there's a limit. The limit is the
fine.
container. The edge is the container. The container is what holds all the gases inside this system. That's the reason why we have gas pressure, because of the container. The edge is the containment. The reason why we have gas pressure, the edge. The edge you want so desperately to talk about, that's where the edge is. The edge is where the edge is. Where it is, how far away it is, nobody knows.
Okay, is that a belief or that is also proven?
Is what a
Proving that
belief.
we're in a container, we have air pressure. That's the antecedent of gas pressure is a container. So that proves that we are in a container. So whatever kind of edge you're looking for, it's inside that container. That's the only more questions I can answer about this question for the past hour.
Yeah, so you have to have a container. in order to have the gases here.
Correct.
Yeah, but didn't people go outer space and they did not find any container?
No.
No,
So they
that's
haven't been there.
silliness. That's silly. Why?
So
How can you
the
go into
air
outer space?
pressure.
How can you go into outer space? What's keeping the gas on Earth?
So the air pressure does not reduce when you go up.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It's a gas pressure gradient. Now you're going to have to look up the definition of gas pressure since you want to go down this whole road.
Yeah, I am trying to explain that you don't have to have a
No, you don't.
wall
You don't
or
explain
visible.
it to me. You don't explain it to me. You research it as we're talking about it. You now need to look up the definition of gas pressure.
No, why?
Because you wanted to bring it up, and you don't understand what it is.
No, yeah, just if I use the word, just try to understand what I mean with it,
I
because
did,
I'm
but
not.
we're going to have to clarify it so you actually do understand, not so I pretend that you understand. We have to know that you actually understand.
Okay, at least let me finish the my point. Then we can clarify the words. Because if you just cut me, then there is no words to clarify. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a place where people traveled up, and there is no air or gases, as you call it. Okay, but they did not find any container there to keep the gases. Only down here.
Is that the story you believe?
Naturally was down there, right?
Oh, I want to know how I want to know how the dead people came back down and told them that there was nothing there.
Yeah.
Who dead people?
Is that
Well, how would they go up and know there was no air up there? Until the only way you're going to find out is the first person's going to go up and die.
Okay, so about all of these astronauts, and it's false, right?
Is that the story you believe?
All false.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
false.
wants to go right to astronauts. That's fine. Yep, they're false. All liars. Just big liars.
They're paid propaganda.
Okay, so if you have you need to go up yourself, right?
No, space is fake.
No.
There, pull the Band-Aid off. Aha.
The guys in spacesuit containers told you that they don't need containers to be in space. That's ironic.
No, I'm trying to say is because you don't believe that people went up some distances.
You can't.
You're right. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe them. I want to know, right? I would rather know than believe. You're choosing to believe. We've measured the surface of the earth and we know.
No, the surface is fine. Okay, we just said because if you measured it and you can show it to the experts and you can.
So the whole point of them going up real high in space is to show you that you live on a ball. That's the only reason they do that trick. They don't go up there to say, look how flat the earth is. They go up there to say, look, we're going to go to the moon. We're going to go to Mars. We're looking at the ball earth. Look, things fly around the ball earth. So that's all fake. That's all fake.
It's fine. It could
all fake.
Yeah, it could be fine. It's fake, okay. But the what I'm trying to explain here is that let's say you went up, okay, somewhere they took you upward where there is no gases, okay, and you don't see any wall or any container. So would you believe that
If I go up where there's no gases, I'm not going to see a wall or a container. That's for sure. I'm going to see death, and I'm going to see blackness for like probably instantly as soon as I lose my air pressure.
Yeah, okay, fine.
It's not slowly. It's not going to be a slow, like 30-minute, fall asleep thing. You're going to be dot, 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 dot. Good night, like that.
Yeah, okay. Just if they proved you wrong, if they took you up
Yeah,
there
but they
and
can't. They can't prove me wrong. Going up in the air does not prove the ground is flat or curving or what. You have to do it from the ground. You can't go up in the air to measure it.
No, I'm arguing about the container.
Who cares about it? We already know it's there because we have air pressure.
No, but you said that.
Yeah, I know.
In order to
That's
have the
proof.
gas here.
Yep, that's the proof. Because we have air pressure, that's proof we have a container. And
Yeah,
that's all I
but
need to know. I don't need to know anything else about it.
no, is it only you or everybody is
Pretty much
this
everybody
way?
doesn't give a shit what it's made of or how it's made or what it looks like or how it tastes or if it smells like oranges or anything. We don't care.
You guys, are you the same? Your way of talking? This guy is just talking, right? He is not even trying to convince me.
No, it's not. It's not the most. It's not the most important issue. It is. It would be nice to know, right? But it's not necessary to know that it exists. Like I don't need to know what my brain is made out of to know that I have a brain.
Yeah, fine. That makes sense. But he argued that in
That's
order
what I
to
just said.
wait, just okay.
We
Give this
don't
guy a
need to
second.
know what it smells like, looks like, tastes like, acts like, what it sounds like, anything. We don't need to know anything about that to know that we're inside a contained system that is holding air pressure.
No, it's no. You see, when you want to prove it's flat, you measured it. But when it comes to prove your point is wrong, then you say you don't have to. You don't have to know
It's
that.
the antecedent of air pressure. I told you to look up the definition. You didn't do it. You know what an antecedent is?
And why would I know that? We're not.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you. So the antecedent of a baby is a mother. So the antecedent of air pressure is a container. You can't have one without the other on both of them. So that's how you know you're contained because you have air pressure. The end. I mean, really, that's all I can say.
Okay, the person who just spoke, did you hear him?
Yeah, yeah. But just like I mean, he's just reiterating what I said. It'd be nice to know, right? It'd be nice to, but it's not necessary. The thing that's necessary is like equivalent for the antecedent. The thing that's necessary is the container to have the pressure. Can't have the pressure. Like you wanted to talk about the change in pressure, the change in delta, but that requires. Well, maybe you should look up the definition of gas pressure, like he asked you,
I
and
asked
then you
him
might
to
understand it.
50
What
times
he's getting
now.
at.
No, he is saying that if there is no container, then the gas we have here should just escape.
Yeah, high pressure moves to low pressure. It's a law.
It should just escape. You don't think that?
Okay, so you can find a space where there is no gas and there is no container. There is just nothing. There is no
Yeah,
gas or no
you
container.
can't find that. That's correct. Like we can't find that anywhere. Everywhere we go, the thing that's necessary, the necessary antecedent, the thing that you need is a container everywhere you go. Do you think it's a
Okay, so
coincidence? Or?
Okay, what would convince you that you're saying wrong?
Holy cow. Dude, how about it's not a matter of what we need to have to convince us otherwise. What you would need is to demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
We were already
Can you demonstrate
convinced,
that
dude.
for us?
We were already convinced like you. Now we're not convinced anymore. Now we know the truth.
Is he talking about the Earth or is he talking about gas pressure?
Yeah, because
he won't
you're
look up the
saying that you
definition
have
of
to
it,
have a
though,
container.
says who. If he doesn't look up the definition of gas pressure, it's like the whole conversation doesn't work. And I've asked him 3 or 4 times now.
It's very simple what would convince us, right? You just need to show us gas pressure without a container. Very simple. And then you're going to have some earth curvature. Okay, so you're going to have to show us that. Okay, not faith-based evidence. We want empirical evidence, testable, repeatable empirical evidence. Okay, and that's what you're not going to be able to present. We can back up everything we're claiming.
Yeah, it's so hard. I think if the Earth was flat, I don't think you guys could explain to anybody because your ways of you're fighting. You're not explaining anything.
No, we're not. We have been explaining everything to you. We've been demonstrating to you where you live and how it exists. And it's basically what you experience every day. but you don't want to believe that because you're stuck in a very hardcore cognitive bias.
And I
Now,
explained to you what an antecedent is because you didn't know, and that's exactly what it is, and you didn't like that.
No, not liking it. I don't know it. How can I like or not like it? I can.
A baby has to have a mother. Air pressure has to have a container.
No, okay. Maybe how does? What did you say it was? Yeah, just because I don't know the word does not mean I can't understand it, or it's not something that I was supposed to know previously.
Now you do. Now you do. A baby has to have a mother, right?
Yeah, mother.
Okay. Air pressure has to have a container, right?
No, I don't know that.
Oh, then look up the definition of gas pressure for the 50th time.
Guy,
I made it really easy on him. I posted it in the side chat, the definition of gas pressure, so you don't even have to Google it. Now, if you avoid the side chat, that means that this is willful ignorance and we can't do anything for you.
No, wait a second. You're fighting. Take it easy. Okay, where can I find your chat? I think the previous people that was arguing with you.
Do you see the chat?
Wait a second. Give me a second. Yeah. He's scrolling. Yes. Yeah, says who?
You see the picture from Sozio? Okay.
Yeah,
take your
gas
time.
pressure is the force of the gas particles. Okay. I see the text in this picture.
Yep. That is the actual definition of gas pressure. If you go to nasa.gov, it will give you the same definition. So wherever you go, this is what the definition of gas pressure is. When you have pressure, there is going to be a container, just like the baby is going to have a mother. So we have gas pressure, therefore the Earth must be contained. What it looks like, where it is, I don't know. But the Earth is measured flat and we have gas pressure. So space is fake, just like Triggered Triangle over there said. And yeah, it's over. There was never a globe. It's just a big fat mathematical idea. And you know, a lot of us bought into it. Most of us, I would say. But we went ahead and checked because you know people apparently weren't checking. We measured it. Turns out it's flat. End of story.
So that big false information, everybody just accepted it. Just you guys find out the truth.
Yeah, we use our brains. We have critical thinking skills, and we use them.
They put you under a spell, right? Like they put everybody under a spell. They show you a globe on TV constantly over and over and over. Like we all know that you need the container to have pressure. We all have basketballs or soccer balls or whatever. We all knew it was true, but they kept showing you that the impossible was possible. So now you're sitting there thinking in your head, I know that I need a container to have pressure. I know that to be true. My tires in my car and my bike, that I know it's true. But I also have seen a globe on TV. And that's where you have a contradiction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but then the globe on TV is something that, I mean, like these guys are telling you, that's something that you have to believe in. You can't demonstrate that. You can only ever demonstrate that water, when contained, lies level, and that whenever you have pressure, you have it in a container.
Yeah, I am not for the curvature because I am just asking you guys because you're the claimers here. But I'm just trying to use their what they say, because if you go this way and that way, you can find Russia in two different directions.
Yeah, half the battle is explaining to people, like if you want to call it that, like somebody like yourself, that you already know a lot of these things. right? But you might say, but no, the Earth is still a globe, So, but if the things are true, then the Earth can't be the globe that they say it is. So that's a tough battle.
Okay, let's solve this problem with Russia. Okay, so your house, when you walk up to the building, if you live in an apartment or if you have a house, can you access that building from the east and the west?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is the ground flat?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter whether or not you can access something from one side or the other. That has nothing to do with whether or not the ground itself is flat.
No, I think you understand what I am trying to explain, right?
No.
Let's start from Canada. Let's just go, and you don't turn back. You just keep going, right?
Okay. So a circle.
Yeah. So don't you find yourself in Canada again, back?
Sure. So if I walk out my front door and I maintain my direction, which means I walk out the door and I go left, and I just keep going in that direction, make a left turn, make a left turn, make a left turn, and then I end up back at my front door. I did a big circle or a square or whatever you want to call it, and the ground is still flat. You realize circles don't necessarily mean that you're on a ball.
Okay, but that's what I did not say you have to go to left. I did not say that. You just go straight.
Okay. Let's call it east. Well, if you go straight, is there nobody has actually ever gone straight on the earth and ended up back where they started. You realize that?
Okay, so
well, you can't. There's no frame of reference for you to make a straight line.
Right.
That's right.
You could
Yeah,
if you have a
and
team.
you guys-
If you have a team of people, you can. You would need a survey team. Then you could shoot a straight line across the country, and it would be straight. But that's the only way you could do it. You'd need a team.
The interesting thing about circumnavigation is it's kind of in the name, that circle bit. Yeah, they make a big circle and they end up back where they started. That's how circles work. Doesn't mean the ground is a globe.
Yeah, the gas pressure, it makes sense. I'm going to think about it some other day, but you guys, did you do any argument with any expert?
Yeah, all the time, man. We've had physicists, satellite engineers, all sorts of different people have come through over the years. We've been doing this for 10 years or more, okay? Recording our streams 24 hours a day. We have thousands of hours of footage, debates, anyone you can imagine of any field, and they don't do much better because they don't have empirical evidence to back up their explanations. Okay, they're very good at explaining things, but then we say, can you back up the explanation empirically? And they can't do it. Okay, because there is no curvature. All right, there is no motion, and they can't back up their gravity claim either. But they're very good at memorizing and regurgitating information that they learned during their studies. Because that's how you get those positions, right? You become very good at memorizing and regurgitating the information in the textbooks and then writing that down in your exams, and then you get your certificate.
Yeah, so, but you guys, you're not based on religions, right? Just to make sure.
No, we have some people that are agnostic, some Christians, we have all sorts of different people. We have Muslims, we have Hindus, all sorts of different people. Okay, but we don't base our flat Earth evidence on anything to do with religion, even though all of the scriptures also, speak about the Earth being a flat, contained, stationary system. Okay, but that's secondary. That's faith-based. That's just some stuff that's written in some books. We're talking about empiricism, Okay, going out and shooting lasers over huge distances over the surface of water and hitting targets that would be impossible on a globe. Going out, doing long distance observations and testing and testing and testing to make sure that there's no curvature.
There is no more questions here because I'm not that expert. But why were you so
Yes, you
aggressive at
are.
the
You're
beginning?
an you are an expert. Don't put yourself down. You've experienced reality just as much as anybody else. You are an expert.
Yeah, you know, no one's really being necessarily aggressive, right? Some people are more passionate than others, right? And some people get frustrated when people are using faulty logic, right? Or fallacies. Like, why don't you go up in a spaceship or something like that, you know?
Yeah, and the guy said he said that there is no space. Yeah, okay, but even going up with an satellite would not convince him that there is some
You
place, not
can't do
Earth.
that. You can't do that, right? I spoke about the Antarctic Treaty earlier. There's also an outer space treaty. It's called the OST, right? Outer Space Treaty. And you're actually not allowed to launch anything at all above a certain height. You're not allowed to film above a certain height. It's like 100 kilometers, 120 kilometers, something like that. It's actually illegal, and that's why no one has ever independently sent a rocket up or a satellite up privately. Okay, you have to get permits and permission, and then you would have to hand your equipment over to a government space program, for example, and hitch a ride on their craft, right? And then who knows what happens to your equipment after that? But yeah, you can't. We can only go up so high. I mean, we can go up on a plane, right? We see a flat horizon. We can send up a weather balloon, 120,000 feet. We see a flat horizon. We can't go up any higher than that. So we can. It's very difficult. They make it very difficult to explore the far south, and then they make it very difficult to go up past a certain height. And
Yeah, maybe it's the case that it is dangerous and it's suicide, right?
Yeah, maybe, but you're allowed to go and do other things that are dangerous, right? No problem. You can go and, if you wanted to go and climb Mount Everest naked, right? You can go do that. No one's gonna stop you. You're gonna die, but no one's gonna stop you doing that, right? You can go do all sorts of crazy shit. You can go swimming with sharks, whatever. Like, anyway, we when we keep testing the surface of the Earth, right? Look, it's super easy to do. We can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over distance. Right? We get a 20-mile lake. There's 266 feet of curvature over that 20 miles if the Earth's a globe. That's like a skyscraper building. But I can go to a 20-mile lake. I can zoom in across the lake with a super zoom camera, and I can see my buddy standing on the other side 20 miles away, not hidden by any curvature at all. We can show you all of these tests as well. These are all...
Okay, come again. That made sense. Okay, so you said a 20 kilometer. You're better. Okay, I'm going to give you. Okay, the previous one, the guy, you're not good. Okay, if I would be convinced that the flat,
leave him alone.
yeah. If I would be convinced, it wouldn't be you. But anyways, continue. Yeah, explain your thing, the lake thing.
All right, have a look in the side chat. I'm going to show it. I'm going to show it to you. Okay, so this is a 21-mile distance across a big lake in Utah. Okay, so 21 miles, that's 34 kilometers. All right, so let me show you some information. Okay, so that's just a small clip from the full video. Okay, just take note of that. But I'm going to show you some more details now. Okay, so this is the observation location, and you can see a yellow line. Okay, so he's setting his camera up at the top of that yellow line, and then he's going to be zooming in with this camera across to the other side of the lake. That's 21 miles or 34 kilometers away.
And according to the curvature law or something, the physics, that he shouldn't be seen, right? Is that the logic?
No, that's right. So you can go to Google. Okay, here's a screenshot. You don't have to do it now. You can check it after if you want. Okay, so you can go to Google. You can type in Earth curvature calculator, and then a whole bunch of these calculators are going to come up where you can put in the height of the observer. Okay, so have a look at what I posted. Earth curvature calculator. So you put in the height of the camera. Okay, the eye height. So that's 5 foot. So he's just got his camera set up at the surface of the water, 5 foot above it on a tripod. And then the target distance is the shoreline on the other side of the lake. So you put in 21 miles, that's the distance, and then you hit calculate, and then it's going to come up with how far away the horizon should be on the globe. Okay, so the horizon should be at 2.7 miles away from the observer, based on the height of the observer. And then the target, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lake 21 miles away, that should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet. 223 feet, that's about 80 meters or a bit more.
Okay. This 21 miles is so short. Okay, let's take
No. 293.
longer distances.
No. This. Okay, so that's why I'm showing you the calculation. Okay, so the target shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by 223 feet if the Earth's a globe. 223 feet is like a 23-story building, 23 stories high. Okay, let me give you an analogy to so you can get an idea.
I understand you. But just to make sure that, because this distance is not that long that he should be covered or he should be hide.
Yeah, he should be hidden. Okay, so if you had a 23-story skyscraper building on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it. It would be hidden. Yeah, that's a skyscraper. It's enough curvature to hide a skyscraper. Right? If the Titanic, the boat, right? If that was on the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it. It would be hidden behind the curvature.
According to
the globe, according to the globe mathematics, according to the Earth curvature calculators. You can also double check the math on ChatGPT or Grok or anything like that. It's all gonna give you the same answer. Okay, over that distance, there's a certain amount of curvature because of gravity. Okay, and because of the size they tell us that the globe is. So the formula is 8 inches per mile squared, and you can work out exactly how much curvature there will be over this distance. And then you can use a different formula and you can work out how far away the horizon should be. Okay, now have a look at the footage that I just posted. Or actually, hold on a second. Before you look at that, I'm going to show you what it looks like over there. Okay, so this is some footage from the side of the lake that he's going to be zooming into. Okay, so take note of the shoreline, right? The beach. There's also a big white tower you can see in the background. Nice landmark. Now this is the view from. Hold on just a second. Okay, so this is the camera setup. Sometimes it's helpful if I can show you where he's observing from. Okay, so here's the camera set up. It's just 5 foot height. Okay, and then you can see the close-up of the shoreline, and then the image in the center there. Okay, that's the view from behind this camera. Right, so first thing you'll notice is that you can see the shoreline, and you can also see the whole of the white tower. So he does the observation during the day, and then he wanted to stay there and do it again during the nighttime. So here's the same camera location. Okay, and this is what it looks like at nighttime. So once again, you can see the big white tower in the background. You can see the shoreline. You can see the lights reflecting off the water.
Right?
What
Over distance?
21 miles, which is 34 kilometers.
Have you guys tested longer distances?
Yeah, we've tested much longer distances than this as well. Okay, but you need to go up to a higher height to do longer distances generally.
Why?
Because the atmosphere is opaque over distance because we have a thicker atmosphere down lower. Okay, and you can only see so far through it. For example, if you check your visibility rating where you live right now or anywhere, it's going to be about 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. It depends on how clear the air is that day. When you go up higher...
Okay, you're talking about the air, not about being folded by any mountain or something like that.
Exactly, yeah. So if you have, let's say you have, you're looking across the ocean. It's a huge distance, okay? You can only see a maximum distance because the air is opaque over distance. It's not because of the Earth curvature. Okay, we can see things that are way past the Earth curvature, but over distance, it's going to become opaque. You know what I mean? There's a maximum visibility rating, right? You go somewhere where the air's thick, like India, right? A lot of pollution and dust. The visibility is like 3 kilometers to 5 kilometers. Okay, you go somewhere in the country, like where I'm at now, I'm in Poland. The visibility is 16 kilometers today, where I'm at. It's not even that far. Okay, this is a nice.
You're saying that the visibility becomes blur when.
Yeah, exactly. It's think about it like this: if you go up on a mountain and you're looking out over more mountains in the distance, each mountain gets harder and harder to see. Each one becomes more opaque until you can't see the mountains anymore because it's too blurry because of the air. Because we have dust and pollution and that kind of thing. Okay, so we can.
Yeah, that's good. But what? I'm sure that the expert of the curved Earth says something about these calculations, right? They have to have an answer for this.
They'll tell you that you should only be able to see a certain distance if the Earth's a globe. Right, so I'm going to show you a diagram really quickly. Okay,
yeah, but you definitely have heard an answer, right? Because it is if it's
we're
so
testing
easy
the answer. We're testing the answer. There is no answer to these observations.
No. What do they say? What do they claim? Because these observations, they know they exist, right? And
no, most people don't know they exist.
No, the experts, for example, the astronauts or the engineers in NASA.
They're not going out. They're not going out testing if the Earth's a globe. Okay, they've been taught that the Earth's a globe their whole life. They've never gone out and tested the Earth, right? They just assume that it's a globe because they've
so
never
only you guys, not too many. Nobody knows about this.
Yeah, a lot of people. There's millions of flat earthers. Millions, right? They do polls. 10% of Americans don't think the Earth's a globe. 10%
No,
of Brazilians.
What I'm trying to get at is that this objection you're claiming is no of the astronauts or the scientists of the curved or flat earthers. No one raised this question. No one tried to show them this is the objection of the.
Yeah, we show it to them. We're showing it to them all the time. I mean, a lot of people come in here. We have satellite engineers. We have physicists, right? We're showing these to people.
And then they say what?
Quite often people will say, well, I can't explain this, right? I'm going to have to look into it further and get back to you. Okay, sometimes they come back. Sometimes they don't come back. Most often they don't come back. Right? Although sometimes people will say, oh, the flat earthers have to be lying about the distance at the location or something like that, right? But you can check the distance yourself very easily. You can go and stand right where the guy's standing on Google Earth and look across the lake. You can do your own tests and measurements, right? He shows the coordinates, he shows the location. Like, these people are not lying about the location because we can check the location. And anyone can go and test these themselves. For example,
that's fine.
Yeah, we've had people trying to debunk flat Earth from academia, like Dr. John Dee. There's a guy in the United Kingdom called Dr. John Dee. He has a PhD in spectrophotometry, which is it's like the study of how light travels through a medium, essentially. So he's the right guy for this job. Okay, so he went out to try to debunk flat Earth originally. Okay, and he was doing long distance laser tests and long distance observations, and he became a flat earther in the process. That's why we encourage people to go and test it for themselves, because when you go and test it for yourself, you'll see too far, and you'll check for yourself. There's no observation that matches up with the globe. And you might think that there is, because this sounds kind of crazy at first, but the more you look into it, you're going to find that there actually isn't. There not one.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, your explanation makes sense, but I don't know why there's not too many people that is supporting you guys.
There's quite a lot. There's quite a lot, but they don't put it on the news, right? They're gonna try to mock flat Earth. Now, what they did back in 2015, 2016, flat Earth was becoming one of the most popular topics on all of the internet. Okay, it was number one on YouTube as the top search results. Even during Donald Trump's election, flat Earth superseded it. It surpassed it in the search results. And instead of addressing the observations, United States Congress actually got together with the owners of Facebook and YouTube, and there's a video of this, right? And they said that they're going to censor flat Earth and shadow ban it. Okay, they're going to put disclaimers on the videos, and they're going to hide the videos from the search results. And not only did they do that, but they also replaced the search results with a playlist of propaganda that makes fun of flat earthers. And that's still effective now. So after 2016, it started declining in the search results. You can check the algorithms, right? 2015, 2016, flat Earth spikes up like crazy in how many people are searching for it and finding the results. Then after 2016, you see it just decline like a cryptocurrency crashing out because of the censorship. And they admit that they did this. Now it's making a big comeback recently because we've got platforms like X and TikTok, and even now YouTube has stopped the extreme censorship, right? It's much easier to find the content now. And we have platforms like this, right? We have a home server with 30,000 members, but we've got the owner of big Discord servers like Vivek that owns the English hub, right? This server has 350,000 members. They invited us to come and start a channel here. And our channel is basically the most popular channel in the entire server. Even though it's not even English learning related, it's a very, very popular topic. It's an intriguing topic to people.
Yeah, okay. But just because I am not so expert on the topic, I can't raise great angle to question your logic here. But what you explained made sense, and it's something new. It's good to know.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
going
something that interesting to look into, and this is
yeah,
what we
because
encourage.
if the calculation of the curved Earth should say or makes it difficult for you to see anything far away from 30 kilometers, and you're seeing something, then there's some proof anyways, right?
Exactly, and it's consistent as well. So we can go to this location, and then I could show you footage from a different country where someone else has gone to a large body of water or a frozen lake or a salt lake, and then they've done the observation there, and then it's been done in this place and that place, and then it's a huge accumulation of empirical evidence showing that there's no Earth curvature. Now, all we're encouraging people to do is to analyze the footage, right, and put on their critical thinking cap, okay, and critically analyze it, try to debunk it, and then also be equally as critical when looking at the evidence from the globe side, and then weigh up both of the lots of evidence and see which one makes more sense to you. That's all. Make up your own mind. We're encouraging people to think critically and just check out, look, here's some information that you probably never heard about before. And it's definitely interesting. And the more you look into it, the less evidence you're going to find for the globe, and the more the flat Earth arguments are going to make sense, because they're based on empirical evidence, logic, common sense, and what we experience is our everyday reality.
That's right. Yeah, the globe is an archaic and scientifically, geometrically disproven model as the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but you guys are not saying anything about the Earth having any edge or something like that, right?
No, because no one's ever kept going south. Okay, it's very difficult. I did explain the restrictions in the south. Okay, people
Perfect. Because I thought in the beginning, I thought that the guy who was here arguing with me said that there is no, you don't have to have an edge for the Earth to be flat.
Well, sometimes when people think about flat Earth, they think about the globe model of outer space, right? The space vacuum, and then they think about the round planets that we've been brought up believing in, and then they think that, you know, we live on one of those planets, and then they hear about flat Earth, and then they replace the globe in the globe model with a flat globe, essentially, like a flat disk. And then quite often people will come in and ask us where the edge is, because they think that we're claiming a flat planet that's floating around in space. Okay, so some people might get defensive about when you say where's the edge, because some people are thinking something that we don't claim, and that they think that you could fall off the edge of the Earth into space or something like that, which is not what we're claiming. Right? You could probably think of the flat Earth more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. Okay, and the known areas of the Earth you could think of more like a big lake. Okay, you could think of the continents like islands sticking out of the water within the world ocean. And then logically, there would be an edge or a shoreline to any large body of water. Okay, whether you have a pool or a pond or a lake or a sea or an ocean, there should be a shoreline at some point. Okay, but no one's ever kept going south to find out exactly what happens. It would just be pure speculation, and we try to stay away from speculation. Anything that's too high for us to test or too far away for us to test, that's a speculation. And we try to stay away from that, because then when people say to prove your claim, right, we want to be able to show people empirical evidence, right, like long distance observations or how gas pressure works, etc. There are a lot of theories about what happens if you keep going south, but they're just speculations at the end of the day. Some people will say that there could be more land beyond the south, and they're hiding that. Okay, the most valuable resource on Earth is land. Okay, and maybe the elite or whatever could be hiding more land. There's a lot of theories out there, but we don't really say any of them are facts because we can't test them.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you're not saying there shouldn't be any edge. Okay, it's fine, because if you say that no one knows if there is an edge or not, then yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, there could be some kind of edge, but is it like the edge of a lake that leads upward to a container, or is it like, we don't know that, so it would just be speculation.
I don't know if it's a water, if it's a wall, just something, because if
something, it's logical to think that there would be something, but then again, this realm that we live in could be something beyond our recognition, with the way that the sky works and the way I don't know. I'm just
I understand the space works. I understand. Yeah, maybe that's something new that we don't know, right? It's fine, but that's what I think. At least I hope you think that way, because that's what we know. You have to have an edge. That's what we know, but no one of us did see it.
I know. So do you listen? I'm not against what you're saying. So, but do you apply that thing that like you're like the necessary antecedent, right? Is an edge. Do you apply that up, down, left, right, in all directions?
Or the gas pressure?
Upward, I think upward. Then now, because all I have is what you guys say it's false. I can't speak anything, but I would say downwards. Yeah, we know that you have to dig, and you're going to find just Earth, right? Upward, it should be infinite according to the science.
No, but
That's
you
what I
see,
know.
remember when I told you that it's like a battle because you already know the thing that is necessary and the thing that's true. You already know you need an edge, and then somebody shows you a globe, and you say, "Well, maybe we don't need an edge now."
No,
You,
yeah,
but you
because
knew it. You knew it a moment ago. You knew a moment ago that you need an edge.
an edge, not to a ball. Can't you just understand what I'm trying to picture in my brain? A ball, you don't have to have an edge for that, right?
I see.
When I accept the idea of not having an edge for the curved Earth, is because if you have a ball, it's fine with no edge. But when you say flat Earth, then you have to have an edge for me. If there is something new, you explain. If you don't know, you say this is something
Now,
that
the
I
guy,
did not come.
I could understand you saying there must be an edge if we said Earth is a square, Earth is a triangle, Earth is a rectangle. If we were to pinpoint and give you a direct claim to a shape, I would say then, yes, show me the edge. But no one's actually made a shape claim. All we've given you is a descriptor of the surface. It's flat, or it's planar with topography.
Yeah, then it's fine. Yes, then I would
So
accept.
why are you needing an edge then?
Yeah, because because I thought you guys were saying it is flat. The Earth is flat, and
Well, the surface of water is flat, and it needs an edge to be contained. That's like the thing you know.
because no, let's say for example any space, right? Any place, any flat place where, let's say for example, you play football, right? You have to have an edge for it. If it is curved, you can go round, right?
How come you're not asking about other things besides where an edge? You never asked like where the edge of the United States is, or where the edge of your country is, have you?
So with his
No.
football, with your football guy, that is a defined field. That's a rectangle. Did Triggering Triangle mention anything about rectangles? No. So you're still assuming that we're handing you a shape. We're not giving you a shape, but you're still clinging to this edge thing.
No, I feel like he was honestly over it. I kind of brought it back up. He might have been over it. I'm not sure. I take the blame.
I have a counter
Complete
question.
dimensions are unknown.
No, I think ultimately you guys don't mention any edge or something. You just say, we measure it is flat and the curvature does not apply because we take photos and it's false. Okay, it's fine there. But when you try to explain it is flat and it does not have any, when you come to the edge thing, I think you guys fail.
Yeah, we don't know that, and we don't claim to know
but
everything
you,
about
only
this
you're
place.
saying that.
So
But
yeah,
the other guys, they're
they
saying
all said
something else.
the same thing. We don't know the shape of the Earth. We're not making a shape claim. Flat's not a shape. Everyone here will agree with that. That we're not making a shape claim. We're not making an edge claim. It's kind of like, imagine if I asked you this question. Okay, they tell us that the universe is flat and it's expanding. And if I was to ask you, where's the edge of the universe? Right? If it's flat and it's expanding, that would mean that it would have to have an edge. So where's the edge of the universe? You wouldn't be able to answer the question. You'd probably have to say, well, no one knows. I have no idea.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of question because no one's ever kept going south, right? Even people that believe the Earth's a globe, you would think someone would have just kept going south and then come back to where they started again, okay? Taken a plane or a drone or something like that and then started going south, okay? Flown over Antarctica and then come back around the other side of the globe. And no one's ever done that. That would debunk flat Earth, but you know what people have done? thousands of people have done east to west circumnavigation, because east to west works just fine on a globe and also works just fine on a flat surface as well, because east and west are just circles around the north. But what wouldn't work on a flat earth would be north to south circumnavigation. And it just so happens no one's ever done that, which is kind of crazy.
Perfect. Now, I follow, I understand it. Fine. Why does the North and Pole and South Pole debunk the flat Earth if somebody would do it?
Oh,
Because
okay. Yeah, I'll give you
there
a
has to be
simple.
an edge, or they're going to go infinitely,
No.
right?
Yeah, because they would come back to where they started again, right?
Yeah,
And if
that
you're
is
on
in case of curvature.
Yeah, like you would go around the globe and come back to the other side, right? Say you started at the North Pole and then you went down any line of longitude, and then you go around, you go over Antarctica, you come back up again, and you came back to where you started. That only works on a globe. That doesn't work on a
Yeah.
flat surface. If you flatten out that same surface, now if you keep going south, you're not going to ever come back to the north again. You're just going to keep going further and further away from the north, and God knows what would happen.
Yeah, you see, now you're following my logic. That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
we don't
explain.
know. Nobody has ever kept going south.
Yeah,
to
but
see what-
perfect. That's short answer. Your friend should answer that the same question answer. You don't know, okay? If you don't know it, you don't know it. But
they
just
were
following the
essentially
logic
saying
of
the
mine.
exact same thing.
No, I was just from the beginning. I was asking if you're going to have a flat Earth, then it is logical. Either you're going to have an infinite place. You're
No,
just
it's
going
not
to keep
infinite.
going.
It stops. Like I said, you have air pressure, so it's a finite container. It's a fixed volume, so it has to have. We are inside a container, so there's something there. So that's what I said, and you didn't like it. So too bad.
Okay, so there is something there. Okay. The gas proves that. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. I think you need a more stronger evidence for the container, because maybe the gas is not enough. But yeah.
That's like saying that.
Do you need to have? So do you need to have really strong evidence that a baby had a mother, or do you know a baby had a mother?
I can see.
Must have been an
that
ovum,
a
right?
baby.
Had to have been an ovum.
I can see with my
No,
bare
you only
eyes.
see the baby. You only see the baby. You never see the mother. Does that mean the baby just popped out of nowhere, or did the baby come from a mother?
No, still, even though I did not see the mother, me seeing the baby and knowing that he had a mother is based on me seeing a mother before, even though I did
Okay,
not know his
air
case.
pressure requires container. Yep, we gave you the definition of how it works, and that's it. You cannot go around it. You got to face that one like a man.
Yeah, gas pressure's mother is a container.
Yeah, exactly. Like if I want to pump up a car tire, right? I'm gonna definitely need a car tire. Okay, I can't pump up and have pressure around my car tire or my car rim without a tire. Okay, now obviously you need to have a container if you want to have a high pressure system that's above 14.7 psi, which is the air pressure. Okay, so if you want to have a pressure system, you need to have a container. It's impossible not to. Now, let's say I have a container and I fill up the car tire, and now I stab a hole in the car tire. Obviously, the high pressure inside the car tire is going to violently pour out, right, of the hole. And then after a very short amount of time, it's going to fill the available space, and there's not going to be any additional pressure left inside that container. Okay, because high pressure is going to go to low pressure. It always happens. There's not one instance where I can have a high pressure system and then take create a hole or take a lid off something like that has a high pressure system, and that pressure is going to stay in there. Okay, because you have to have the container, and it's a natural law. It's always going to happen that the high pressure is going to try to fill the available space. It's going to try to fill the lower pressure system. And what they're telling us Yeah, what they're telling us is that we have a high pressure system inside a giant space vacuum. Extreme low pressure. And then high pressure that we're breathing right now with no physical barrier at all separating.
Yeah, is the sun in the same container as us?
We have no way of testing exactly what the sun is, what height the sun is, what's the sun made out of, all that sort of thing. What medium is the sun in? We don't know. We don't know that. We can't test that. It's not something that's possible for us to empirically validate. There's going to be a bunch of assumptions, a bunch of calculations based off those assumptions. It's going to be speculation. It's going to be pseudoscience if we're claiming it as science as well, right? Like the distance to the sun on the globe model, right? It's pseudoscience by textbook definition.
So we can't say anything about the sun.
Nope. We would just ask you, what do you suggest we do to test the sun? And then you'd be like, I have no idea.
And obviously, the sun's not a gas ball in a vacuum because the Earth wouldn't do that, and we have already debunked that. Sun would need a container too.
Okay, so we have our 2 containers now, at least.
No, just one
No,
gas
we
pressure
just get rid of
system.
space. Yeah, we just get rid of space, and we don't have to worry about it. Then we're contained in our own system. Then that's it.
No, the sun, either it has to be in the same container as us, or it needs its own, right? Because
We don't
who
know what
cares?
it is. Yeah, we just see an apparent light in the sky. We're seeing a, like a,
okay, yeah. Okay, you guys don't. Okay, you're not claiming, or you don't believe that the sun have some kind of gases.
we don't know.
Okay,
could do, maybe.
Yeah, could do. Yeah, we don't want to guess.
Okay, yeah.
You know, we see it
I
moving
hope
across
so,
the
because
sky.
if there is a container and the sun is in the same container, and your logic of the pressure of gases is going to mix us with the sun. So I hope it has its own container, or
You're making assumptions that the sun is some kind of gas ball.
Yeah. As you know, I was told in this way, but
Yeah, look, if we get a vacuum chamber, we can't have something similar to a sun inside the vacuum chamber. It doesn't work either. Okay, because they claim that the sun, a ball of gas, is within a vacuum, a space vacuum, more powerful than any vacuum chamber we can create here on the Earth. That doesn't work. Can't have a ball, like you can't have a gas ball inside a vacuum. It's completely illogical, goes against gas laws, natural laws, common sense, experimentation. But we can
I
prove.
think it's the most nearest theory to believe in, because what would you say otherwise? Only a light?
Yeah.
No. Well, yeah, you could say that's more logical than a gas ball in a vacuum.
What about the warmth? What we get from that?
Lights are hot. I don't know.
Light interacts with.
Gets colder as you go up.
Yeah, it's warm because it hits the ground and the ground heats up. It's not the sky heating up.
No, the sun. So are you saying that the light of the sun does not heat you?
Yeah.
Interacts matter.
Hey, here's something crazy. When it's winter in the northern hemisphere, the sun in the globe model is over 3 million miles closer to the Earth in the heliocentric model. And then when it's summer in the north, for example, okay, it's over 3 million miles further away from the Earth. What flat earthers would say is that the sun is taking a path that's closer to you when it's summer and further away from you when it's winter. Which one makes more sense?
We can see the path changes in the winter from where I'm at, goes from like southwest or southeast to southwest, basically.
So the which one and which one is moving? Are you saying? Are we the ones who are moving
No.
around the sun, or the sun is moving around us?
No, the sun. The sun moves, right? Everything that we see in the sky moves in the sky. It moves in cycles. Think about this.
Then if it is moving, so now at least you have to accept that you have to have a space, right? Don't you?
No. Not a vacuum of space. Not a space vacuum.
He wants space to be real so bad, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but me trying to prove anything against you is not something bad, and you don't have to
it's fine.
be emotional.
It's fine. Look, this is the thing. Okay, we've all been fed a big story about how the sky works from a young age, in which we have no empirical evidence for whatsoever. We're just saying that we don't know. Now, we've falsified the heliocentric model because we've tested it and there's no Earth curvature. The claim of outer space violates natural laws, gas laws, etc. Okay, so it can't be what they're telling us. What is it? Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't need to come up with an alternative theory for how all of their bullshit works up in the sky, in which they don't have any empirical evidence for. We don't have to replace their bullshit. Okay, they tell us, they tell you crazy things. Oh, sorry, last thing. They tell you crazy things and people just believe it, right? They literally tell you that it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune and stuff like that, right? Imagine if we were the ones claiming things like that.
Yeah, we're not going beyond the scope of what we verified. I mean, I'll grant you this though. If the sun is a physical object generating light, causing heat, then it occupies a space. It has a volume, right? Does that mean? Now that's a big if. I can't even guarantee you that's true, right? But if that was the case, it doesn't necessarily mean that it sits inside a vacuum. I mean, lots of things here that we can interact with. They're objects, right? They are objects and they occupy space. They have a volume. They're not inside a vacuum, are they? Just because something occupies space doesn't mean that the space surrounding it is a vacuum.
No, if we are seeing it and it is moving, then should we expect that there is rocks in front of it, but it's just floating?
It's apparent, right? So we can only describe what we experience. That's all we can do. You can't necessarily draw further conclusions from that.
I mean, you claim it's floating in a vacuum. Moving
I'm not
half
claiming.
a million miles per hour.
You said, no, wait.
No.
I did not say anything. All you said was it was the sun which is circulating us or moving, right?
I said we observe the sun moving. You observe the sun moving across the sky. So do I. Now, when you see the sun moving on a globe, they tell you that really the sun's not moving. It just makes it look like it's moving because you're spinning on a big spinning space ball. We just say the sun's moving across the sky and that there's no evidence that the Earth is in motion. And they don't have any evidence that the Earth is in motion around the sun. Even Einstein said that there's absolutely no way to prove if the Earth revolves around the sun.
No, yeah, I understand it, but you just said there is no space. You don't believe that there is no.
There can't be a vacuum of space, and then we're inside the vacuum of space on a ball that's covered in water and gas. That's not possible. You can't have water in a vacuum. You can't have gas in a vacuum.
Not without it expanding to fill that.
Yeah,
space.
that's exactly.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But if we are experiencing that the sun is moving, and we are claiming, or you are claiming that there is no vacuum, wouldn't that by itself?
We don't need to claim it. Okay, it's gas law. Okay, and practical demonstration. Have a look in the side chat at what I just posted. Okay, this is an example of an enclosed ecosystem. Now this guy has never opened this ecosystem in 50 years, but it thrives. Okay, everything works in it. He doesn't even have to give it water. It's its own ecosystem. It's like a smaller version of what the Earth could be something like. Okay, like a terrarium or a vivarium. Now, what do you think would happen if he removed the container and put it inside a vacuum chamber? Okay, everything's going to be dead within a few hours, basically. Okay, you need to have a container to have the gas pressure, to have the cycles, right? We live in a complex dynamic system. And we can make many versions of this. We can make little ecosystems that are completely self-enclosed where it rains, okay, and it has nitrogen cycles and evaporation cycles, all sorts of different things, and you don't have to open it. It just looks after itself. But you take away the container and you put it in a vacuum, everything's going to be dead. It's not possible. You can't have water. As soon as you put water in a vacuum, it just boils and just turns into steam. It turns into gas. It's gone. So that's what they're telling us, that we're in a big giant vacuum, a space vacuum. So have a look at what T-Dub just posted in the side chat. This is a great little example. Because the top chamber is a vacuum. Okay, that could represent what they're claiming is up in the sky, outer space, a vacuum. And then the bottom one is the Earth system, like we're breathing right now, gas pressure, what's keeping us alive. Now there's a valve in the center that separates the two systems. And then as soon as he opens the valve, the gas, the high pressure in the bottom system, instantly tries to fill the available space. Okay, because that's what gases do. Gas fills space. Gas particles move in all directions, and the high pressure will always try to fill available space. Just kind of like
Okay. What about, they say it's gravity? What do you say about it?
Yeah, there's no evidence of that because the gas particles themselves, they don't get pulled down to the Earth. Okay, gas particles, if you look up right now, if you go to Google and you type in what is the definition of gas particle movement, it's going to come up with gas particles move at random in all directions. They travel in straight lines between collisions against each other or the walls of their container. So gas particles, if gravity was pulling the gas down to Earth and stopping it from expanding into space, all the gas particles would be pulled down to the surface of the Earth because gravity is strongest at the surface of the Earth. That's where gravity is the strongest. Okay, but that's also where the gas is being produced. 80% of the oxygen, right, and 99% of all the gases that make up the air are produced at ground level or below ground level, where the gravity is meant to be the strongest. Okay, but you can go up a mountain and you can still breathe. Sure, there's less pressure up there because it's colder, but that gas that's created at the ground, right, it wasn't held down to the ground by gravity. Those gas particles are moving at random in all directions. So gases debunk gravity. The claim doesn't work.
I know
claim.
the argument that the particles are not affected by the gravity.
Demonstratably.
Yeah, I don't know why, but yeah, that's something that I knew previously.
Yeah, like you look at the example that Tito put in the chat, right? So even like, no gravity is going to hold the particles. There's not going to be higher pressure in that bottom chamber. It's just going to equalize. The gas particles don't have a downward bias. Otherwise, it would be in the definition of gas particle movement. Even if you have heavier particles.
They got some. There is some answers all the time.
Yeah,
I
gravity.
don't know
Just
how
saying
you
gravity.
debunk that.
It's just saying
What?
gravity. The answer is to say gravity. Gravity is like the magical band-aid to say all the things that don't make sense. How do we have ocean sticking to the outside of a ball? How does water curve? How do we have gas pressure in a vacuum? Gravity, 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 gravity. Prove gravity. They'll say, oh, we have no idea what gravity is. We have no idea where gravity comes from. But to have the globe model, it has to be there. We know it has to be there. Okay, then their gravitational model of the universe was off by 99%. And they're like, oh, maybe there must be dark matter and dark energy. Oh, what's dark matter and dark energy? Oh, we have no idea. It just has to be there for the model to work. Right? It's junk. It's pseudoscience.
And why do you think we can fly upward when it is the case that the Earth is flat?
We can fly upward. Why can
so
we
you
or
understood.
can't we?
You understood my question, but you just answered it.
No. I'm asking you. I didn't understand your question. I didn't hear it properly. That's all. Say it again.
Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah. So let's say, as you were saying, that the Earth is flat. Okay, we can't go. We can't go upward, right?
Well, you can go up to 40,000 feet in a plane. How are you going to get any
No.
higher than that?
No. Something is pulling us down, right?
No. You're more dense than the air.
What?
You are more dense than the surrounding medium, which is the air. Okay, if you were a helium balloon, you would go up, right? You wouldn't be sinking through the air. Okay, if something is more dense than the surrounding medium, then it's going to sink through the medium if you lift it up and drop it. If something's going to go up, it means it's less dense than the medium. Okay, so it's always about the relationship between the medium and the object that's in the medium. Okay, and then whatever displaces the object is going to cause the object to re-seek equilibrium within the medium based on its density. So if I have a glass of water and I have an egg and I put the egg into the glass of water, the egg's going to sink down to the bottom of the glass of the water. Now, you could put some salt into that water and that changes the density of the water. And now all of a sudden the egg will go upward and go up to the top of the glass of the water. Because you manipulated the density of the medium and it changed the behavior of the direction that the egg's going to go in. It's called relative density. It's very easy to explain why things rise or sink.
Okay, so everything that makes us stick to the ground is the air.
No, the air is just the medium that we're breathing. It's the gas pressure that requires containment that we were talking about. Now, it's a very light medium. Most of the objects that we interact with are more dense than the air. So they're going to sink through the air. The air can't support them. Okay, but if you have a less dense object like a helium balloon...
Yeah, but why do they need the air to support them to go upward?
What do you mean
what
to go
is
upward?
it in the first place that is...
No. So it's going to go up. Things are going to go upward if they're less dense than the air. The same reason if you put a tennis ball in the water, it's going to go upward. Because it's less dense than
Yeah. But if you remove the water, what happens then?
It's going to go downward because
downward.
now it's air.
Yeah.
So now the object is less dense than the air.
Yeah, but
you've changed the medium. Okay, so you've changed the medium. Yeah.
Yeah, but why? Because of the it's denser than the air. Why wouldn't it go the other side or the other direction?
Bro, we are only showing you what we observe. We're not giving you a cause. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but for when they give the answer, the gravity, and you're saying it's fake, then I think it would be logical for me to ask these questions, right?
Yeah, no, what would be logical is if somebody could prove gravity to you in the first place, not for you to question us as to why gravity is fake. You would have to prove that it actually exists.
Yeah, but I am not with the person who back up the claim here. I am just with you guys here. So maybe I should use my time
We
and
can
try
debunk
to
it.
find
We can
anything.
debunk it really easily. Really easily. Okay, so you could refer back to the long distance observations and laser tests, because the gravity would require the water to be curving at a specific rate. If the water is not curving, right, the gravity cannot exist. It requires the water to be curving at a specific rate. There's no instance where you could have gravity as it's defined on the globe model, where everything's not being pulled towards the center of the globe and the water is not curving. So it would be impossible on a globe to have 20 miles, for example, with zero curvature.
Yeah. But now I'm about to forget my question. Why would any ball, anything, would go back to Earth and not upward?
Bro,
Because
we already explained this to you. It is a object and medium relationship. So things are not going to the Earth if they are in a different medium. Let's say water. Anything less dense than the water goes up, right? Up. So now we have up. Tell me why the things go up.
Because the water is lifting the thing up. As if I would lift you up, you would go upward.
The water is not lifting anything, as far as we can tell.
It's not, really.
No.
The water's not exerting any force. Well, I mean, any energy. Okay, it's just the density relationship between the medium and the object, and everything has a starting point of origin, and everything will never move unless it's displaced in the first place. Okay, you could have a rock sitting on the ground. It's never, ever going to move unless some outside source of energy comes along in one way or another and displaces that rock. Now, once it's displaced, it's going to re-seek equilibrium based on the density. So if it's more dense than the medium, it's going to go down. Okay, if you replaced all of the air with liquid mercury, for example, an extremely dense liquid, everything would go up. Okay, even steel anvils float in liquid mercury. So if you're claiming gravity,
because then I think.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, if you're claiming gravity, right, like you said before, it would have to be pulling the gas particles down. It's not doing that. The water would have to be curving. That's not happening either.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm saying that makes sense. But what I'm expecting from you is that at least you have to accept when we together are finding something that makes sense, right? Why? Let's take everything. Why would be the moving direction be towards Earth and not?
Nobody knows the answer to that. Okay?
Yeah, but that's something that would make sense, right?
Even the people that claim gravity, they still don't know what gravity is.
Yeah, I understand, but that's something.
This is a fact. This is a fact. There's two primary directions. Okay, straight down and straight up. Okay, straight up and straight down are the same direction for everyone on the Earth. Okay, on a globe, they're all different directions depending on where you're standing. But there's two directions, two primary directions, up and down. It was like that when we got here. Okay, nobody knows why down is down and why up is up. Nobody knows that. We can explain the mechanism with the density relationship with the medium on why things are going to rise or sink, but why do they go down or why do things go up? Okay, no one knows that. There are a whole bunch of unknowns about this amazing realm that we live in, and that's the way it is. If you want to make an alternative claim and you want to claim that you know, then we're going to need a scientific experiment where it's been tested over and over again, proof to validate the hypothesis.
Yeah, not knowing why is fine, but at least we should agree that things are going downwards. Not every particle, but stuff like us, for example, we are not going upward. Okay, that should make sense. That should raise any question.
And our explanation makes perfect sense on why that is. Now, if you had gravity, then you would have to have that curving water. And the gas would have to be getting pulled down to the Earth where gravity is the strongest. That's not happening, so we can throw your theory out the window. Okay, still an unknown, but we can throw out your theory now.
Let me help you out with something. So you live in air. Would you agree with that? Most of your life is spent in the air, right? Yeah? Okay. So when you see things like yourself, heavy, dense objects around you and their relationship with the air, most things go down. Now, let's pretend that you're a fish, okay? And you live in the water. And what you notice all day long is that everything is going up. Even one of your friends, he dies, well, he floats up to the top of the water. In their scenario, most things, or a lot of things, are going up. So they'd be asking the question, how come everything goes up? It's the same problem. Depending on the medium, you're going to have a vector. The more dense the medium, stuff is going to be going upwards. It's just the way it is. So there is no exclusive down or mostly down. There isn't an exclusive up or mostly up. So it's just what we observe.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that when your density is lesser than water and air, then you're going to go upward. And when you're much more denser, you're going to go down. But if you take out the air and water, then the direction we are going to be headed is one, and it's toward the Earth.
That's not true. I'll tell you why. Because number one, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. And whatever air is left, let's say in the vacuum chamber that you have, it's going to be moving freely and randomly in all direction and is not going to have a downward bias. So there is no gravity.
So they can't take out air in some place in some.
Nope, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, in the same way that there's no such thing as an isolated system. These are only conceptual. In reality, we cannot move any air or energy completely from a system or a volume. It cannot be done. We don't have the technology, we don't have the power, and we certainly do not have the strength in the materials that we have to hold that kind of a vacuum. So there's always going to be air in whatever vacuum chamber we create. We've got vacuum chambers with the walls that are meters thick with steel and concrete. We're talking, dozens of feet thick, and we still cannot remove all the air from the system. Nature abhors a vacuum, and so since you're in an English server, abhor means hate. So that particular phrase means nature hates a vacuum. If there is a low pressure system or volume or area, it's going to get filled with something. Usually it's going to be gas.
At least we can take out water.
Yeah, interesting thing about that water. So if you have a volume, and if Trigger Triangle is in here, who's talking? Thank you, whoever did that. So he's got a vacuum chamber. And you can do this too, although if you don't have access to a vacuum chamber, it might be a little bit different for you. But if he applies, so if he puts a container, right, a volume, and he puts water in it, and then he begins to suck out the air, right? So he fills it halfway with water, and the other half is going to be empty, or it's got air in it. So he starts to draw a vacuum down. The water begins to boil. It boils, and then it evaporates, and then it leaves the chamber. It turns into gas, and it leaves the chamber. And so now there's no water left, just by applying a vacuum to the air above the water. So if the Earth, being a ball, which we've already debunked, was exposed to the vacuum of space, we would have, number one, no air, number two, no oceans or liquids on the surface of the Earth.
No. Okay, we can discuss about this point too. I think it is new, but all I said was because if we cannot take every particle or air and make sure that it is complete 100% vacuum. Okay, we can't achieve that, but we can say that we can take out water and we can see that a ball would sink downward.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Well, then in that case, we would have expected the ball to continue go upward when the same way it did with the water.
No.
What? Why? Because you've already, so you take the water away. So you're proving my point. So you take the medium away, and now you've replaced that medium with air again. Well, yes, the more dense thing is going to go downward. Even if you take the air out, now you've removed the air as a medium. Yes, it's going to go downward.
And why it is that way, we don't know, right?
We have no idea. In the same way, as soon as we fill it up with water and the ball goes up, we don't know why that happens either. It's just the relationship between the objects and the medium. That's all we can observe.
Yeah.
I wish I could give you a cause. I really do, because I find this just as fascinating as you do. We'll all scratch our heads and go, why does it go up and go down? As far as I can tell, it seems to be a law of nature. I don't know why it is the way it is. I can't give you a cause. That's just what happens.
Yeah, okay, but this phenomenon or this situation, they call it gravity, right?
No, gravity in today's, you would be surprised to know that there are at least a dozen or more. I've heard as many as 100 different theories of gravity.
80 on the one sheet we have, 80 theories.
80 theories about gravity and what it is and what causes things to go up and down. So how would we determine which of those 80 is correct? Because as far as I can tell, I don't think any experiments have ever been conducted to prove any of them.
Mm.
Now, the word gravity, it comes from gravitas, which I believe is Greek, right? And it just means weight, as in how heavy something is. Well, we all judge weight by what it essentially weighs in the air, right? So if I had a 1 pound weight and I set it on a scale out here in the out here in the air, it's going to weigh 1 pound. If I take that same 1 pound block and I put it in the water, do you think it's still going to weigh 1 pound if I put a scale at the bottom of the water?
No, the weight would not be the same.
Right. So everything is based on what something essentially weighs in the regular old atmosphere that we call, the air that we breathe. That's how we weigh things. So weight even really doesn't exist, because if I change the medium and all of a sudden it doesn't weigh the same amount, then we are just agreeing that things have a certain weight in air, and that's it.
Yeah, but that does not mean that you can't call the pulling toward Earth, we can call it gravity. Let's give it some new name. It's fine. But we know that something is happening that is pulling stuff.
There's no force. There's no force involved. There's no pulling on the weight. No pull. Do you think that there's magical little hands that are reaching up and grabbing the thing and pulling it down that you can't see?
No.
So there's no pulling.
I'm just seeing that things are going downwards. I'm just using the pulling word just to explain, right? I'm just using to explain to you what I'm trying to say.
Well, the more accurate term would be that there is a downward acceleration, right? That's the word you want to use,
down, right? We would say an acceleration toward Earth.
Yeah, you could describe it that way.
Okay, well, and that's isn't that the idea of gravity?
No, the idea of gravity as it stands today, because I think they're really still using Einstein's general relativity theory, but it's not really a theory either, because in science, theories come from people who experiment on things. There was never an experiment. This is only mathematical. So Einstein essentially is giving us a theory or a musing or an opinion or a concept. That would be the best word for it. Concept of what he thought it could be, but it's only mathematical. He gave space, the three-dimensional description of space, which is just, once again, really nothing. Space doesn't exist as you understand it to exist. So dimension plus another dimension called time, which is also not material. So neither of these things are material. You have space, which is a description of length, width, and height, and then time, a description of the passing moments that we live. And he created a geometry where if you apply mass, which in physics is sort of undefined, and you unevenly distribute this mass within this non-physical time-space fabric, then all of a sudden things are going to go down. It's actually so absurd that I can't believe that we fell for it, but it is only conceptual, it's only mathematical. There are no experiments to validate any of his musings or any of his concepts. So it's just math, but it doesn't describe anything that we actually see.
Okay, fine. But if I would say, for example, now that if I would call this thing the acceleration toward Earth, gravity, would you have any objection to it?
Well, yeah, because we've replaced that word with weight.
Okay, yeah, I think when it comes to gravity, you're just trying to debunk, but you don't have any explanation for it
No,
yourself.
I don't know why you guys always revert back to, well, you don't have any explanation for it. There is no explanation. Nobody has an explanation as to why some things go up and some things go down. Nobody does.
Yeah, but yeah, it's I am just stating that this out, and you have just to say, yeah, you're right.
I already
It's
told you
fine.
that. Yeah, I already told you that earlier, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we
Yeah,
can we told you
I thought
we can
that.
explain why things rise or sink, right? We just the only thing that we're not able to explain is why is down down and why is up up. That's it.
Yeah, when down and up, I think we understand each other, right? We are saying up and down.
Yeah,
we
but
understand.
the
We
globe
just giving
thinks
them names.
Yeah, right. But the when globe earthers say gravity, they're talking about either Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity. Okay, so it's not just that things fall at approximately the same rate in a vacuum. Okay, that's not what they're claiming when they say gravity. They are saying that either the Earth's mass is pulling things towards it, and everything's being drawn to the center of a globe, right? Or the bending and warping of space-time's creating a gravity well or some mumbo jumbo horse shit. Okay, and then when we ask them to show us the experiment that proves the cause of the effect, they're unable to do that. And then the byproducts of the type of gravity that you guys are claiming have been debunked because the water's not curving. The gas isn't being pulled down. It doesn't work. The whole globe model is debunked. And there's just people that can't accept that.
And this gravity and physics, it has a big space and it's a big part of physics, modern physics. Do you think they use it to build buildings and to do many stuff? Create what we have today.
Well, you're just talking about that things fall at roughly the same rate, right? Not the cause of the effect or anything like that. And people treat the Earth as flat and stationary to build things, right? Like aerospace engineers building planes, for example. Okay, they treat the Earth as flat and stationary for all of their equations in the design of the aircraft.
No, the flat. If you just keep one topic, it's going to be easier for me because I can keep two. But
Okay,
the gravity.
aerospace engineering. Oh, well, gravity, you don't have... Okay, so what's gravity? Define gravity.
No, not defining it as you understand it.
Don't say it then.
And
You can't say it if you... Okay, so when you're debating, not that this is necessarily a debate, but if you want to talk about something, okay, that has 80 different definitions, right? You need to define what you're talking about specifically, and then we're going to ask you to validate the cause of the effect if you want to claim it.
Yeah, fine, but maybe you should make sure first that if my question requires your
okay, go ahead. Go ahead then.
So, do you think they used any of the 80 gravity systems or the calculations when they were building all of these roads or buildings or any technology?
Yeah, sometimes they'll use little g in their formulas, which is just that things fall at roughly the same rate. That's all they're using. They're not using anything other than that. And that one thing, that's something we can agree on. But if you want to say the cause of that effect is mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, then we got a problem.
Okay, no, okay. Let's say we disagree on the cause, but at least the rate of the
but even that's not
acceleration.
consistent. It's 9.81 meters per second squared is not consistent at all, and it's just an agreed upon average because there was no consistency. Okay, so a whole bunch of scientists got together and they agreed on an average. And then
you know why they did that, because in different places it's not the same.
Exactly, it's not the same.
Yeah, it's fine. But that's
okay,
not
but
something.
Here's the thing, right? So there's something called the Bremen drop tower in Germany. It's the world's largest vacuum chamber drop tower, and they did a test in that where they dropped a bunch of elements down the big vacuum tube. Okay, and they fell at different rates. They didn't all fall at the same rate.
Okay, and what's your claim here?
Well, that's just going against the claim that things fall at the same rate in a vacuum. That's what the mainstream claim is, and it would have to fall at the same rate for their theory of gravity to be true. But it doesn't happen.
Yeah, but you yourself said that you can't make a vacuum, or I don't know if it was
no,
your
a vacuum
friend.
chamber.
Maybe
Vacuum chamber. Yeah, so it's a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, a vacuum chamber. You can't make it absolute, right?
Yeah, but that's what they claim. The mainstream claims that in a vacuum chamber,
maybe there was some problem with their. Yeah, maybe there was something was missing. Maybe, who knows, right? Or let's say they did not achieve to make a vacuum. And then okay.
Yeah.
If they would make,
don't worry about that. Look, it's not a big deal. At the end of the day, right? Your claim of gravity, if you want to claim a cause to the effect, then we're just going to need to see some evidence. It's as simple as that. I mean, we can everything we say we can provide evidence for. Like when we ask globe earthers to provide evidence to back their claims up, they want to try to switch to a different topic or try to weasel around the answer or the request. Not that you're a weasel. I'm not saying that. But it's what happens.
Yeah. The cause, I would maybe agree with you too. They say it's the pulling force, or they can give it anything, any name, but it's fine. We can agree that something is accelerating toward the Earth, right? Or we don't know, maybe it's the Earth that's accelerating, but we experience it as it's the things that is going toward the Earth. You said that the ocean is not curving or something, just because to disprove the gravity.
Yeah, completely disproves completely disproves gravity.
I did not
Like-
understand that point. How can you explain more again?
Okay, so everything would be pulled towards the center of mass on the globe. Okay, and
Yeah.
it would mean that the water should be curving at a very specific rate. Okay, so if you have a 10-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth, it's going to be curving at a specific rate due to gravity. It would have to be. You can't have 10 miles of water and have a flat surface anywhere on the globe. It would be impossible, and it would break their, the explanation being gravity.
Yeah, I followed you, but there was some. Do you mean that there is some oceans that are higher than some flat?
No, you could get a 10-mile section of the ocean, or you could go up to a mountain at 5,000 feet elevation and have a lake. If you have 10 miles across that water, any body of water 10 miles across, just saying 10 miles as an example. Okay, any elevation anywhere on the whole entire globe. Okay, it would have to be curving by approximately 66 feet over that distance. Doesn't matter if it's at the South Pole, the North Pole, the equator, Mount Everest, halfway up Mount Everest, it's still going to be approximately 66 feet of curvature over that body of water anywhere on the globe. If it's not curving, right, that debunks gravity and it debunks the globe. And that's been tested and tested and tested. And there's no curvature.
Okay, you mean 6? Okay, 6 feet.
66. Like a 7-story building.
Okay, and how long does it need to be? Between 1 miles?
10 miles. Oh no, any amount we can just calculate. If you tell me a distance, I'll tell you exactly how much it should be bending over that distance.
Okay, less 300 kilometers.
Okay, 300 kilometers. Just give me a second. Okay, 300.
And what's the site you're using to calculate that calculation?
Yeah, I'll drop the link in the side chat for you.
Yeah, do it, please. Would
Yeah.
be great.
This is an easy one to use. So you can go on Google and just type in Earth Curvature Calculator, or you can just click into this one. It's one of the first one that comes up on Google.
Clamor. Oh, I see this clamor. Let's see, 300. Eyesight level. What is
it
it?
doesn't. You just want to know like the raw geometry. Okay, so I don't think this one lets you put in 0, so I just put in like 0.001 or something like that. Okay, because you just want to know the raw geometry. Okay, not necessarily how much of an object in the distance would be hidden. Because these calculators are meant to tell you, like, if you're looking at something 10 miles away and you're 6 foot tall, how much of that would be hidden. Okay, so if you just want to know the raw geometry over that distance, you just want to know from ground level to the target. And how much curvature would there be over that distance? Okay, so it's
just a quick question. Eyesight level. What is that?
Yeah. 0. Okay, so if you're making an observation, okay, see how it says distance to object? Okay, so this is to calculate how far away the horizon should be and how much the object in the distance would be hidden behind the horizon. If you just want to so what you could do is you just put in like ground level, as close to ground level as possible. For some reason, it doesn't let you put 0 in. So you just I put in 0.00001. So it's basically ground level. Okay, and it's going to tell you the distance, the object obscured part. It's going to be the same as the curvature. You could just go to like ChatGPT and say how much curvature would there be on the globe over 300 kilometers. It's going to tell you the same result as what I'm putting into the Earth curvature calculator. So 20, so I'll change it to kilometers. So 7,000 over 300 kilometers, there would be
I did the calculation. It's like 6.8 meters.
6.8 meters of curvature over
Yeah.
over 300 kilometers.
Yeah, it says how big is the obscured object part.
No, you must have put something wrong in.
Okay, the eyesight level is okay. So what the object you're trying to see, at
No,
what height is that?
the eye height
Mhm.
level would be your eye height. Okay, so if you're 6 foot tall and if you're looking at something that's 10 miles away and you want to work out how much should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, then you would put in the eye height level.
Okay, okay. Then I have to put that to 2 meters, right?
Well, no, because you're not making an observation. You just want to work out what the raw curvature is over that distance.
Yeah, let's just say, for example.
Yeah, it's not
what
going to
would
make
that-
a huge difference. So just put in 6 foot if you want, or whatever, 2 meters.
Okay, so okay,
Going to be a huge
6,800
amount.
meters.
Yeah, huge amount of curvature. Right. Over that distance.
Okay, wait a second. 300.
Is this a conversation, or are you just coaching somebody through how to use a calculator?
Yeah, you can jump in and ask if you want. He is free and he's showing me. I think this is better instead of just fighting with people.
Oh, cool. I have a quick question. I'm new to the server, and so my question is being asked.
Mage, you're not new.
Oh, is this Mage?
I'm not new to the server. I'm 1 day into the server.
On this account?
On any account. I've never had a conversation with anyone who says that they are a flat earther before. And so is this channel designed for people who do have that as their positive claim, that like, I believe the earth is flat?
Is this a different
channel
Mage
is
than we've spoken to in the past? Yeah. So anyway, you're in a room full of flat earthers and some globe earthers at the moment. Yeah, there's a ton of people that know the earth is flat in here.
Mr.
Okay.
Aragon.
So yeah, I don't know what other mage is there, but
Yeah, there's a
this
different
is-
guy called Mage that's kind of like a troll.
Gotcha. That's not me. That's a different person.
Okay.
But I am coming in highly skeptical, but that skepticism is not, it's out of ignorance of what the flat earther claims may be. I know there's a lot of content on
Yeah.
YouTube I could investigate, but I have not chosen to investigate any of it.
Sure.
Without having any, let's say, university level background in physics or any kind of education, just for a layperson who has a decent ability to work with rational thinking and critical thinking, is this something that I could understand, not even have to agree with, but understand what the arguments would be in a relatively short period of time?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I don't know how much time that would take, and I don't want to interrupt a conversation that's going on, but I see that this is very well like the most populated voice channel, which is pretty intriguing to me. I don't know if most of that is because it's like in group and most people are pro, or I don't know if there's just trolls here, people just landing here or whatever.
No, there's
Internet's
no
full of
trolls
everything.
allowed.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'm skeptical of that claim as well. But
Yeah, you
well,
should
maybe they're
be.
not allowed, but that doesn't mean
Hey,
that they're
we,
not
we,
here.
we encourage skeptical thinking, critical thinking. That's what we're all about encouraging. So yeah, look, just really quickly, we're not claiming to know what the shape the Earth is. Okay, we're not claiming to know the size of the Earth. When we're talking about flat, we're talking about the surface area of the Earth, mostly being covered in water. So it's 70% of the known surface area of the Earth is meant to be covered in water, and by definition or by default, a surface that's not curving over distance, for example, in this context, is technically flat. Okay, if it's not curving, it's flat. So when we go out and we empirically test over large distances and we accurately calculate how much curvature there should be over X distance from X observer height, we're not detecting any curvature. And that's been done over different methodologies and different locations and hundreds, if not thousands, of different tests now. And we're just showing people the tests, asking people to put on their critical thinking cap and have a conversation about it. And obviously there's a lot more to it, but that's just a quick basics. from my
Okay, so if I
perspective.
could just say that back to you with slightly different language, but like language that's accessible to me, we would say, compared to the claim that if the Earth is a perfect sphere, which no one even claims it is, but let's just say it is, you would be able to measure perfectly what the diameter would be. So let's say we have that number. And then based upon physics, and I'm not a physicist, so I don't understand these things, but probably physicists would agree that if you know what the diameter would be, then there should be certain things with a curvature that, again, I don't go into, but probably any physicist would agree exists. Now you could take me, and let's just say I had superhuman vision. If I could see, like, I don't know, 800,000 miles straight ahead of me, then that would be a challenge, and that would be a big problem for every physicist out there, because they would say, if you could see that straight, then that defies our understanding of curvature. And so essentially that is what you're presenting.
Yeah, similar. Just
Okay.
in relation to the oblate spheroid. Okay, so the difference is 0.33% off being a perfect sphere. So it's a little bit fatter, they say, at the equator than the poles. And we can take that into account if we really need to, but it's such a small difference that even universities and whatnot, they don't really bother. It would change just a slight amount. Right? For example, if you're calculating the curvature over 20 miles, it's like a point difference or something like that. If you're doing it at near the poles or near the equator or something like that. So even universities don't really take the oblate spheroid into account. It's just that's why they tell us the radius is 3959. You can basically do your calculation over that. But what we're seeing is orders of magnitude off the globe. Now, the distances, okay, we're obviously limited by the clarity of the air over distance. The air is transparent, but it's only semi-transparent. So, I mean, you could look up the maximum visibility that you can see through the medium of air, and under perfect conditions, is 300 miles is the maximum distance. But if you check the weather report, you'll find it's often around 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, maybe sometimes 40 miles, just depends on the clarity. So yeah, what we're doing is a whole different series of tests and showing that we can see things that should be many, many hundreds of feet hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And obviously there's a lot more methods than that, but don't want to waffle on for too long.
Right, fair enough. And if you're giving me like so many things that I've not investigated, I'm not sure how useful that would be to help me anyway. But
Right.
let's say that I went to my local university and I spoke with a meteorologist and I spoke with a physicist, got them both together and said, hey, I spent about 10 minutes speaking with some people who are flat earthers, and they're concerned about curvature and distances that are observable and feel like the math isn't really mathing. Is there an explanation for this? If I bring back that explanation to you and it seems rational, would there be presumably more reasons that you would be inclined?
Do you want the explanation now?
Oh, so you already so right, presumably this conversation has already been had and responded to and
Multiple
responded
times.
to and then responded to, and many
Yeah.
back and forths.
Yeah,
So
we've had
so what-
conversations with physicists and with meteorologists as well in here many, many times. We've been doing this for many years. We have
Sure.
we have everything recorded. It's recording now, by the way.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
So out of curiosity,
yeah.
what would be the if I could just casually use language? So if I call you a flat earther, I would call the opposite.
That's
Let's
fine.
call it a round earther. Is that okay?
Yeah, whatever you want. It's fine.
So what would be the most prominent round earther explanation for this curvature
For us seeing too
differentiator?
far? For us seeing too far, it's one word. And they normally whip their head back so they can say it as hard and fast as they can. Refraction.
So to dumb that down for me, like if I don't understand refraction, what would they want me to understand, and is what they would want me to understand the same thing that you would want me to understand?
Yeah, they would tell you that light will deviate towards the more dense portion of a medium through the atmosphere. Okay, and that would be primarily controlled by temperature.
Okay.
And that certain meteorological conditions would have to be present. For example, generally they say it's the vertical temperature gradient. Okay, that controls the refractive index. Okay, and then so if you've got, say you've got a layer of cooler air down lower, the light would bend downward or deviate downward towards the denser portion of the medium. And if you had the opposite, like an inversion, okay, warmer air down lower, cooler air above, it would do the opposite, and it would deviate upward, and that would cause two different effects, sinking or looming. And then if you had a much steeper gradient where it got very cool to very hot or very hot to very cool, you're going to start getting into miraging, inferior or superior mirage. And that kind of goes from there, where you're going to get a lot of distortion.
Okay, so
obviously that's a super basic like explanation of how they would say that it works.
Okay, so I don't understand refraction, but let's just pretend that I do. So let's say that I now have the understanding that everyone would want me to have of it academically. I would imagine that you're not completely satisfied at this point. So then what would your challenge be back to that explanation?
Oh yeah, so I mean, you know, the amount of deviation that you would need for that light is not something that can be demonstrated meteorologically, okay? Because we can test the conditions that are present, okay? We can test that we have, say, a uniform air temperature to water temperature, okay? So it's not possible for such a drastic hot to cold or cold to hot gradient be present. It's and also we're not seeing any distortion in the distance, okay? We're seeing crystal clear as you would expect to see when you're looking through, say, 10 miles or 20 miles of air. And yeah, we're not seeing distortion, and then it's being retested, say, during the day, and then again during the night again. Okay, so for this to work on a globe, they would have to claim that there's such extreme refraction that the Earth would essentially look flat. And it would have to be uniform bending of light in such a way that somehow always makes the Earth look flat, even though we're testing it in different weather conditions, different environments, daytime, nighttime, just lakes, oceans, frozen lakes, all sorts of different places. So, yeah, it's consistency. And just the meteorological conditions. Like, for example, I've got clips of a physics teacher explaining how, sure, refraction is something we would need to take into account, but it's usually, 7%, maybe 10%, 12%. And if you could show me an observation that's beyond that, it wouldn't be able to be explained with refraction, right? It has limitations. It's not like a magic word that we can just say, and it will make the Earth look flat in all of these observations and explain the many hundreds of feet of Earth curvature that would be having to be present.
So I'm understanding that refraction is understood to be a variable that will change the way that things appear to a certain degree, but not to an infinite degree. And so when it goes to an order of magnitude, whatever it may be, for it beyond what refraction can realistically account for, we then need to have an accounting for what else may be there. So then what would they say if they admit that, yes, refraction doesn't account for an infinite level of things, and if you can fairly critique that and they say, yeah, sure, refraction...
I don't think you understand by how much.
Okay, help
refraction
me.
is only good for about 10% maximum. These guys are talking 800% required
minimum,
in order to get
thousands,
what they need.
Thousands of percent that we can see beyond where the curvature should be the cutoff point.
That's the problem. And when you point that out to them, it's normally, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. And then it turns into a meltdown.
So if we're trying to be
so I just want to answer what you said. No, because
Okay.
I did get your question. So you were saying if they accepted that, okay, there's limitations when it comes to
Right.
refraction. What would their next line of attack be or defense?
Yes.
Yeah, there actually there isn't one. It might sound kind of crazy, but that's it. That's all there is. I mean, you're more than welcome to try to find a different explanation, but you're not going to be able to. Yeah.
The reason if you've hinged your argument on refraction, Mage, the reason for it, as soon as you hinge your argument on refraction, you lose any claims to geometry, which is what the whole argument's about in the first place.
So maybe to help the physicist and meteorologist together, say, come up with a reason that could be an explanation for it that doesn't have to do with refraction, and that you'd be interested in knowing what they would say.
I can imagine what they would probably say, they're probably going to say there's some kind of like extremely rare, like that we got really lucky, and there's some kind of extremely rare ducting type phenomena happening that would allow us to consistently, to basically make it appear like the Earth's flat. And then I would probably have to reply, show us that that's actually possible and what the meteorological conditions would have to be in regards to the temperature gradient and the refractive index for that to be possible. And, and whether that's realistically ever been demonstrated to be something that can happen, which it hasn't. And then we also have the consistency, right? We can show, okay, so if we're just getting lucky and we've got these apparently possible conditions, then how come we're always getting them and there's zero observations that match up with the globe?
Okay, so that would be what I would want to bring to the meteorologist or physicist without me looking like an idiot in their estimation, is to say that, hey, I was chatting with some flat earthers. They say that consistently from multiple views, different places on the planet, it appears observable that there are great distances for things where things appear flat, and even while accounting for the variability that refraction can provide, it seems to be beyond the understanding of what refraction can account for. And so they're not sure what else to go to from there. What do you have that I could bring them? Does that sound like a reasonable thing to say to like a professor
Sure.
of meteorology?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, cool. I could do that. Thank you. That gives me like an interesting thing, and hopefully that'll be interesting to those people as well. I know some professors of meteorology, and so that'll be interesting to bring that
that'd be
to
great.
them.
Yeah, look,
Cool.
we're honest, and if you can come back with some more information, we'll just digest it. We'll go over it in good faith and come to a logical conclusion. That's all.
Yeah, I'll even ask them for consent to record the conversation. I'll just record it from my cell phone. I could play it for you guys.
Awesome, man. That'd be great. That's the kind of thing we're looking for. So
that's cool.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a person my partner works in for a pretty prestigious university, and she's in the School of Earth and Atmospheric Science. She is a geologist, but not a meteorologist. And so I feel like a meteorologist might be better equipped to talk about some of those things. And
when you do go and discuss it with them, do yourself a favor and go and look up logical fallacies, affirming the consequent, that kind of stuff, and then go and listen to their conversation, have your conversation with them, and you'll sit back and go, wow, these guys really haven't tested anything in the first place. They're just dragging assumptions along for the ride, and you'll be amazed. But anyways, you do your thing, and yeah, enjoy the ride.
Yeah, cheers. I'm quite skeptical always. So that's really my approach.
Hey, Mage, I tagged you with a video and a paper that goes along with the video that you should have a look at with your physicist friends.
Okay.
Also, what you'll find after a bit of discussion, like with any of these people, like in a lot of fields of academia, they actually use flat Earth models. They'll treat the Earth as locally flat, right? And they'll just say, "Yeah, we don't need to worry about the Earth being a ball at the moment. Let's just pretend it's a flat Earth." They do. You look into it.
I don't know what that would look like or mean, but I understand the words you're saying, but I haven't had that experience to know it. I haven't had a counter experience either. Just I'm ignorant to that.
So just quickly, what Travis posted in the side chat. This is a team of field engineers in Europe, and they put together a extremely high powered laser. I think it cost them about $30,000, and they did a series of tests where they would basically set up. They went to a giant lake called Lake Balaton, and they did a series of laser tests where they would set up the laser horizontally at the edge of the lake, and they would have the laser set up 1.5 meters high, and then they would have another target 1.5 meters high on the target distance on the other side of the lake, and then they would shoot the laser across and calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance, and if the laser hits the target, that would not be possible on a globe. For example, one of the tests that they did was over 40 kilometers distance, where there would be over 400 foot, which is over 90 meters of curvature. So when if just say the Earth was a globe, the people at point B, they should have seen the laser something like 92 meters up in the air, but the laser's hitting the target on all of the tests, and they have an hour-long video where they go over all of the details, they show everything, and they also have a 180-page PDF paper where they go over all of the specifications. They accounted for refraction by using weather stations, and they show all their coordinates, and it's very detailed.
Okay, fascinating. So just acknowledge right off the bat to try to take that off the table, unless for some reason they're going to say that nope, refraction could actually count for 4,000% variance. And if that's what they're going to claim, then I guess that's different from what your understanding is, and then they'd have to prove that to you. But
Yeah, so
but
this is the thing, you know, they had the weather station, so they're able to calculate the vertical temperature gradient. So they know it's the meteorological conditions aren't possible for the laser to do that. And even just like they did 5 different tests over completely different distances in different weather conditions, and each one hit the target. And so what the globe side would have to be claiming is that somehow the refraction was set up in such a way where that the laser would just follow around the curvature of the Earth and perfectly hit the target every single time, which is you know, it's an outlandish claim. And then we also have stacks more of these laser tests that have been done all over the world, always hitting the target. So
okay, that's cool. There's a movie that has, I don't think, anything to do with a flat or globe Earth called Wanted from like 15 years ago. And in that one, the big cool thing about that movie is people firing handguns, but they could do it in a way where they train and practice so that the bullet could go in a full 360 circle. And I think most physicists would reject that being possible. So I don't know, it's just reminiscent of that to me of like, you know, if somebody's going to make this kind of a claim, there are certain things that justify our understandings of how things could be. So if you have something that you observe to do something different, you have to be able to account for it in some way if you want to say, make some other truth claim around it. So that's interesting to me.
Yeah, definitely.
That's compelling. Cool. Thank you. That definitely gives me some interesting starting place to have some conversation I've never had before. So thank you all for indulging me with that.
Yeah, thanks for being cordial. Appreciate it. A lot of
Yeah,
people
for
come
sure.
in here extremely angry.
Yeah,
okay,
apologies
yes.
for assuming you were the other mage. Just to give you an idea, you'd have been muted and kicked out already if you were that person. They're that much of a troll.
The other guy was
the other one's a pest,
quite
truly.
abrasive character.
Apologies.
Yeah, no, all good. Even if this is an alt, I mean, I've been speaking enough to probably you can't really fake a demeanor to an extent like that. So probably you would get an idea if you've interacted with me before.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely haven't.
Cool. Awesome.
My friend Meg, I think we're going to wait for you and have to have some answers. We hope you come back, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I joined the server not specifically for the flat Earth community. I had no idea that it was so strong in this, so that was an interesting surprise for me. I joined the server because I understood that something quite important to me, which is veganism, is also discussed here in the server. It's it's a huge server. I was shocked to see the numbers here, but it's a little overwhelming. But of course, not that many people are going to be active all at once. But that's quite of important
Really
interests for
quickly.
me to discuss. Yeah.
I thought you were going to fight here, but yeah, let's make it next week or next time. Because it's only me and you that's in the global side. These guys, all of them, they're flat.
Oh, okay,
So
interesting.
try to bring your friend, the professor, too.
Oh, there's other people in here that are fine with
invite.
this.
Yeah, I'll invite for sure. I'll see if he'd be interesting, and of course, I would expect everybody to help make sure that it's a very welcoming, polite environment if I'm bringing in an academic professional. But really lock down all the trolling and such.
Of course.
But
Their
yeah, I
claim-
probably could do that.
Yeah, their claims and the explanation makes sense, but you can't trust anybody unless you see the opposite side. I would see any debater here.
Somebody help me to Oh, it's gone already. Okay. I saw that there were a whole bunch of numbers next to something that had me tagged in it, and I don't know what that was, but all right, never mind, it's deleted. Mark J had posted something for
Hey,
my
guys.
benefit, I guess.
Security asked a question. Did you want to ask your question in VC?
Yeah, I was curious. I've been looking at flat Earth for a while, but how would you explain the seasons if the Earth is flat?
Just the motion of the sun. You know, the sun moves in cycles throughout the year. Okay, so for example, when it's when it's summer in Australia, it's going to be winter in Europe. Right. So
the sun.
yeah, the sun's moving just like we see, right? So the sun moves east to west, takes a particular cycle throughout the year. For example, if you're in a particular part of the Earth and it's summer, then generally as the sun appears to move over the top of your head, it's going to be very high in the sky. Meanwhile, at
Well,
this,
what the sun moves?
yeah, there's a lot of mystery about the sun. You know, we try not to talk about things that we can't validate. You know, like what specifically is the sun? How far away is the sun? What medium is the sun in? Exactly how it works.
Nothing you say is valid.
Yeah, so people don't know exactly what the sun is because we can't empirically validate that, right? You've been taught a story growing up about the sun being a big ball of plasma gas inside a space vacuum. Okay,
She's
93
out, I
million.
think.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sun in a space vacuum. It's not possible.
I think the answer is we know nothing about the sun from your side, right?
Well, we know, you know, what it's going to do in terms of its cycle, what we're going to observe. You know, we know it's responsible for, you know, pressure systems and seasons and daytime and nighttime, but exactly what it is, what size it is, how far away it is, it would just be speculation. We don't try to replace every single claim that the globe side makes as well, because quite a lot of the globe claims are textbook definition pseudoscience.
The night and the day is fine. We can say that we can attach it to the sun because it's the only light we see. But the seasoning, how can you prove that it's the only? It's actually the sun which is driving it.
Well, we noticeably observe the sun taking a path, you know, further to the south when it's summer in the south. So as it starts to get warmer towards summer in the south, then the sun is taking a path higher and higher in the sky if you're in the south. And you'll notice it getting lower and lower in the sky each day if you're in the north. Okay, so each 6 months you're going to get the opposite. So right now it's freezing cold here in Poland where I'm at, but where my family's at in Australia, it's nice and hot. Okay, so when it's midday at my mother's house, the sun's going to be directly above her head. Okay, but when it's midday at my house, the sun's going to be very, very low in the sky. Okay, very, very far away, and it's like negative 16 degrees here. So it's freezing because the sun, the heat from the sun, the path of the sun, it's not able to push the heat far enough to heat up this portion of the earth. And our friend that we have from Iceland, I think he's got, you know, almost dark 24 hours a day in Iceland. So, you know, the path of the sun is not close to the northern area of the plane. And then 6 months later, it will be the opposite when it will be midday at my parents' house. Then the sun will be very low in the sky, okay, and it will be cold there, or much colder. And then it will be when it's midday here, the sun will be taking a path where it's right up over the top of my head. It'll be nice at 30 degrees and etc. So yeah, everything in the sky moves in cycles, repeating cycles. Which is crazy. Like think about this.
You feel like you're Christian, actually. Please say you're Christian.
I'm not religious.
But you sound like you took all of this information from the Bible.
No, none of this is from the Bible. Everything I just said is exactly what everybody observes. We see the sun moving across the sky. Everything I said about the location of the sun during different seasons is exactly what I just said. Nothing I said at all is out of the Bible. In fact, I haven't even read the Bible. But yeah, sure. I'm sure ancient, I'm sure if it's describing what happens in reality in the Bible when it comes to the motion of the sun, then maybe it will line up with what it says in the Bible. I mean, all of the ancient texts to describe a flat stationary Earth within a contained system, same with all of the ancient cultures. So it's no surprise that it says, if it says the, what I just said.
I just find it so strange that you have these strong arguments and you could not break into the media and you don't have any big followers or something like that. Why are you not so popular?
Well, it's a heavily shadow banned topic, right?
Maybe it feels
actually,
like you were
well, this
debunked.
is the thing. This is
yeah.
This is the thing. Okay, so Flat Earth back in 2015, 2016 was becoming the most popular search on all of YouTube, right? Facebook, all of these places. Flat Earth was blowing up like crazy, huge amount, getting millions of views. Great. Congress got together with the heads of Google and Facebook and YouTube, and they admitted on camera during the Congress meeting that they're going to censor the flat Earth topic and shadow ban it from the search results. So when people go onto YouTube, for example, and type in flat Earth, they don't get the videos that are representing flat Earth. Instead, they actually get a playlist, a pre-programmed playlist of propaganda videos aimed to mock and ridicule and present strawman arguments. Right? YouTube channels were getting deleted, people were getting demonetized, and subscribers were being just taken off people's channels. And this is all admitted to being done by Congress and YouTube and Google, and yeah. Censorship's a bitch.
Yeah.
But there are still millions of flat earthers. I mean, we're in the English Hub server right now. And this is an English learning server, but guess what's the most popular channel in the server? Most often it's at this channel. And people are very interested in this topic. You're here right now, whereas there's a whole bunch of other topics you could have picked to talk about. But yeah, people choose Flat Earth. It's intriguing. Triggering as well to people.
I have heard of you, Flat Earthers. I see some people debating, but they're not so big that I can find them usually, commonly. But I think even though you were maybe, let's say, you were censored and you could not be popular enough, but the people who saw you and who saw the evidence you provided, I think they would have kept questioning the government or, let's say, the experts.
Yeah, they do. They do quite often. I mean, I can send you a playlist of our conversations that we have with people, and you'll see on the daily we're waking people up to the deception of the globe. It's a very common occurrence. Millions of people coming to Flat Earth, by the way. If you have a look at polls that people are taking on non-Flat Earth related platforms, the numbers are pretty staggering about how people are doubting the globe and don't think it's a globe, etc.
Okay. And have you lost or any of your major, maybe prominent figure from you lost any major loss in any argument?
Have people lost arguments, you mean, like in a debate?
Yeah, because that's what makes people leave any belief, you know.
Oh, well, it depends in what you mean by lose a debate. I mean,
debunked or being proved wrong.
You can't debunk reality. I mean, we have all of the empirical evidence on our side. We can just sit here and I could sit here for the next 20 hours presenting empirical evidence, right? We're real world tests, okay? And the globe earthers don't have that, right? They have to appeal to authority, appeal to credentials and try to use different tactics to try to sway the audience into thinking that the flat earther is wrong, using ridicule or mockery or something like that, or just trying to appeal to things that we can never validate, such as outer space photography or something like that. It's never empirical real world testing. It's not really a debate, right? It's just a bunch of people that haven't had access to the results of the testing that's been done yet, and they just blindly believe. Most people blindly believe the Earth's a globe. Okay, flat earthers generally know 100 times more than the average globe earther knows about the globe. Okay, we ask people the most basic questions, and most people they don't know. It's just something that they were taught from a young age. They get told, "Oh, you experience the Earth as flat because you're so small and it's so big," and they never questioned it. They've probably never seen a lot of the tests that have been done. They've never done any tests of their own. They just assume that some super smart people worked out it's a globe back in the past. But it's not the case.
No, I think normal people like me have actually sometime in their life have questioned about how couldn't anything we did not fall, or the downside of the earth does not feel like it is okay. Let's say it does not fall, but it has to feel like it is downwards. These kinds of stuff, these kinds of questions, you ask them, but you don't have the enough information to ask or enough people to answer your questions. That's the problem, maybe, because me myself, I have been questioning the same questions. Yeah, but I get the answer of gravity. We feel like it is under and it's upward because of gravity. So anything that's when you are, let's say, in Antarctica, in the globe, it should feel like it is under, and you should feel like you're bent over, or what do we say, upside down. But because of the gravity, if it feels like the downward of the North Pole is your upward now.
Yeah, everything's being pulled towards the center of mass.
Yeah. So yeah, that's when you get that kind of answer, and there is no other debater that is going to explain something else, then you just have it as an answer until you find somebody.
It's an explanation, but it's very easy to debunk that claim as well, because the water, right? 70% of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. Now, gravity dictates that water would have to be curving at a certain rate. For example, if we take a 20-mile body of water and we calculate how much curvature there should be over that 20-mile distance, okay, because of gravity and because of the size they tell us the globe is, there would have to be approximately 266 foot of curvature over that distance, anywhere on the Earth, any body of water that's 20 miles long. Because of gravity, it would have to be curving at that amount. And then when we go and test for that curvature, there's zero curvature, right? This has been tested hundreds, if not thousands of times now.
Yeah, but this information by itself, the curvature, an average person does not know that.
Right. Most people don't have access to this information. They just get told gravity, and then that's it. They just move on with their day. Right. But if people were more critically thinking, they'd say, okay, well, how does gravity work? Where does gravity come from? What's the scientific experiments that have been done to prove gravity is the cause of an effect? Wouldn't gravity mean the water should be bending? How come the water looks so flat? Let's go test the water. That's what we did.
Oh,
and it's not
but
curving.
Yeah, you guys did, because I'm sure that you had some, maybe you were interested in physics or something like that. You have to be, it has to be your life to do something like that, or you have to like it, or you had the opportunity. But if you just question and you don't go that deep in any topic, there's a lot of questions about everything, so you don't just dig and try to answer everything. That's why you just but it makes sense. It actually makes sense, because I'm going to explain. I myself, I'm a Christian, and I believe the earth is flat, okay? But the scientists, they have been, what do you say, proving, or let's say they did not prove, but because of my lack of understanding the physics or their system of proving that the Earth is global or curved, I was just thinking, okay, they got it. Okay, maybe they are right. But I believe in the Bible, and the Bible says that it is flat. So I was actually waiting to die and really ask or see how our home looks like, because I believe the Bible is right, but the scientists, they know, because the seasoning, the weather, it's them. I wait for them to give me answer all the time I need it. So I thought about it, but I could not do anything about it. I just was waiting. No.
Well, even they'll tell you, like, look, you know, this might not be exactly right, but you could think about it this way, right? A certain way. Like I posted a clip earlier from an introductory physics course on YouTube, and within that video, he talks about Newtonian mechanics, and he says, "Yeah, look, I'm going to teach you all about Newtonian mechanics, blah blah." He says, even though now we understand it's different and it's not like that, and he says over 100 years ago, Einstein came along and taught us a different way to think about gravity, and we know that